I'm
Good morning, Mega.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
All
Jack,
right,
good
it is
morning.
9 o'clock. We are going to jump right in. Of course, here I am having fun on Zoom, and Zoom says, "Oh, Jack, it's time for you to run an update while you're trying to log in the middle
Oh,
of
lovely.
class." All right, so then it forced me to reboot. I am super excited about watching all your journeys. First question that I'm throwing at you right this moment is, how was Mega Mini? I want
Very informative as far as like
Okay,
The
everything you
Sharon.
needed
process.
to know.
How many of you, by raise of hands, were there yesterday? Okay, most of you. Okay, good. Renee, were you a Mega Mini yesterday?
Me?
Which
Yes.
Yes.
one?
Which one of us?
All three of you.
Yes, I was.
Yes,
Wonderful.
it was great. She was made it so informative and answered a bunch of questions and always makes you feel like any question you ask is the most important question. So that's what's so amazing.
Now you understand the importance of how important Mega Mini is for Mega. Because that's your safe place to go, ask questions, and figure it all out. Because you're going to come out of this crazy lecture series where I'm throwing the kitchen sink at you of sales, and then you can sit with Lisa and she's going to answer a bunch of questions of things that you missed. But I promise you, 99.99% of every question that you ask was already answered in Mega. But it's difficult for you to stay engaged the entire time because I have made sure that every question that you could possibly ask, that there's a video for, that we cover at least twice in Mega, but there are things that you're going to miss, so you can take it into Mega Mini. And Mega Mini's packed. I mean, you got a lot going on there, and every single Mega Mini Thursday is going to be full of projects that you have to do in order to really get the most out of this whole Mega experience. Okay, so we're going to thank Lisa for all of her hard work. So always throw love to Lisa. All right, let's switch gears now to number 3 on my list. How many of you attended our weekly sales meeting yesterday? Okay. How many of you was the first time you've attended our weekly sales meeting? All of you have been to the sales meeting before. Good. Why would I have a weekly sales meeting? Why would I put that in my in our business here?
To keep us
Who wants to
updated.
share? Sharon?
It's important to our own business. It's important because we find out what's going on out there with our interest rates, our updates on basically like the picture of what's happening in real estate. And for our business as a real estate agent, we've got that, when we bring somebody in, it helps us to help them learn the business properly. That's really the only way I can put it.
All right, thank you, Sherry. Brittany. I'm gonna just call on some of you. So Brittany, Lofton, why would I create a weekly sales meeting?
Keep us updated on what's going on in the market and our um,
I mean, I could send y'all an email and say, "Hey, here, what's going on in the market." Why would I have staff bring all of you around a table every single week? What is the value in that? There's three reasons, and I want to hear all three of them from you because I want the light bulb to go on. Lior.
Maybe to motivate everybody, see what other people are doing and their success, and just, you know, get ideas from everybody else.
Okay. I love that, Lior, 100%. To inspire you, 1,000,000%. Okay. Jay, Jay, I can't hear you. And your microphone is on, so I'm not sure. I mean, you're not on mute, so we're gonna have to work that out. While you're working that out, Emrit,
Accountability.
mm, I mean, how important is accountability for an independent contractor that doesn't have a manager standing over their head? Kind of huge, right? Yes. Okay, Raul.
I was also going to say accountability because it shows our numbers and what's going through the week. So you can't lie with the numbers and the productivity.
Okay. So inspiration and accountability, I like it. Those are two. Jennifer.
To me, it makes it kind of feel like a business, to make it feel like, I mean, when you go to work, you go to meetings, you go to team meetings, you get together, you learn. And so I think it kind of just sets the tone to make it feel like it is a business, because it is.
It gives you something to plug into. I like that. Renee, pretty.
I was going to say, I think it's there to inspire us. It's also there to motivate us and keep us informed so we're the best possible realtors we can be for our clients because we have the most firsthand and most up-to-date knowledge every single week.
I love it. Sherry Autry and then Sherry Smith. Cheryl Smith.
Yes, community and support, that we're not out there fighting the fight alone, but it's a team and support behind us.
You know, thank you, Sherry. A sense of community is so important when you're a salesperson, that you're part of a team and that you've got a group of people who are facing the same things that you're facing, that are out there every single day pounding the pavement in the trenches. They're in the trenches with you. They have the empathy. They're hearing what's going on with the consumers. They're feeling what's going on in the market. They can bring things that they've stumbled with, things that they're struggling with, an objection that just hit them sideways and they had no idea to respond. They could show up every single day and be in a safe place and learn from other people, learn from a community of people who are all across the state doing the exact same thing. And so you are, and I need you to hear this, you are the sales team for this company. And imagine if Dell Computers or Facebook or any of these other large tech companies, if their entire sales force was independent contractors. How would that really work? And the thing is it wouldn't work. So I need to create a sense of community for the entire sales team so that you realize that you're a part of something bigger than just your own individual businesses, and that you can plug in, and that we have staff here to support you all the way. And you never stop learning in sales, ever. You're going to continually be learning. You need to continue to add more tools to your toolbox. The market is changing. Things around us is changing. New things are being invented. New objections are being found. And now you got a place to plug in that's going to help you with your sales craft. Because if you're a full-time salesperson, you need a place to be able to connect with to help improve that side of the business. So yes, all of those things are true. I know we had a few other hands up on that one. Jeanette, I'm going to let you finish off that one. Your hand is still up.
Good morning. Yes, for me, the Tuesday meeting is like a village of family, that you know where to go, what outlets are where. And it just like I get there and it's like a hug of knowledge of, where to get the information that you need for an everyday. So it's motivation, it's family. It's everything you ever want, like in a business. And you get that to your clients. Like if you're a happy person and you just wake up and you love where you're at, you will rave that to your clients and to everybody you meet.
Each one of you is part of the octopus that makes this company, and you're the tentacle that touches the client. And so between us and our customer is you. And so your well-being, the tools that you have in your toolbox, and how you approach this business really, really matters. But there's also the side of it that if you're going to be working in sales, you're going to be facing a lot of rejection. You're going to be facing a lot of no's, and sales is a tough business. And so when you come back together as a whole, you start looking and saying, okay, this gets me back on track. This puts me back on the rails. This is the reset that I need every single week to give me that little dopamine squirt, that little good feeling that Jeanette's talking about that says, okay, I can do this. I can do this. Because there's going to be weeks where you're going to get beat down. There's going to be a season in your business where you have 3 or 4 contracts all put together and you're all headed to closing, and all 3 or all 4 just fall apart on you out of nowhere. And I have seen situations like this where agents come to me and say, I just had 4 transactions fall apart. I can't do this anymore. Because the stress and the anxiety and the disappointment and all of that was greater than what you can bear. And we always know, people say God's not going to give you more than you can bear, but there are certain times in business when you need that money, you're counting on that money, everything falls apart, and it's more than you can handle. That's what community is. Realty Texas is how can we help our agents succeed in the field, and that starts by giving you a community, a place to show up every week. And I know how important that is. So I hope that you guys plug into the morning huddle and then the weekly sales meeting every single week, because it is essential. Who made their calls? We know that we had some calls to make, and how critically important those calls are. I want to hear from a few of you who had some successes from your calls. Who would like to share? All right, let's start with Birdie and then Emirates. Thank
Yes,
you, first
I
of all,
did
for
some.
doing your calls. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, it was awesome actually. We so I made my 5 calls to my friends and family. That was great. I just kind of caught up with them, said, "Hey, I'm a real estate agent." Those kinds of things. And then I went on to the Grabber and I called, and that was actually the first time I used the Grabber. So it was scary, but I did it, and all 5 went to voicemail. So that was a bummer. Of course, I left a voicemail, those kinds of things. But I got a call back from one of the numbers, and now we have a Zoom meeting on Thursday to help her find an apartment. So,
Birdie set an appointment. That's huge because that's exactly what we're supposed to do. Good job, Birdie. Good job, good job, good job. All right, Renee and then Emirates. Renee, pretty.
So I made 8 calls. I made them from my personal number because that's the number that people I know that number and are more likely to answer. So I made 8 phone calls. I got 3 voicemails. 5 people answered, 2 couldn't really talk. And one said, we're thinking about selling in the next 6 months. So will you stay in touch with us? I hadn't been doing very good in staying in touch in the past, but that's the kick in the butt I need to be able to follow up more than I have been. So that was a positive that came out of it.
Good. That's the thing, is a lot of people are going to be busy in life, and we just say it was just really good to hear your voice, and I'm going to call you in about 6 months to check up on you because I care about you guys. People like that phone call, and they are going to tell you, actually, you know what? We are looking at doing something, so keep in touch. Stay in contact with me. Your database, if you want 2 more transactions, they're already there. They're already there. You just don't know where they are yet because you haven't found it, because we haven't made the phone calls to uncover them. So good job, Renee, for making your calls. Emirates.
My 5 grabber calls, 2 of them hung up on me, and the rest went to voicemail, which is totally fine. But my influential people calls, I had done a transaction with one of them that was my lease listing a few months ago. And when I talked to him about my business, he was like, I was wondering if you're one and done, are you going to call me again? So he gave me a commercial property that he owns off of 1431 that he needs to lease on a 5-year option, 5-year lease with a 5-year option. 3 houses in Killeen that he wants me to list that are 90% done. He would like to flip them. And he also gave me one more referral to somebody who's looking to purchase a home. Second and third asked me to put their own businesses. They asked me, when were you going to come around and put your business cards in our business so that we can help start promoting you. Thank you for the call. One of them's a doctor. One of them owns a tandoor restaurant in Cedar Park. very, influential people, very well-connected people. And the fourth one had gave me a commercial land to sell off of Baghdad in Cedar Park that he owns. And I'm gonna find a commercial mentor and try to get those numbers back to him in the next day. So very,
So, Emma, I heard a little secret yesterday. A little birdie came to me and told me that you said, so you're telling me that I've been doing it all wrong all along?
I have, I have, Jack. I've done it all wrong. My business exists in my database. Thank you for opening up my eyes to that. Me and Hershey had a very long chat after class was done. I mean, we were in conversation for hours after because I was like, why am I chasing all this social media and, cold calling people and doing this and doing that when all I have to do is say, hunker down 3 to 4. We should be doing nothing else except my pipeline is so full that it
That's right.
starts bursting at the seams and I
That's
have to
right.
call other agents so that they can help me, placate this business. So
There is so much opportunity in the people that you already know, but for some reason we just don't call them when we call the leads. And we have to call 100 leads before we find 4 closings. And that's a lot of phone calls. You made 5 and you got 5 hangups, 2 no answers and 5 hangups. But you have to call 25 of those before you're going to find an opportunity. You call 5 people you already know, and that's going to be 5 referrals.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
is the truth of this business.
And the
And
crazy
so,
part is, sorry,
yeah,
the crazy part is I have 6,000 people in my database.
yeah,
I have no
well,
reason to be doing anything else.
and so, I'm already speaking to 2 of you about helping you get assistance so the assistants can be focusing on your non-income producing tasks so that you can focus on making your phone calls and only that. Because there's going to be a point where the light bulb goes on and you realize that your business is the people that you already know, and there's so many of them that you don't have time to call them all. And so, for every hour that you spend on administrative tasks, you need to duplicate that with 2 hours of calls, and you realize I could be on the phone for 6 hours.
Yeah.
When am I going to have time to show property? I don't have enough time in my business. I need help. And that's where I'm hoping all of your light bulbs go on and all of you that your pipelines are filled before the end of Mega, that you have 3 transactions closing next month, 3 transactions closing in September, already set to go, that you have 6 to 8 transactions set up and ready to go by the time that you're out of Mega and have those points from just following this homework that I'm giving you. So good job, Amrit. Mary Warrenberg, hello.
Hi, good morning. So yesterday, I took the opportunity of calling the grabber, and out of the 9 phone calls that I made, I have one listing, not a listing, I have one lease appointment set up for this Thursday, and then I have another possibility, but I have to get back with him, and so we'll see how that goes.
Opportunity. Time well spent. Good job. Carolina, hello. Caroline, sorry. Oh, hi.
Hi. So I was making phone calls yesterday. I was actually uh doing ISA department phone calls yesterday. So I was calling the attempt to reach and got a conversion there. Ended up chatting with this one girl for like 15 minutes on the phone, believe it or not, and we hit it off so well. So claimed that lead. She's looking for an apartment, single mom of 2. And then when I was calling like my sphere, I found out that 3 of my friends from high school are looking for apartments. So one in July, one in August, and one in December. So I have those lined up as well, reconnecting with them.
And I just want to just throw that out there that this apartment gig, it's no joke. I mean, they're doing 100, 200% 1 month's rent. You're making 300% more on an apartment than you are leasing. So if you think apartment hunting is a waste of time, it is the easiest way to make money on planet Earth. You are referring this person to the apartment complex, and thank God we have Kamei and Miguel helping us with all of our invoicing, because getting paid from these things is like getting your teeth pulled, but they're helping us with that and get in network with these people, which is why we created the apartment locators group, which is why we're going out in the field and actually showing up at the apartment locator's place so they can see 50, 100 of you and like, okay, I better pay my bills because there's something special going on here. And we're recommending those apartments that are in network with us that are paying their bills. So good job, everyone. All right, we're gonna do a quick review recap of yesterday. you had an exam to take, and I looked, and you passed it. So good job. Thank you for all that watched the Kobe Bryant video. Is there anybody that wants to share something with the class if that video really impacted you? I find that to be one of the most impactful videos in helping me stay centered in what it is to be a salesperson and how seriously we should be taking our sales business. It's really easy to think, I'm a real estate agent, come to the office every day and just kind of wait for the opportunity to come to us. But then you realize every single aspect of me being a salesperson, I need to put under a microscope and I need to fine tune every bit of it. How I say hello, how I start my conversations, my objection handling, everything. Birdie.
A part of the video that really stood out to me when I was watching it, because it was all great, but the one specific part is he was mentioning how, like if you say I don't know how, that like promotes creativity to figure out how you can do it, while saying I can't do it, or he builds up that mental block that you have to get over before you can even start solving the problem. So I really liked that because I never thought about that. So that was something that stood up.
Thank you, Birdie. Jennifer.
For me, the video that impacted me the most was the Simon Sinek video.
We're getting there, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
You can take that one now for sure.
Oh, okay. That bagel analogy where he was talking about it's free, you just have to go get it, and then the person was like, "But look at that line." That really impacted me. And then I started noticing that a lot of those people around me have the same mentality, and you find out that when you're surrounded by that, you're going to be that way too, unfortunately. And so it really got me really thinking about, how easy was it just to take it from the box and get what you want. So thank you for that. I loved it.
Yeah, show me your friends. I'll show you your future. That there's a book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, that talks on that subject greatly. So yes, excellent takeaway, Mary, and then Amrit.
Okay.
Mary, you somehow it turned back on. You're
So
on mute.
I didn't realize my hand was raised, but I'll go ahead and share. I guess one of my biggest takeaways was the perspective of looking at ourselves introspectively and looking at our weak spots as a motivation to try to find things to improve and how to improve and what we can do to get better in those areas. So just the motivation of positive thinking and changing my mindset and making that switch to when I am working, not to let other distractions get on the way.
Ooh, yeah, distractions are a disease for your business. There's one thing that I was taught when I was young that has stuck with me all these years, and it's actually something that I had learned about when you're remodeling a house. And I've applied that to all of my businesses, including my real estate business, including Realty Texas, is you take the worst room of the house and you make it the best. And then now you find the worst room in the house again, which wasn't the worst room in the house to begin with, but you just keep doing that. And that eventually will continue on what I call better and better. Today better than yesterday, tomorrow better than today, and continue improving. Because it's critical that we have a commitment to ourselves and our business to continue improving. So who we are today, a year from now, is going to be a shadow of the greatness that we were to become. Amrit.
Yes, Jack. Coincidentally, I had my first icebreaker speech at Austin Toastmasters last night, at 6:15 p.m. Thank you. And his video gave me the perspective that you audit yourself. It's about self-audit, and you make sure that all the feedback that you get, you use it as fuel to your fire. So,
Yes.
before I would have probably thought, beat myself up. Oh, I should have done this differently. Yesterday was just simple audit. I took all that feedback and I'm just gonna put back in and deliver the best speech probably 10 months from now at the Austin Toastmasters one day. So it's incredible. The perspective change was incredible. Yeah.
I love it. Jeanette, thank you, Amrit. I'm very impressed.
So I love the motivation. I'm just like so happy. I made my calls yesterday. I'm sorry, I'm jumping out of and I set an appointment for Saturday. The one of my clients that I called didn't have, but he was like, "Hey, my client's just called. He's so it works. It works. It just so he just called me and I set an appointment for Saturday at 11 o'clock with a new client that's looking to buy. So um, I've always been a Kobe fan. I've been a Laker fan for years. I went to go see him play at Staples Center in San Antonio, which San Antonio fans were terrible to me because I was wearing a Laker fan. But it keeps me going every morning. Like when I can't get out of bed, I always think of him and his voice saying, "Jeanette, get up and be better than you were uh, before you fell asleep." So you know, it's great.
All right, Jeanette. So as a fellow Lakers fan, we're gonna play a little game. I say Lakers, you say. I say Lakers, you say. Come on, Jeanette, play the game with me. No? All right, fine. I, I lived in LA for a decade and I was always going to the Lakers game at the Staples Center in LA. And it's I say Lakers, you say go. Lakers go. Lakers go. All right.
You wanted me to,
Yes, I wanted you to play the game with me, but you didn't. So I just sat here like an idiot by myself. But that's
I'm sorry.
okay. I'll forgive you someday for it. All right, I'm just kidding.
I will get you to the Lakers, at the Spurs. And then the next time I go, I will invite you to go because I go every time to the Spurs to go see the Lakers, even though, I just, it's an hour and a half away, but I'll make it up to you. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so this sheet on the screen, I want to make sure that you guys are plugging into this because this is important after mega stuff. So don't lose sight of where you should be showing up because the more you show up here, the more you're connected, the more it's going to help your real estate career. The top producers are always the ones that are showing up, that are engaged, that are giving back, that are involved, and all of this is going to help you. So the book club, showing up to our monthly business meeting, doing your call shift, doing open houses, going to our weekly sales meeting, coming to the Tech Tuesday for your advertising. All of this is kind of a one-shot piece of paper that kind of gives you an idea of where you can plug into that's going to really, really help you. We talked about yesterday that there's going to be great group breakout sessions. Today, you're going to start seeing points for those breakout sessions, and we're already going to get the first leaderboard to find out who is in the top 5 in terms of points. And Lisa's going to share that with us here in a few moments. And so again, today we're going to have the first points in our breakout sessions. So when you pick that group captain, you're going to be presenting for your group as the leader for your group. And remember, we have a rule that you can only be a group captain once per day. So if you get into the second and third and fourth group breakout sessions today, remember, pick someone who hasn't yet been a group captain. When we get to the last Thursday of the month, which is actually, yeah, in your last Thursday Mega Mini, we have our UVP presentation that's going to be live. Now you can do video, but we ask you to do it live, but it's your choice. You're going to be grading your fellow students, dress to impress, recite your UVP without reading it. So you've already started your mission statements. We're going to work on those a little bit more. Those are the precursor to you really getting a really good handle on your value proposition so that you can stand up in front of the class and land it. And Toastmasters, like Amaret was talking about, is really great because sometimes we know the information, but when we get in front of people, we end up with so much anxiety that our mind goes blank and we don't know what to say anymore. That's why I want you to stand up in front of the class because that is going to be the hardest thing. And when you do the hardest thing, everything else becomes easy. And so when you do this, and then the next time you're at an open house, that's going to be a million times easier. So we want to make it hard on purpose so that you break the ice mold of what is actually hard, because once you've done something that's exponentially harder, everything else seems easier. And I don't want this to seem hard in front of customers at an open house or at a Toastmasters event or at a little coffee clutch in the morning at a chamber meeting or something like that. So also how you show up, how you're dressed, and we're going to learn a lot from a very, very powerful person today. Her name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and we're going to be watching quite a few of her videos. And after you've watched these videos, it's going to change how you approach phone calls, how you approach conversations, and it's going to make you a lot more impactful on the phone. So I'm really excited to get you through these. Now, remember, we're going to ask you to memorize the 23 contract paragraphs and memorize the titles of the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics so that we can take ownership of that. But there are 4 reasons I ask you to do this. Raul had them last week. What are the 4 reasons that we ask you to memorize the contract paragraphs? It helps make you take ownership of it. It helps sales agents have a better respect for your contract, which is one of your most important tools. Your clients expect you to know the contract, and under it all, you know that. And when you're going through the contract and you don't know it very well and you're a little bit timid, you're afraid for them to ask questions. Now you're going to be excited for them to ask you questions because you're going to have the answer, which means you are going to have a lot more confidence in going through the contract. And I want to give you that confidence because confident agents are successful agents. And it's going to make you a better negotiator. Those who know the contract better will always be a better negotiator. So we're going to go through it together. So we're going to do a cadence. You're all at home, so just leave yourselves on mute. Everybody in your house is going to be hearing this or wherever you're at. That's okay. When you see it pop on the screen, I want you to say it out loud. Paragraph 1, parties. And I want to see your lips moving. So we're going to start over. Paragraph 1, parties.
Parties.
Paragraph 2, and mute yourself. I want you guys at home, not here. So just make yourself mute, and I'm going to see all your lips moving. All right. Again, paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph
Parties.
2. All right. I'm going to mute you guys for you. All right.
Thank you, Jack. Oh, that's funny.
Debbie, I'm muting you. Okay, there we go. All right, paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Lisa, can you help me with your muting? Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, brokers or sales agents disclosure. New paragraph for us. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, prorations. Paragraph 14, casualty loss. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney's fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representations. Paragraph 20, government requirements. Paragraph 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreement of parties. In paragraph 23, consultant attorney before signing. I know that you all have some flashcards. If you put the number on one side and the answer on the back, it's going to help you. Using flashcards makes us feel a little bit like we're back in college. That's okay because we kind of are. We're at Realty Texas University right now learning our 23 paragraphs. And so do not hesitate to grab some and scribble on them if you haven't picked up any from the office. But this is a task that I really, really want you to accomplish. This alone is going to give you more confidence. And someone comes at you and says paragraph 21, you're like, notices. You know the contract, you know it well. And so that starts with knowing how it all fits together and knowing what each paragraph has in it. The same is true for the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics, like I mentioned before, and like I'm going to mention again in Mega, and I did yesterday as well. that the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics, the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice is not the golden rule. It's not a golden thread. It's not treat others how they want to be treated. People see this word ethics and they think, oh, I'm ethical, so just by nature of me being somewhere near it, I'm subscribing to it because I'm ethical, and yes, I am. That's not what the Code of Ethics is or are. The Code of Ethics is a set of business rules, promises, sandbox rules that says when I'm out in the field, when I'm representing clients, customers, and the public, that I'm going to follow this set of processes, standards of procedures, SOPs. And so those are promises, and we can't follow the promises if we haven't read them. And so you need to not just memorize the 17, but you need to read the entire Code of Ethics, and that's going to be a homework assignment. And I'm going to quiz you, and we're going to have a bomb. No, we're going to have a Cahoots quiz, and that Cahoots quiz is the winner is going to get a gift card. But the idea here isn't to memorize all 5 pages of the Code of Ethics. It's to memorize the paragraph titles, but have read the entire code. And when you have questions, I want you to highlight it. And when we get into Module 3, then you can bring me questions about the Code of Ethics, and we will unpack it. I was chairman for Texas Realtors Professional Standards back in 2020. I've been a member of Professional Standards and an ombudsman for Texas Realtors for more than 15 years. If you have any questions, you can bring it to me. There, again, this is the Code of Ethics acts as a mutual agreement between real estate agents and National Association of Realtors. And when you break or breach or don't uphold the promises you made, there are sanctions, and you can be found in violation of the Code of Ethics. And we're going to really break that down in another class, and we're going to dig into this. But I want to make sure you guys are reading it, because so many agents just don't. And what a stain on our profession for those agents who have gotten this far in the business and have never taken the moment to read something that they promised that they would subscribe to and don't even know what they are. This is the 17 that I'm asking you to memorize. Again, flashcards here. And I don't expect you guys to have this done on first day. So good job, Raul, for doing the hard work even before he got an Omega and started working on that. For the rest of you, I know some of you are already getting your points. So I'm very proud when I hear from Lisa that you've done it, because she comes and lets me know who has actually done it. I'm going to hold you to the fire this Mega 18. I want to see 100% of you memorize your 23 paragraphs and your 17 articles of Code of Ethics. I can't even begin to tell you how proud it makes your broker to see our agents memorizing our contract and our Code of Ethics this way. It is a huge, immense set of pride for me. And so please bring that to the table. Okay, we talked about your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. In the first few moments of a conversation, people are going to learn whether or not they trust you in about 8 seconds of a conversation. We're going to hear from Vanessa Van Edwards about that a little bit more later. And so, how we present ourselves, 70% of how someone rates you is based on how you're dressed. And so, when you dress for success, you have a 70% greater likelihood that they're going to trust you just because you look like a professional. And so knowing that you don't dress for yourself, even though it helps your self-esteem and makes you feel better, you dress for your client, you dress for your profession, you dress for your brokerage, then you dress for yourself. And so when we show up and we're wearing a tie and we show up prepared, and that is going to only do well for us when a customer walks in an open house and you're dressed for success. They are looking to determine whether or not you have the ability to help them, whether you have the commitment that they need in a real estate agent for the next 30 days, and what are your ethics. And the fact that you're standing up wearing a name badge and dressing professionally, they already like you more. If you can figure out how to get these 3 things across in the first few seconds, and there's a lot of ways to do that, the clients will feel safe with you. And when they feel safe with you, they're going to start relinquishing control of the transaction. Not that you're going to ever make decisions for them, but when you're giving them advice and they ask for your opinion, it's easier to keep them on the rails and keep things moving forward. You know that something's wrong when your client is emailing you things that they got from ChatGPT or something that you know that they got from another agent because they're talking to other people. When these things are happening, it's an immediate warning to you that either they don't trust your commitment, they don't trust your ability, or they don't trust your ethics, and you need to figure out which one it is quickly. And it could be that you're just not responding quick enough and that they need to get an answer and you're not getting the answer to them quick enough and they go out and find it on their own. Now, again, I'm going to reiterate this one more time. If you stay in constant contact with a client and they have a question and you say, let me get with my team, I'm going to check on a few things and I'll get back with you. They're not going to be calling their friends and chat GPTing it because they know that you're on it. The problem resides when you're not calling them at all. They call you, they leave a message, and you don't return their call. They immediately think that you don't care and that you're not receiving their information and that the ball hasn't even left the court yet or the train hasn't even left the station yet with whatever their concern is. So when the client calls you, immediately call them back and say, you know what, I'm already working on this and I'm checking on a few things in the background. But our goal is not to wait for our clients to contact us. Our goal is to know the profession so well that we can outpace our customers and we can anticipate what questions they're going to have in feeding them information before they ask. And the goal is for your client to never have to ask you a question because you outpace them all the way through the transaction. That's why it's such a great idea for a new customer to sit them at a boot camp, a buyer boot camp, and walk them through the entire process. General information and notice to consumers is a great form to have in your buyer boot camp. We have a session on that during Mega, which I show you how to properly prepare a buyer boot camp, and we have them here at the office. Andrew will act. We've got slides made. Jeanette's done them. Many of you have done them. Saturday boot camps where we'll have a lender come in and you can walk strangers who are just walking in off the street or people that you know because you've invited them to the buyer boot camp and you can walk them through the entire thing. It is a great way to start off right in a transaction and then outpace them. You're going to let them know at the time they're signing the contract of when the checks are going to be due. And you just stay a little bit ahead of them. So you're anticipating what questions they're going to have and feeding them the information. And that's going to make them feel even more safe because they know that you've got them, that they're not going to fall into a pit. But when they start outpacing you, that's when they start getting frustrated and like, well, why am I paying you? I don't understand. You're supposed to be leading me. Lead me because the client's not supposed to be pulling the agent through a transaction. The agent is supposed to stay just a few feet ahead, and you get better and better at that as you're in the business longer. There's 4 major hats that we wear. We've spoken about this as well on Monday, which is the most important thing that a real estate agent can start their business, which is Amrit is learning right now, which is prospecting and who to prospect to and how to properly prospect. And I think that when we pull the layers of the onion back and you start getting better at this, it's going to transform your lives because more business is going to come in. Now you're going to be bringing me different problems. Instead of bringing me, I don't have any money, I don't have any business, it's where do I find the time to fit all of this in because I've got more people that need help than I can possibly help them. Okay, good. That's the kind of coaching that I get involved in. So I'm going to help you then hire an assistant and get the right assistant and start getting administrative tasks off of your table. But prospecting is the key. And if you don't have your pipelines filled right now, which is a listing coming and 2 or 3 buyers that you're working with, you haven't done enough prospecting. So I'm not going to stop with the homework if you're calling your people because in that homework is going to be a 30 days habit that you started in calling those people. And as we get through this and you get all of your contacts imported into your CXM and you turn on your action plans, your CXM is going to start reminding you who to call and when. And that's going to be a game changer because now all you have to do is show up and dedicate the time in your calendar and everything else is thought out for you. So in all of this prospecting, there's one goal from prospecting and only one goal, and it's appointment setting. And that's exactly what Bldg did. And many of you picked up the phone, you made the calls, and you realized I'm not going to convert you over the phone, that I'm going to set an appointment for you and I to meet so that I can get hired. And once I'm hired, then I can start providing you real estate services. So doing the business in the right order is critical. And the conversion of it is getting your representation agreement signed. So prospecting is picking up the phone, calling people, and setting an appointment. Converting is sitting down and getting your representation agreement signed. Once the representation agreement signed, now you've been hired and now you have fiduciary duties and you have brokerage services that you're required to perform. And you're going to perform them all the way through until they get to the other side. Now, don't think for a moment that them signing a representation agreement is that they're promising to buy or sell. That's not what a representation agreement says. A representation agreement says that if they buy, then they are going to use you as a real estate agent. And of course, a listing agreement is also a very important document that I can promise you that most of you, if not all of you, are getting wrong right now. A listing agreement doesn't say that you represent them on the sale of that home. What it says is the brokerage represents them on the sale of that home between those two dates at the price that you got it signed for. And that's an important distinction because so many of you will sit at the seller, sit at the kitchen table, and you'll get a listing agreement signed, and you're talking with the client and you're letting them know this is not the right price to bring this property to market. This is going to damage your sale, and ultimately you're going to net less for the home if you list at this price. And they're thinking, well, no, you're wrong. The seller's right. They've got emotional attachment to the home. So there's 20% more equity based on their attachment that they've attached to it in the first place. But more importantly, they think that if they tack on a little bit extra, that that's going to work out well for them in negotiation. The thing is it's not, because no one's going to show up at the front door in the first place. It has to be priced right to get people interested. It's an unfair comparison to list a property high. The idea that the reason that the agent got the listing agreement signed at the price that was too high in the first place, the reason they said okay, the reason they put their name to it, is because in the back of their mind they said, well, they're going to fail and they're going to lower the price through an amendment, and now I'm going to get the home sold. That is unethical. And it's also completely incorrect, because what we find is the seller doesn't reduce the price, you get fired, and they hire someone who does price it at the right price. And so if you're working with the seller and they're pricing it too high, you need to put structured price reductions in the listing agreement. And that is something that we have an entire 3 hours that we're going to spend on Mega together. Lior.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. I've been on 7 listing appointments in the last 4 months. And same problem. People want to list too high. And I just walked away from it because I got some bad advice. Don't take these listings. Didn't know what to do. But so I'm looking forward to that.
Yes.
How to handle that.
I'm excited to help gear you with the information that you need to approach the numbers in 4 different ways so that there's no way that they can't trust your number. The way that I approach how I share with them what their market value is impossible to refute. And so they're going to immediately get it. So the question isn't anymore, will my home sell for more than what you're recommending? Is this time to sell at all? So that's going to really, really help them. And if it is time for them to sell, they're going to realize that you're the person that's going to be able to net them the most for their home, that you're not going to lie to them, that you're going to be honest with them. And it's not that there's another person out there that could possibly sell your home for more, because it's not possible. Because we know how to sell the home for the absolute most, period, underscore, underscore. We're not trying to make this easier on ourselves by pricing it lower. We're trying to net the seller the absolute most for the sale of their home. And we understand that we're trying to squeeze out every single penny of their equity, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. So we are on the same goal, Mr. Seller and Mrs. Seller, and let me show you how to do that. And then the numbers will make it, again, irrefutable because not only are we going to do a CMA on the comps, but we're also going to do an analysis about how the market has changed since they bought it year over year and where the value is today on a graph from where they were when they bought it. And even maybe the seller bought it before them. And they'll see that graph and how it goes. And it's irrefutable and it's going to change your life. So the CMA class that we're doing together is absolutely critical. Once you've got them to the closing table and you've given the hug and the tears and all of the excitement and everyone's happy and you ring the bell, you're going to stay in touch with them. And often they are wondering if you're going to be a one and done agent, if you're just going to ghost them again, or if you're going to stay in contact with them. And I can tell you that a true professional does not ghost their clients after the sale. A true professional stays in contact with their clients over time. And if you have so much going on in your business that it's made it impossible for you to follow up with your clients, you need to really evaluate what's taking up your time because something is drastically wrong. Because you're a real estate agent. Your job is to help buyers buy and sell, and your client is not the person standing in front of you because you're not a transactional model, you're a relationship model. So your clients are your database, and your clients is everyone who you've ever helped, and calling them is servicing your clients. But if you only focus on the person who's standing in front of you today, then you're a transaction model. And a transaction model doesn't have value. A lifetime relationship with your clients has value. That's the only way you're going to create a referral-based business. That's the only way you're going to have constant referrals coming in. So if you've been operating a transactional model in the past, you need to identify that. Really ask yourself if that's really what it is that you want in your business, to be chasing leads for the rest of your life, or if you want to have referrals coming in constantly. And if the answer to that question is yes, you need to convert from a transactional model to a relational one. And that can only happen by servicing your clients, which is making the phone calls that we're making in Mega right now. You have a choice in life of how much you're going to earn. You have a choice of what jobs you're going to go after. You have a choice of how much money you want to earn in real estate. Your income in real estate is not just an accident. It doesn't just happen. It is a choice that you make, and the choice is made on the 1st of January of every year. The 1st of January, when you set your goals, hello, Mary Beth Ray, you jump in and you make that choice and you set and you actually create a plan of how much money you want to make, and then you reverse that into a set of actions. We have a business plan that we're going to help you with, and that business plan is going to really help you be able to forecast your income and what tasks are necessary to materialize that income so that you have consistent income for the rest of your career so that you never have to worry about the numbers again, so that your pipelines are filled and that you remove that cyclical feeling that happens when you're closing out a transaction and you've got nothing in the pipeline and no money coming. That is a very stressful place for a real estate agent to be, and usually in that moment they're questioning whether or not they want to stay in real estate at all, because that having no idea if another check is going to ever come, that's a lot of stress. And you can put that to bed by never stopping prospecting in the first place. So by having a goal, it's halfway reached. We talked about that on Monday. So we need to know the goal. So the goal setting and the business planning is critical. And Lisa and Andrew both split that in January. Will sit with you and do your goal planning every year. So we have a special guest. Her name is Mary Beth Ray. She has been so gracious in giving some of her time to you today to address the class. So thank you for being here, Mary Beth. Let me pin you and spotlight you for the whole class. Good morning, Mary Beth.
Hi, good morning.
Mary Beth, which mega did you go through?
Oh, Lord. I can tell you it was May of 23. Does that tell you what number that was?
I'm pretty sure you were in Mega 15.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what impact did Mega have on you and your business? Or did it?
A lot. A lot. And I'll just for those of you who don't know me, I am a broker associate, and I love being under Jack. I love that Jack's my broker. And of course, I'd been in business for quite a while before I came to Realty Texas and thought I was successful, but I had never memorized the paragraphs of the contract and was actually shocked and a bit challenged about that in memorizing the code of ethics. So I will challenge y'all to do it because it makes a huge, huge difference when you know that contract forwards and backwards and inside out. So that was one of the best. Probably the next best thing was the open houses, that I had never approached open houses the way that you taught them. And I thought I was good and successful, but wow, what a game changer your the way that you teach it to do it is. And it's made all the difference for me and for the area that I farm, that is my neighborhood. Makes a big difference.
What advice would you give an agent that says that open houses are outdated and something that we shouldn't do anymore?
Not true. Not true at all. And especially now that there's so many unrepresented buyers who are afraid to sign that thing. That I know that there was a lot of people who used to go out and show houses and not get that buyer rep agreement and all that stuff. But there's even more people going. And now they have a reason to go to open houses because they don't want to sign a buyer rep agreement, and they're out looking. They think they can just go in and look. And I will tell you the number one thing, which of course my husband, God love him, he is a licensed agent. He does work a full-time job, but he stays licensed to help me and to do all the things that I need done. And one of his things that he literally told someone recently that his title is Executive Vice President of Signage. And he puts out signs, and we have done this tug of war of he thought 3 or 5 or whatever was fine, but I'm telling you, put out those signs because it displays your name, and you need to have your own personal ones and Realty Texas name, because I have picked up so many listings from people going, I want her to sell my house, because they see signs everywhere, and it makes a big difference. And
so
then,
how many people are showing up to these open houses?
well, on average, and I tend to count groups, not people, because groups are husband, wife, kids, or a woman and her mom, or whatever. And so on average, I average anywhere from 15 to 20 groups on average, but on a lot of them in my neighborhood, I will end up with 40 or 50 groups of people at an open house, either on a Friday night or a Saturday or Sunday. The least that I've ever had, which actually was last Sunday, which was, of course, 4th of July weekend, July 5th, I only had 5 groups. But still, I mean, they're a neighbor came in, they're thinking about selling. And that particular listing, I picked them up because of another one last month that they came in. They saw so many people, they stood in the kitchen and waited their turn to talk to me and said, we want you to sell our house. I was like, okay, when would you like to do that? So booked the appointment, went and did it, booked it, and now we're under contract on that one. So open houses make a big difference.
So let's talk about being involved in your community.
Okay.
Obviously, you are a leader when you're a real estate agent, and we need to represent our clients, our profession, our brokerage, and our own businesses with excellence. But part of that is being connected in the community. Talk to me about ways that you've been in the community and how some of the relationships with the different governmental entities and organizations have helped you directly in your business.
Well, I do believe in being involved. I love my neighborhood, and I love being involved. I love making a difference. I happen to be president of my neighborhood. It is a voluntary, it's not an HOA. Some people think that that's better. It's a lot of work. And I even know the mayor personally, and he joked to me in a conversation recently that he bets I get more phone calls and emails than he does as mayor, because my neighborhood, there's 1,542 homes. That's a lot of houses. That's a lot of people who want to, because we're not an HOA, people want to complain about this or that or whatever, and they think that I can fix it. When really, we do have a code, a city code of ordinances that people should follow. I just tend to be a source of a source. And so I made a point to take University, which is a class that the City of Round Rock, the Neighborhood Services Department, offers. and it's an 11-week class. The next one is starting August 24th for anybody who lives in Round Rock and wants. You have to live in Round Rock to take the class, but every Monday night you go, they feed you dinner, and they take you and they introduce you to a different department in the city. So you get to go to the fire department, to the police department, to the utilities department, to all the different departments. And most of the time, all the city council people and the mayor, they come to different ones of those and introduce themselves. So you get to know them on a face-to-face, first name basis. And I did that, I don't know, 9 or 10 years ago. And I really believe in it. And I encourage people to do it all the time because I feel like that helps you understand. Most people don't like the bureaucracy of some things that government does, but it helps you understand they're people too. And their goal is to obviously make the city better. And it takes people to make the city better. So I, choose to be involved. But one example, I'll give you two. Well, one example was recently I went on July 4th to a listing appointment. Somebody texted me on Friday, said, "Can you come?" I went and met with the people, and she told me that several of her neighbors had each told them to use somebody different. And she said, "Nope, I'm going to call Mary Beth Ray because she knows this neighborhood." So then she told me that 2 years ago, the reason she wanted to use me was because 2 years ago, we had a situation near and around our neighborhood of homeless people had moved in and set up camp and was unsightly and whatever. And I took the bull by the horns and I went down to the city council and I addressed it, and I addressed it with the police chief. And we eventually got the homeless people the help that they needed to get them where they needed to be and not camped out of my neighborhood. And this lady said, "I told my husband I'm using Mary Beth because she cared enough about this neighborhood to make sure that didn't move into our neighborhood." And so that meant a lot to me to have somebody tell me that. The second example is that I went to the Williamson County, 5 Points Board of Realtors is what it's called now. But earlier this spring, they did, they offered where the mayor, the chief banks, police chief, and the Round Rock ISD superintendent came to speak. And then they each got 30 minutes and did a question and answer. And the mayor had talked first. And then the mayor talked so long, he didn't take any questions. At the very end, they were kind of running out of time. And I stood up in the back, raised my hand, and said, "No, wait, I have a question for the mayor." And because he knows me, he looked back and said, "Yeah, Meredith, what's your question?" And I said, "Hey, why is it that all the other businesses in Round Rock can open up at whatever time they want to on Saturdays and Sundays, but my real estate business can't put out signs before noon?" And he goes, "Why is that a rule?" I said, "I don't know." And he goes, "That sounds like a dumb rule." And he says, "I'll look into it." He goes, "I promise you, I will look into it." So he's called me multiple times and texted me, and he's had the city attorney looking into it, the city manager, and even the neighborhood services. They called me last Thursday. And now this next coming Wednesday, it's on the planning and zoning agenda that it is finally, they're going to address why we can't put out open house signs. Because I do them on Friday nights and I get phone calls because y'all know open house signs are not cheap. And if they pick them up, they keep them. They don't give them back to you. Even if you pay the little sticker that if it's out there when it's not supposed to be out there, they'll take them. Well, they are literally going to change the city ordinance for me because I begged. And so you can make a difference. And so it's supposed to happen now here in the month of July. So yay.
So we are calling Mary Beth Ray the grassroots warrior for Realty Texas, getting out there and doing the hard work and, looking at these things and saying, this doesn't make sense. Let's talk to our leaders and being accountable, but also showing up and building that relationship with the leaders in the first place so that they do call on you. And so thank you, Mary Beth, for being a leader in the community. Thank you for finding your way to our family. Thank you for being such a huge part of it and being a mentor. Going through Mega and doing such a great job with your clients and your open houses and your business. You're one of our top agents at Realty Texas, and you're really killing it. You're probably having one of the best years you've ever had this year.
I've been busy. I definitely, it was fun to ring the bell, and I really wanted Danielle, who's on my team. She worked so hard on that short sale, so it wasn't about me, but I appreciated that Andrew pushed me because he's like, no, you sold several. And I said, several or 7? And so I really appreciated that y'all gave me the opportunity to ring the bell, because sometimes I do feel, like I'm so busy that I don't take time to appreciate, everything. But I couldn't be as successful if it was not for y'all and the staff and everything that y'all do and that you teach, because it is important. And I'm going to jump back on that open house thing again, because I want people to understand. I put a sign out in the yard every single time that says neighbors welcome. And that is so critical, because neighbors come in and they say, I'm just a nosy neighbor, but I saw your sign, so I knew then I was welcome to come in. And guess what? Nosy neighbors sell houses. They're coming to check out the competition. They want to know, what's going on. Or even better, nosy neighbors have friends and family that they want to move here. And so they want to check out. And so then they'll say, hey, can you watch for such and such? This is the 2-story with the pool. My parents really want just a 1-story. And so you just never know who's going to walk through that door. And the other big piece of advice that I learned from Jack is to just let them come in, say, welcome, have a look around. Let me know if you have any questions, and shut up. And as you can tell, I like to talk a lot. And so that's hard, but boy, when you shut up, it draws them to you. So don't just keep talking and getting all nervous and whatever, just let them come to you, and they will. They'll come to you and ask you, especially when you know the neighborhood. And that's something I do every single day, is I know my neighborhood. I know the comps. And when somebody says, hey, how come such and such hasn't sold? I'll ask them, have you been in that house? And you got to go in them to know, why is that one a comp and why is that one not a comp? And I get calls almost every week from appraisers who are trying to do an appraisal on a house in my neighborhood. They say, well, I've been told by 3 agents, you're the woman to talk to that can help me understand the comps. So, that means something if appraisers are looking to you for advice. So anyway, thank you for giving me the chance to talk and share.
Thank you, Mary Beth, for sharing more about your business. Raise your hand if you want to close 7 transactions in 1 month. Well, you know what? You mimic Mary Beth Ray, because she is living the life. She's doing it. Let's give her a huge round of applause. A mega thank you. Thank you, Mary Beth, for being here, for being a huge inspiration to all of us, and for being such a huge role model for the entire real estate profession. You are loved, admired, and appreciated. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
Madam Ormsby, I am to understand that you have some points. So Lisa is going to take us off to break. It's 10:07. So she's going to talk about the leaderboard of where you are with your points coming out of the first day. So don't think for a moment that the people who are in the top 5 right now are going to still be the people who are in the top 5 on the last day of Mega. But we're going to do something a little different that we've never done before. The person in number 1 spot is going to receive a $25 gift card every single Mega. So, all right, Lisa, who is in our number 5 spot?
Well, I do want to start with, we already have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 people that have finished their Fairhaven, 3 that have done C2EX, and 2 that have already recited their 1 to 4, and 1 that has already recited their articles. Wow. So we're already off to a good start. We're only on day 3, technically. Well, day 2 of mega training, day 3 of the month. So in number 5 position with 3,775 points is Danielle Gonzalez.
Congratulations, Danielle. Excellent work. That's awesome.
In 4th place with 3,825 points already is Renee Pretty.
Good job, Renee.
In 3rd place with 5,275 points, and by the way, this person already has a under contract, so that was pretty helpful for her, is Birdie Irwin.
Congratulations, Birdie. Way to show up.
In 2nd place with 5,825 points, and I know this person is not going to stay there because they won't let that happen, is Raul Higgins.
Ooh, Raul. Good job.
And then in 1st place with 6,075 points, and she's very determined to get this done with also a buyer rep under contract, is Jeanette Ibarra.
All right. So in first place with 6,075 points is Jeanette Rivera. Congratulations. You are the recipient of the $25 gift card that will be available on Friday in Miguel's office. Raul in second place with 5,825 points. Birdie in third place with 5,275 points. Renee Pretty in fourth place with 3,825 points. And Danielle Gonzalez in fifth place with 3,775 points. Is that correct, Lisa?
That is, I do want to remind you all, you've got to put your points in the point tracker. So some of you I already know are going to go up on the list. If I can't, it's really difficult to find it in the post. Some of you responded to somebody else's post and it gets buried. So put it in the post because it's fun to share with your classmates, but then copy and paste and put it in the tracker for me so I can verify that you earned those credits.
All right, so as you've probably guessed, when we begin each mega module, we're going to spend the first hour doing a review, take break, and then we're going to jump into the mega. Thank you, Lisa, for all your hard work on calculating the points. It is 10:11. And thank you again, Mary Beth Ray, for being a special guest on our Mega 18. I'll see you all back after break at 10:21. Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. We're going to jump right into module 2 of our mega series. We have a lot to cover. We never have enough time together. And so we are going to get through this as best as we can. Remember, this is for some of you, you're getting CE hours for this. We need your videos on. If you're not getting CE, then we understand. But we still ask that even if you're not getting CE, that you have your videos on and that you participate in class. You will get pop-ups from me and Lisa asking you to turn your video on. We want you to be part of this. And if we're seeing a sea of people have their videos off, then that takes away from what it is that we're trying to build here with Mega. Lisa.
I'm sorry, really quickly, you guys, I need you to please, please, please change your name and put CE after your name, like you see on Sharon and Lior. If you want the credit, I need to know that, because if I don't get that in and Miguel turns it in, you don't get credit, CE credit. You get credit for the class, but not CE. So make sure you do that so we're crystal clear that you want the CE credit.
See the sea of names, see the sea of faces. You see all your classmates. Find your own photo in that sea and hover over your photo. You'll see the 3 dots. Click the 3 dots and there's a rename feature and you'll see it right there. Okay, thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. All right, so we are in Mega Module 2. Before you know it, week 1 will be gone and we will be into week 2 and then week 3. The Mega thing goes by really, really quickly. Before you know it, we'll be in week 4 and you will say, where has all of this time gone? Time is our most valuable resource, and how we spend it matters. How we wake up and how we frame our day matters. Everything from waking up in the morning and having that first win. I'm going to share a video that you've probably seen over the years. You've seen sound bites of this. This is something that has even impacted Miguel. This should impact you. Starting your day right. Let's hear from the Admiral.
If you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made. That you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had 1 American Indian, 1 African American, 1 Polish American, 1 Greek American, 1 Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and 1 special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down in the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive the freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted, and somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today.
So let's talk about some of the things that you can find relatable into your real estate business in this very uplifting speech. But before we do, if you've served our country, please raise your hand. Thank you, Raul. Thank you for everyone who has served. Thank you, Renee. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so start your day with a win. Start your day with making your bed. There's a lot, obviously, more that we're talking about here than just making your bed. It is a frame of mind. It is the first win of the day. Wake up, look at your hand, find the things that you're grateful for, then make your bed, then start your day. That is the beginning of your day. Throwing in some yoga never hurts. Get yourself in the right mindset. There are a lot of bullies in this world. You're going to find bullies in real estate. You're going to find people who are going to make you doubt yourself. Having a community of people that you can trust and rely on really helps make your brotherhood of real estate a completely different thing. Your real estate agents that are in the trenches with you every single day are always willing to help you. We have your back. Your brokerage has your back. But even greater than that, it's the idea that you're a leader of your business and you're a leader in the community. And what can you do to give your clients hope? What can you do to help make this world a better place, one conversation at a time? Picking up the phone and having conversations with your clients. Sometimes if your goal is to make them have the best day possible based on the conversation that you had, every single person that you walk away from has a little better day because you were in it and that you made that phone call. That should be the goal of your phone calls, is how can I make sure that every single person that I call smiles and has a little better day because of me? Now they're going to associate you with happiness. They're going to be much more apt to answer the call because every time you do, it makes them feel good. They're going to love you. They're going to admire you. They're going to refer you, and you're going to be their real estate agent for life because no one is going to come between you and the impenetrable relationship that you have created with all of your clients. No one, because this isn't a transaction. It is a relationship. And we have to move from a transactional model to a relationship one. And you know that you have a transactional model if you've closed a transaction and you never called them again. And so flipping the switch to the relationship model means that we're calling our people, we're giving them the best day possible, we're giving them value, and we're maintaining that relationship. Who's in it for the relationship model? It means that you've got a lot of people to call. You've got a lot of relationships to reforge. And every single human being that you've ever known deserves that call from you. This is going to be homework to watch this again. And I want you to find some ways even deeper that you can relate to this. Like sometimes when we are in sales and we're in the trenches, sometimes we need someone to help us. And this video, there's a little bit that we didn't show from the beginning of help balancing the load together is what people like Mary Beth do and people like Isolette do, who are always there to help each other out. I can tell you that something that makes me so proud of Realty Texas is our mentors, who are always willing to help out their agents. And sometimes agents come on board and like, I don't want to pay a mentor. Well, it's a pay it forward program because someday you will be a mentor and you will make 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 checks from mentors, and you had to give what, 3 of them up? And so you will get 10 times the amount once you have then earned all of that wisdom and start providing that value to your fellow agents, because our code of ethics says that we'll do just that. It says that we're going to give back. The code of ethics starts with under is all the land, and that we're going to be zealous about sharing with others the fruits of what we've learned in our profession with other real estate agents. So we have that obligation. And so I look forward to reading in Teams what you have to say about watching this video again. Everybody needs a coach because every real estate professional has a room in their business that's in disarray, meaning we all have areas to improve. And some of you started today by saying, I really appreciate Mega because it's allowing me to really introspectively look at my business and say, what is in disarray and how can I start getting better? Because we have a tendency to close the book on the mess, hide the mess, pretend it's not there, and focus on trying to find a client, or ignoring that and just really trying to find ways of getting clients to come to us with some sort of passive act. In passive marketing, 99% of passive marketing is spent with agents trying to put an unbaited hook in the water through social media. And as Amrit mentioned, gosh, I've been spending so much time trying to get people to come to me through social media. I picked up the phone and I called 5 people, and there's like 9 transactions there. What have I been doing? The social media is not designed for you to find new customers. I know that that's hard to hear. I know that's going to frustrate some of you, especially your Xers who are going to say, Jack, you're wrong. And I'm going to say, no, I'm not. You're trying to create a relationship with people, and what you're trying to use social media for is to keep up with those people between the times that you're calling them so they can see what is going on in your life. So the audience of your social media people should be the people who are already your clients. Hey guys, Jack here. You're supposed to be talking to your clients. You're building a referral-based business. But if you're always talking to somebody new, you're talking to the wrong people. I want you to reimagine what your social media platform could be used for. Now, if you want to create a viral platform and you want to be an influencer, that's awesome. I know that 90% of influencers that got in the business to be a real estate agent and found themselves as an influencer is getting paid based on views, and they're not selling any transactions. And they've transferred away from being a real estate agent to focusing just simply on being an influencer, and they're not closing transactions. Oh, wait, Diego Ojeda is a really good example in the Austin marketplace. He's turned himself into an influencer. He hasn't sold any homes. And I think that this is a very good example of someone who really tried to build a real estate model on being a social influencer and fell into the world of being an influencer and has left real estate behind. And if that's your goal and you want to use this as a launching point to become an influencer, then maybe that's great. But I can tell you that you can make $1 million a year as a real estate agent focusing on your spheres and growing your database, but it has to be intentional. You have to know who your customers are and love on them. Today, we're going to talk about the rooms that are in disarray and how we can clean them up. And I'm guessing for a lot of you, it's your database. Now, this is going to be a class exercise. We're going to do this together. There's not going to be points associated to this one, but I need to hear from you. Why does every high school, college, pro basketball, pro baseball, pro football team, pro soccer team, why do all of them have a coach? How many of you have kids or have ever had kids that were in any kind of sports? Did they figure it out on their own, or did they have a coach? Why in the world would a child need a coach to play a game? I want to hear from you. Leor.
To teach them and keep them in line.
Okay, Hassan, say that again.
To teach them about the sport and keep them in line.
To teach them how to play the game, keep them in line. I like that. Leor?
Yeah, I was going to say keep them in order and what they need to do.
Okay,
how things work.
Rules to follow.
Teach them the rules. Sherry, Jeanette, Karen, Bertie, Amrit, and then Sharon Barton. Let's start with Sherry Autry.
Leadership and accountability.
Okay, Jeanette, thank you, just Sherry. Jeanette Yabara.
Discipline.
Discipline. Okay, that's a big one. Karen Ray.
Guidance.
Guidance. Thank you. Bertie.
To see the game outside of a player perspective.
Oh, let them see the game outside the player perspective. Zoom out and see the whole thing. That's beautiful. Amrit?
To hone their innate abilities and sharpen them.
Show me your vulnerabilities. Okay, let them be a little malleable. I like it. Sharon Barton?
To motivate, train, and focus.
Motivate, train, focus. Okay, Renee Pretty.
You show them the encouragement and the guidance they need to be stronger and also the discipline they need to follow through on honing in on their skills.
I like this. I like this a lot. I like what I'm hearing. Mary Warrenberg.
The significance of working as a team.
Oh, that you just gave me goosebumps. You really did. Okay, thank you, Mary. Was there anybody I did not call on? Karen Ray, did I call on you? You had your hand up again. No. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a very interesting question. Before Mega, how many of you had a coach? I'm seeing a few hands. How many of you did not have a coach? So you admit to me that you are going to that you have kids that are playing a game that has a coach. But you got a real estate license and you're running a business and most of you don't have a coach. Does that make sense? Does that at all make sense at all that your kids have a coach to help them get better at playing a game, but you don't have a coach to help you get better at the one thing that is making hope likely creating generational wealth for your family for generations? To me, that doesn't make sense. There's one thing that none of you said that really surprises me that as part of what they're teaching your kid to do in the game. There's one word that I didn't hear.
Skill.
Teach them to win. Winning's not everything, but is the coach there to teach them to lose? It's to bring out their best and to help them win, to show them their blind spots. So each of you needs a coach and to be open to coaching, and Mega is definitely coaching. We've got different kinds of coaching, business coaching as well. But the coach has a job, but so does the athlete. And in this huge analogy that we're doing, you're the athlete and I'm the coach right now. And my job is to teach you this game of real estate, to teach you to win this game of real estate, to bring out your best, to help you show you your blind spots, because you have blind spots of things that are going on in your real estate business that you're not even aware of. And it's the coach's job to help you see those blind spots. To require you to practice, is a kid going to get good at a sport if they don't practice? You are not going to get good at real estate conversions if you don't practice. And that is one of the reasons why we have the weekly sales meeting, to help you practice your scripts and objection handling, because that's the number one thing in sales. Be honest with you, not placate and not tell you what you need to hear, tell you what you want to hear, but tell you what you need to hear, which means that you need to be open to hearing that. It will always be on a respectful plane, I promise. And accountability is huge. So we absolutely know what the coach's job: teach you to win, accountability, require you to practice, show you your blind spots, etc. But the athlete has a few promises that they have to show up as well. They need to bring their commitment and show up. They need to be open to change, because if they're not, then they're not going to get anywhere, because it's going to require change, changing of habits, changing of practices. Be open to feedback, following instructions and completing assignments, doing the homework. Work hard and bring the fire, and be present here, because this is a big deal. This mega program is a big deal, and you're going to get a lot out of this, and you're only going to really ever have one mega. You're gonna probably show up in future megas like Mary Beth did, and I could tell by the look in her eyes that she kind of wishes she could stay here, because she was linking back to mega and how impactful that was. This is your time. This is your mega. And so put as much of yourself as you can into this, because you will get out of it what you put into this. So work hard and bring the fire and be present and be honest with yourself and the coach, me and Lisa both, and be vulnerable and allow yourself to make mistakes and ask questions, because that's where the growth is really going to come from. I'm going to ask you to make your class and yourself 5 promises, and me, that you're going to make no less than 20 calls every day in Mega. You're going to dress the part when you're at open houses, when you're meeting clients, that you are going to dress the part and you're going to take extra care in that, because you know that 70% of how people perceive you is based on how you're dressing. So I want you to think that through. I want you to master objection handling by learning your scripts and showing up to your sales meeting. Return new leads and web inquiries when clients call you in 20 seconds and be relentless in your follow-up. Do not let the follow-up go. Do not let days and days go by without calling your people. And number 5, you're going to learn your value. Once you have learned your value and what you bring to the table and you can articulate it and it has no question in your mind, 3 things is going to happen. You are going to have longevity in a career. The idea of you leaving the career will probably never cross your mind again. Number 2, it'll give you confidence. And that confidence will be infectious because people want to be around people who are confident and successful. And as long as you keep your ego in check and you're grateful and thankful, that confidence is going to come across as a huge asset to you. And number 3, you're going to be able to get more representation agreements signed, both on the buyer side and on the landlord-seller side. Lior.
Yeah. Regarding the value proposition, how do you bring yourself to have that confidence when you're in the business for 8 months? You're going on appointments, you're doing all this stuff, you're following up, you're getting in front of people, but like maybe you're a good salesman, but you don't know the real estate business. You've never made a transaction.
Okay, so Lior has an objection to himself. Okay, so he has an objection to himself. So let me help Lior overcome his own objection. But let me ask you a question, Lior. Did you have that same objection when you were going through pre-license and what you thought you would be when you had the license in your hand? Was that same objection back then? Or did it materialize after you got your license?
Well, it was in my head, of course, how am I going to do this? But I just kept saying, and I still do, I keep saying, I'll figure it out. I'll just keep learning. Time.
All I need is that license, and once I get the license, I'm going to be successful. But right now,
I'll figure
all I
it out.
need is the license. Okay, so I'm going to give you a script, and this script is going to change your life. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I have a management team standing behind me that has over 100 years of experience, and they're watching every single thing that I do. So not only do you get me and my time and my availability, but you get my management team as well. And that's not something that you get with every agent. That value proposition is real. They're looking for 3 things, and one of them is commitment. And you have just underscored your commitment and your ability. Now, the only thing that's left is ethics. You will raise an objection for yourself much greater than the client would. The client's looking at you and they're thinking, this person has a real estate license. They've been granted approval by the state of Texas to go assist people through broker and supervision. We all start somewhere. They don't expect you to know it all, but they expect you to show up and have their best interest in mind. And that you're going to make sure that you have the answer. Now, a lot has changed in the last 24 months in real estate, so we are kind of all starting over. And so at least you're not muddled up with all of what came before, and that you showed up today with commissions where they are, with agency where it is, and you're learning the business now, not learning how to redo the business from the beginning. But at the end of the day, it's about being a salesperson. How do you have confidence? You have to have confidence in your team, because the feeling that you have right now in the first 8 months is the same feeling you're going to have 2 years from now. And the same feeling you're going to have 3 years and 4 years from now. And about year 5 in the business, you're going to like, wait a minute, I think I've got this. But it's going to take you 5 years before you wake up one day and say, you know what? I really feel like I got this. And in those first 5 years, again, 97% of agents in the market, well, that's actually not true. 85% of real estate agents in NAR right now have been in the business for less than 5 years. So 87% of the agents out there are faking it until they make it. That's the reality.
How does that all align with ethics? Fake it till you make it. It's hard for me to do that.
You're not doing that, Leo, or they're doing it because they don't have mentorship. They don't have a management team standing behind them that has 100 years of experience. You need to get to know Michael Potter. You need to get to know Andrew Constancio. You have a mentor and a management team that is going to watch every single thing that you do, and you need to show up. You need to be present and you need to let them guide you every single day. Because the more you're plugged into them, especially your mentor, you've got this 100%. You're not going to do anything without the assistance of your mentor. So your mentor is your guide and you're guiding the client. The client just wants to make sure that you've got their back. The mentor is going to make sure that you don't make mistakes.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Marcy's been my mentor on one of the listing that I have, and she's been amazing. And it does add confidence for sure.
Well, it's the law.
Yeah, beyond that though.
It's the law. And I just very may be the only broker that gives a flip about that law. It's very true that I just might be the only one. And I take it incredibly seriously. So I've created the strongest mentorship program that I possibly can because I look at the consumer and I think, what do they deserve? Do they deserve an agent who's going to cut their teeth and make their mistakes on their first 10 transactions? Or does the consumer deserve that 85% of agents that they're likely to run into that's in the business for the first 5 years? And that person actually be properly supervised by someone who does have the experience and the wisdom to walk them through the transaction to make sure that mistakes aren't being made. So I take that seriously, and I hold each of you to account to take it as seriously as I do. And
thank you, and I do.
I believe that you do, Leo, and I believe that most of you do. So when I have an agent that comes to me and they have no respect for mentorship and they're a new agent, I don't want them here. Because they're going to give you a bad reputation, because our company is going to get a bad reputation, because they're going to damage the consumer, and they're going to go and they're going to take their grievances out on our social media. That's why we have over 600 five-star reviews on Facebook and we have a 4.9 rating, because we care about our consumer. So everyone starts somewhere, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're going to start somewhere, and you're not going to feel confident until you get to a certain point. But it's the idea that you're not alone. You're not on your own. You have a team of people that is here to support you every step of the way. So thank you, Leor, for voicing that, because I'm guessing there's some other people in class that are in that same position.
Thank you.
Veronica, I see your hand up.
So I hear you on the having a team behind you with over 100 years of experience. What do you do when the client then, I'm not going to say turns it against you, but like, it's like, well, then I don't want to deal with you. I want to deal with the team behind you.
They're not.
But that happened to me.
Okay.
Right? How do I deal with that?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you want to, if you want to get on a Zoom, if the client feels like they've lost confidence, then we'll do a Zoom, and we'll put the client and you and the manager on Zoom, and we'll have a three-way conversation, either with your mentor. Now, there have been times that we have agents who have really struggled, and I want you all to hear this. So please perk up, because this is important. There have been times where we have had agents that were, and I'm not saying this is where you are or what happened, but we had some situations where we had agents way outside their depth, and they were in over their head in a transaction, and they were literally shaking, and they did not know how to help themselves through this transaction. And what I do in those scenarios is I take the mentor and the mentee and I swapped places with them. Now, usually the mentor is in the passenger seat and the mentee is in the driver's seat. And the mentor is teaching driver's ed. There's a, this is how you pump the brakes. They're just think the driver's ed model. And I flipped it and I said, okay, in this transaction, we're going to flip it and we're going to put the mentor in the driver's seat and the mentee in the passenger seat. So the mentee can be a fly on the wall and they can be a wingman and they can watch the mentor do the rest of the transaction. The splits didn't change, but we flipped it because something happened in that transaction to make the consumer lose confidence. Mr. Potter has no less than 10 conversations a day with consumers about miscommunications that happened between our agent and got things back on track. I have trained him for the last 3.5 years to save transactions because that was my number one role as a broker of a small firm initially, was saving transactions and getting the consumer back on track with us. And I did it over and over and over again. And Mr. Potter has become an expert at that. So when you're having an issue with a consumer, remember it's always under one of three umbrellas: ability, commitment, ethics. Potter knows to be breaking it down and listening for certain words to determine competency. They don't have my back. They won't answer the phone. Those are the three things. And they're looking. He's trying to figure out what bucket is the issue originating from, and then give the consumer some confidence in us, get them back on track, and say that he's going to be, there with. And one of the things that I've done that's really helped you guys, and you don't even know that we did it, is every time you have a representation agreement signed, the consumer automatically gets an email that you're CC to that says, here's your management team, and if you have any concerns, please contact your management team. And that is not designed so that we can throw you under the bus, because that will never happen. It's designed to do quite the opposite. It's when the consumer feels like they can't talk to you or feels like that the communication's not working, that they can go to your manager. Because if they don't have a manager to go to, I can promise you they're going to ghost you. They're just going to disappear and you're going to never hear from them, regardless of what representation agreement you have signed. Or you're going to get a call from another agent that says, they're wanting to terminate the representation agreement, which is not allowed, but that's a whole nother story for another day. So if you have a situation with a client and they want to engage our team, great. Our team is going to take it all the way up the ladder and we're going to help them. And if it turns out that we need to switch seats and put the mentee in the passenger seat and the mentor in the driver's seat for that transaction, so be it. And we've done that before. No matter the situation, we will get it back on track. You just have to communicate with your team and trust your team. So that's not always necessary, Veronica. Sometimes it's just putting a Zoom together and having a conversation with the manager, and that's all it needed. Sometimes it's just a 15-minute conversation with the manager and saying, here, we support our agents in the field. Our agents are coming to us on a daily basis because no one is going to have all the answers. The question is yes, this agent has been coming to me and we've been counseling them in the background. And that means the world to the consumers. These are the 5 promises that I need from each of you, to yourself, to your mega class, and there's accountability, but dressing the part, showing up, making the calls, mastering your objection handling, calling leads quickly. Now, let's talk about, we're only have a few more slides. We're going to jump on a break again, but I want to throw this at you. The sheer amount of opportunity that you have with your leads, with your spheres, the sheer amount of opportunity that you have there, and also the sheer amount of opportunity that we have in our database. All of us are only as good as our database. And the Realty Texas database originated from my 1,000 people database. That was the database that started the Realty Texas database. And now we have over 200,000 people in our database. And the supervisor of that database is who? Who is the supervisor of our Realty Texas database?
Gavin.
Gavin. Yes, thank you for knowing that. He is the customer service manager, and he is the one that is managing our database, calling the customers, and making sure that everything is going well. We have someone actually managing the CRM and managing the database, our customer service manager, that's separate from our team lead, Michael Potter, who's dealing with any sort of situation that you have with a representation agreement or a client that's gone sideways, or we need counseling from the client perspective or another broker, or Andrew Constancio is I need to find my next client, or Kamei, I need help with a leasing transaction or apartment management transaction. So you have a very strong and very capable management team here that's able to handle anything, and they come to me 10 times a day, and I'm helping them help you. This is showing how many leads that we have coming in from our own lead generation, just new leads, not to talk about the over 200,000 customers that we already have in our database, but the leads that are coming in our database. We had about 1,200 leads coming in every single month. That is a massive amount of leads, and that generates about 12,000 phone calls every single month. Here's the opportunity, and it's real, that's sitting in our database. Now, if we take out the customers that are in the do not call, we take out the customers that have bad phone numbers, the amount of people left over is 167,087 people in our database that are actively engaging with us. We have put $2.5 million of commission splits into our agents' pockets from our own marketing, meaning that we handed this to our agent opportunity that wasn't there before out of 2,642 transactions. Right now in our opportunity vault, which are customers that we've not yet been able to get in touch with, is 25,000 people. That's a small town of people sitting in the opportunity vault. Leads that Gavin and his team is trying to process right now, there's about 18,000 leads that they're trying to sort through and get them into our pipelines. In our incubate, which means we've spoken to them and they said, yes, you can talk to us again, and we're calling them on a regular basis, is over 16,457 people. In our attempt to reach, just from the leads that have come in the last month that are in the first 7 days, we have 1,620 people that we're trying to reach that's in our database. And our last chance, which means we've gotten to the 6th call and we still haven't contacted them, there's a 90% chance of getting in touch with someone by the 6th call. We have 1,000 people sitting in there, and we have 80 that are sitting in new, which means there's 80 people in new, which means we haven't even made the first call because 30 leads have come in since even Mega started. And I created this about an hour before we started Mega today. There is massive opportunity all around you. And if you don't just take a moment to realize how much opportunity is around you right now in real estate, and you don't soak up that, you should be closing 7 transactions a month, exactly like Mary Beth Ray is. All of you. There's too much opportunity for you not to be closing 7 transactions a month. That is, by the way, $1 million annually in your pocket. Every single one of you has that ability, but how many transactions did you close last month? How many transactions did you close the month before that? How many phone calls did you make last month? How many phone calls did you make the month before that? And those two things correlate in a one-to-one relationship. Phone calls convert to appointments, convert to rep agreements, convert to close-ins, convert to follow-up leads that come into referral-based business, and it feeds my business. Now, there is one person here at the company that has made more than 50,000 phone calls. And she is an ISA 2. We employ her. You probably have all seen her back there. Her name is Juliana Chavez. Juliana comes in on a regular basis every single day. And, for those of you who are looking for an ISA 2 job, we usually have 2 or 3 of them. It's a paid position. And we come in and we're calling the incubate. And it is astonishing to Lisa and I both, and mind-boggling that we have to pay people to come in and call our database because we can't get enough agents to come in and call the database. So it's mind-boggling, really. That should not be a case. All of you should be coming in and blowing up our database because we're literally handing our database to you and saying, Call the people, set appointments, and go sell them homes. We have 160,000 people that are going to give us 167,000 referrals a year. And if even it only pushes at 50%, that's 150,000. That's more leads than 400 people could, or more closings than 400 people could ever close. The amount of opportunity at your fingertips is absolutely crazy. So I've asked Juliana to address you with a couple of questions like, what would you tell someone new in the business? Or what would you tell someone who's shy a little bit? I mean, so I gave her a list of specific questions. So she's going to be responding to the questions that I gave her. So she's got the questions up on the screen and she's answering them. And she did this last night and she did this all for you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juliana with the ISA department here at Realty Texas, and I just wanted to hop on here and talk a little bit about what I do here at the ISA department. First things first, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me today on Mega. I actually did Mega about a year ago, and just remember the whole experience being so inspirational, and I really hope that you guys just soak it all in, and just wanted to give a huge thank you to Jack again for creating such a phenomenal learning experience for us agents. I spend most of my weeks on the phone and calling our tenants, buyers, and sellers, helping qualify our leads, setting our appointments, and connecting people with the right resources. On a busy day, I've made well over 100 calls, and over the course of a month, that adds up to thousands of conversations. If there's anything that I hope you guys take away from today, it's that making calls isn't about being perfect. It's about being willing to help people. When I first started making lead calls about a year ago, I was super nervous. I worried about whether someone would answer, whether I'd say the wrong thing, or what would happen if somebody rejected me. Like most people, I was afraid of hearing no. And I think that's completely normal, and I understand why so many agents avoid picking up the phone. But after making hundreds and eventually thousands of calls, my mindset has totally changed. I stopped looking at each call as a test that I had to pass, and I started looking at it as an opportunity to have a conversation with another person. I realized that rejection isn't personal, and every no is simply part of the process. And every conversation teaches you something that makes you better on the next call. One of the biggest questions I get as an ISA agent is, what do you say in the first few seconds so people don't hang up? For me, it's simple. I try to sound like a real person. I introduce myself, ask how they're doing, and keep my tone friendly and conversational. I don't want someone to feel like they're listening to a script. I want them to feel like they're listening to someone who genuinely wants to help and listen to them. Then I quickly explain why I'm calling and start asking those questions that we have to ask. People don't always remember exactly what you said, but they do remember how you made them feel. If you sound genuine, respectful, and confident, and keep a smile on your face at all times, which you'll talk about here in Mega, they're much more likely to stay on the phone and have a conversation with you. Another thing that I've learned while making my calls is that you have to go into every conversation assuming that the person is a serious opportunity. Jack always talks about looking for whether someone is ready, willing, and able, and that's something I keep in mind every day. When I first talk to someone, I don't assume that they're wasting my time or that they aren't interested. I treat every tenant, buyer, and seller as someone who I'm ready to help. My job is to ask questions, understand their situation, and figure out what they need. As I continue following up later, I start looking for signs that they're ready, willing, and able. Are they responding to our text? Are they answering our calls? Are they asking questions? Are they keeping appointments and taking the next step? Or are they constantly disappearing or not engaging? If they are, then we can reevaluate, but until then, I truly believe that everyone deserves the benefit of the doubt, because you never know where they are in their journey, because even if they're not ready now, they might be another day. And I truly love seeing all of you in our office, but one mistake that I do see some agents make is ending the conversation too early. Someone says, I'm not ready, or I'm not interested, and the agent will say, oh, and hang up the call, and that's the end of the call. Instead, I encourage you to stay curious. I will ask, can I ask what's making you wait, or is there anything that I can answer for you today? Sometimes they're just waiting for better timing, and sometimes they're nervous, and sometimes they simply don't have enough information yet. By asking one or two more questions, you can learn a lot and really keep that relationship alive. I also think that we miss opportunities when we don't ask for our referrals. Here at Realty Texas, we're encouraged to ask for referrals after every single phone call, and I truly encourage you to implement that. Because even if someone isn't buying, selling, or renting today, they may know someone who is, and it only takes a few seconds to ask. You never really know where your next opportunity will come from, so I really encourage you to ask that question. And something else that's really important to me is remembering that you're not just trying to book appointments, we're trying to help people. Sometimes helping people means setting them up with one of our agents, sometimes it means introducing them to one of our lenders, and other times it means a little bit further, like connecting them with one of our credit repair specialists so that they can become homeowners in the future. Because whatever their situation is, we really want to be there every step of the way, because that's what builds that trust and long-term relationships that we strive for here at Realty Texas. Finally, I really want to speak to anybody who's nervous about making calls, because I was in your same shoes. I completely understand why you're nervous, and there isn't a perfect way to do this, and you're probably never going to wake up one day and feel completely ready. The confidence comes after you start, not before. We're all human, and if you mess up your words, that's okay, and if you forget what you wanted to say, that's okay too. People don't want to talk to a robot, they want to talk to someone who's genuine. Hearing no can be scary, but it's also part of the job. Every successful agent has heard more no's than they can count. The difference is they didn't let those no's stop them. They kept showing up, they kept making their calls, and they kept improving. No one is perfect when they first start. We all struggle when we're learning something new, whatever it is. And the only way to get better is by taking action. So my advice is simple. Don't wait until you feel ready. Pick up that phone, have those meaningful conversations, focus on helping the person on the other end, stay positive, stay consistent, and trust the process. Over time, you'll realize that the phone isn't something to fear. It's simply a tool that allows you to build those relationships, create opportunities, and make a real difference in people's lives. Thank you, and I hope each of you leaves here feeling a little more confident the next time you pick up the phone. And I will see you at the ISA department and mega graduation.
Caroline.
Hi, I just wanted to stop in really quick and say, so I've actually just recently been working in the ISA2 role like Juliana, and it's been almost 2 weeks, so very, very new. And already just starting out, like you can tell everything she was saying, like I had felt the same way. I was like, okay, like a little nervous, what if someone asks something I don't know, or what to say on the phone and all these things. And I was training with Gavin, and he had immense support and helped me tremendously. And I would just say already just working all week last week and then on the mega mini days going in as well, like my confidence over 2 weeks has just shot up already. Like getting, used to the phone, not really worried about hitting the next call and knowing what to say. And Juliana's transcripts that I've seen have also really helped me. I've gotten to see a lot of the things she kind of says, and you kind of get into a flow after a while when you're making calls. It's always going to suck at first, getting out of your comfort zone. But then the second you do, you kind of just you stop worrying about it as much, and you just realize there's plenty of opportunities. I've had plenty of conversions already just in 2 weeks of, working on calls, and people have been responsive and working with me. And so I've seen some really good results with it. So even just working in the ISA2 department has been very, very beneficial for myself. I got a lead yesterday that I claimed from working in the ISA2 department. So just put yourself out there, and it's really not that bad. And, just your confidence will grow, and you could surprise yourself, seriously, because I know I have. So I just wanted to say that because I relate to what she was saying. So
Thank you, Caroline, for sharing. You have a very interesting perspective for the role that you've stepped into recently, and so what you say is valuable, and I appreciate it. Jeanette, you're going to take us to break.
Okay, so that gave me goosebumps listening to Juliana. as a seasoned agent that I've been, I never made calls. And when I sit next to her, I learn every time I'm with her, even though I do the Spanish speaking calls, she just is so calm. That gave me like I want to go and make calls right now. It's that inspiring. Thank you. It was great.
Amazing. All right, everyone. All right, let's keep this going. It is 11:17. We're going to take break until 11:27. I will see you back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Yeah, where we need ya. Yeah, where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It is 11:27. Welcome back from our break before lunch. We're going to be going to lunch from 12 to 1, so know that in about 45 minutes that will happen. The 10 rules of engagement, there's a few test questions here. You're already familiar with your test, so the test is pretty easy. I break down the important messages of the day so that you have those as those videos for those of you who watched it. The ability, commitment, and ethics. We've talked about that enough. Likability, your ability to create rapport with someone. That starts with the first conversation. We're going to give you some tips from Vanessa Van Edwards, who owns a company called Science of People. She spent her life helping business professionals gain more confidence and have better conversations, whether it be on the phone or in person. And so she's going to give you some really great techniques that will help you on the phone. Creating meaningful connections by asking questions and listening as if it were a martial art. Getting to Yes and Never Split the Difference. Those two books, I definitely recommend you reading them. That's going to really help you with connecting with people, but also focusing on listening as if it were a martial art. Not just waiting for them to finish their conversation, but actually listening. We have found by going back and listening to phone calls that oftentimes the agent is so worried about what they're going to say that when the consumer says something, they don't actually answer their question. They answer a different question because the agent assumed they understood what they were asking, or the agent heard what they believed was an objection, which was not an objection. It wasn't a rejection, it was a fear, and the agent got defensive. And so, one of the things that I love about our recorded lines is that you have the ability to go back to every single phone call and listen to that phone call again. And I promise you, you will surprise yourself in what you hear from yourself and how you answered their questions. And then you're going to think, oh gosh, I was on the wrong track with that. The very best quality control and QE and training that you can possibly give yourself is going back and listening to your own calls. I highly recommend it. If you want to get better, listen to your calls. It will make you uncomfortable, but it'll be the best thing that you've ever done for your real estate sales business. Learning how to overcome objections and just promising yourself that rejection is not a rejection, and that it's a fear, and try to understand what their fear is and then help them overcome that objection, because there is never a bad time to buy. There could be a bad time to sell. And to compartmentalize your calls. You're calling different pipelines, and the goal isn't to, go up to someone that, let's just take it out into a more personal thing. Someone you want to go on a date with and walk up to them and say, "Do you want to get married?" Because that's not going to go, that's never going to work out well. So we have to take baby steps, and there's no difference in that and then sales. So compartmentalize each one of the pipelines, because you're talking to a lot of different people, and each one of them are in a different phase of the homeownership journey. We often are putting the seed in their head about buying through our Facebook ads. We're continually trying to craft really genuinely fun and engaging uh, ads that we're running on Facebook between Tina and Jesus and our social media team to get them to respond. And so That's different than a Realtor.com lead or a Zillow lead, where someone else put the seed in their head for home ownership and they found their way to Realtor.com and Zillow, and they're a lot sooner in the process because they're already searching. But these people weren't doing that. They saw our ad. Our ad put the idea in their head, and then we responded to them, which means they're a lot earlier in the process. So because we're getting them to them earlier in the process, there's a 180-day tail. So we call a 180-day tail on that lead. So it's going to take them longer to get through that journey because we are catching them earlier in the process. So it's not that it takes them longer to buy a home. It takes the exact same amount of time that person buys a home as it does the Realtor.com or Zillow lead, but you're just catching the Realtor.com and Zillow lead further down the road. And so because we catch them earlier, you have more apt to be able to meet them, go through a buyer appointment with them, give them information and develop a relationship earlier and help them through that journey. But they're going to get scared. And at some point along the line, they're going to say something like, maybe I'm just not ready. And so then our job is to say, we don't sell homes to people. We help them buy on your term and when you're ready. That script, we don't sell homes. We help people buy on their terms when they're ready. It's a script. You need to take that one and memorize it verbatim because you're going to say that about 800 million times over the course of your real estate career because through the process of buying a home, people change their mind 3 to 5 times. And that's not a dead end, but they continue thinking about it. They continue seeing other things and they find themselves right back on the homeownership journey again. The number one mistake I see agents make, and I think you should write this down, is that when they hear a client tell them that they're not wanting to buy anymore, they stop contacting that client. And then they find out 30 days later that they're under contract on a home and they bought without them. It's almost 100% certainty. And it happens almost every single time. And so, one of the things that I try to get Gavin and Kamei to get across to all of you is when you find someone that's not interested, you're still going to call them in about 7 days, in about 14 days, in about 45 days. And you're going to continue those phone calls because they're going to change their mind. Just calling you to check up with you, see if anything's changed with the goals that you have in purchasing a home, or if there's any questions, or if there's any homes that popped up on the home search that you saw that you'd like to see, because we're still trying to get an appointment with them. And what our agents are doing is they're finding out that they don't want to buy and they don't call them anymore. And then our systems are calling 45 days later and they're already under contract. In those 45 days, they went to a model home, they went to an open house. They had already told the agent who was on the phone with them that they're probably not going to buy because remember, they're talking to 3 to 5 people already. They're having 3 to 5 conversations. And so we have 1,200 leads plus coming in every single month, and we're having conversations with them trying to set an appointment. And maybe they're not ready yet, and they're just like, you know what, I'm not quite ready to set an appointment, but and then we say, well, can we keep in touch with you over the next couple months and just check in and call you in about a week? And they are always fine with that. So then we call them and check in. And the goal is for every single conversation, check in. Has anything changed with your goals? Have you seen any properties that you want to see? And can you share with us what you're looking for in a home? And then try to set the appointment and go meet them out in the real world. And because other people are doing that, you can't stop calling them. You have to continue calling them. So this 180-day tail, we're catching them way in the beginning, where this is just a whole new concept to them. And if you try to force them in, let's buy a house today, you're going to likely freak them out and throw way too much at them at once. So we're just continue making the calls, continue following the action plans because we built our action plans to make sure that the client doesn't end up disappearing. Now I've got a few questions on this, and that's okay. Let's get with the questions before I go on. Sherry and then Amrit.
Yes, can you please repeat that important script about we don't sell homes, we help?
We help people buy on their terms when they're ready. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, 100%. We don't sell homes. We help people buy on your terms and when you're ready. So they don't feel like we're trying to sell them a house, that we're just here to help them when they're ready. And that makes people trust our ethics. Emrit.
Jack, this is your CRM, which you have built so well. I can at some point in Meg, are we gonna share the best tips? Because I have a huge amount of people in there, and I just want a bite-sized, 5 to 10 people at a time. What are the best practices to reach these people, put them on the automations, how to build something that will allow me to reach back out to them so that I can take them to the whole process of, prospecting, converting, closing, and follow-up. That
Yeah,
is
so,
huge.
so step one is importing your contacts, and step two is turning on your action plans. All of our action plans are turned off by default. So none of your action plans are turned on, but as soon as you turn them on, all of a sudden, reminders start appearing and calls start being generated for you to call them. And so we have just rebuilt our recruiting dialer, rebuilt our staff dialer, and our team is in the process of rebuilding for you our agent dialer. And it will be ready before the end of Mega, and I'm excited to show that to you. But yes, Amrit, there's an entire part of Mega where I take you through turning on the action plans, what the different, in fact, before today's done, we're going to walk through our pipeline so you understand what the pipelines are in our CRM. So that's about to come. Okay. Overcoming objections, getting hired for the job, which means we overcome their objections, set the appointment, went out there in the world, met them, but compartmentalize when we're making the phone calls and realize that every single person that we're talking with, they're somewhere in a different phase of their homeownership journey. That's exactly what our pipelines are for. We have a new pipeline, we have a intent to reach pipeline, we have a last chance pipeline, an incubate pipeline, a rep agreement, an under contract, a closed, and each one of those pipelines has your customers in there based on a transaction room, not a person. You can have someone in new and under contract and rep agreement and they're enclosed 5 times. That is the beauty of what we built in this CRM that's different than all the others. Because we were using Chime before we had the opportunity to build our own. Chime was a decent one. The problem is that it looked at every transaction as we would have to put them in there again and add the customer in there with a different record and put the number 2 after their name if they bought a second home because it was a transactional database. And unfortunately, most CRMs are transactional. They look at someone as a single transaction and it has zero way to really step back and realize that your customers could be purchasing a commercial building, buying a house, and you've got 3 investment properties, and all 3 of them are for lease. And each one of those is in a different pipeline simultaneously. And so we built it correctly so that it stands the test of time. And yes, we'll show you more how to use it from the architect me during Mega. So when you're calling your leads, remember where they are, what pipeline they're in, and what your goal is with that person. And the goal is always to take them to the next step, whatever pipeline it is. And if it's in new, the goal is simply to get them on the phone. And so it's always take them to the next step. Learn, listen, put in notes. But our system is doing some pretty unique things. Every conversation you have in the CRM is recorded, digitized, put in the note as a summary. And then when you call them the next time, it goes through all of the notes that was entered, summarizes it, and comes up on the screen with a summarization of everything that you ever spoke about and what's going on with that person. And so it really, really, really helps so that you can be making a lot of calls and be consuming a lot of information and making sense of all of these conversations. And our system is trying to do predictive analytics to determine they're ready, willing, and able based on these phone calls. And so there's a lot of AI going on in the background. Business mindset is when you are in your business, perform your income producing tasks first, and then your administrative tasks, and get out of your own way in being afraid to make the call. So we don't. So we find stuff to keep us busy, whether it's entering data in a CRM or doing flyers, but we seem to find and pre-stack all the things that are easier to do on the front end and put on the back burner making the phone calls for another day. And you need to flip that and do the hard things first. Make the phone calls first and then make time for the other things. Because if something doesn't get done that day, I hope it's a flyer that didn't get done, but the calls did get done. Because I would really hate for your business to be full of you making flyers and doing a reel, but not calling anyone and walking away from that day with not having any momentum because the conversions is going to come from the outreach. Um, and who was it that had his hand up? I was tracking you, but then it disappeared.
It was me, Lior.
Lior.
Jack, just quickly, regarding the CRM, I'm using a different CRM which has a dialer and it's a 3-line dialer. And that the reason is I do a lot of phone calls. Is there something like that in the future for our CRM? A
Yeah, so
multiple line dialer?
that's the problem with that, Lior. And I can tell you that every single person in this room right now has heard that click. You answer the phone and you hear that little click, you know it's AI.
I get 8 contacts an hour.
And so what I'm just going to tell you this, Lior, is that you're cold calling. And
Right.
I don't teach cold calling.
Okay.
None of the outreach I'm teaching is cold calling. 100% of the people that we contact are people that reached out to us based on our leads. Our entire database is people who reached out to us based on our leads. And I've never cold called in my business. I've closed more than 1,000 homes and made about $10 million in real estate, and I've never cold called a single person in my life. And so I'm not telling you not to cold call, but for the average agent, they don't want to cold call. They want to contact their own relationships. Now, we do have an auto dialer, but the auto dialer is calling a known contact that's in the system. So you and I can talk more about that offline, one-to-one.
Okay.
Okay, and own the outcome. When we are a real estate professional, we are going to be held to a standard, but we're also going to make commitments. One of my personal guarantees as a real estate professional is that when working with me, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that you close on time and trouble free, and that's my personal guarantee. And how can I make such a personal guarantee? Because I am working hard in every transaction to root out anybody who's going to cause a delay. I'm contacting my client. Do you have any outstanding items with the lender? I'm calling the lender. Do you have any outstanding items with a borrower? I'm calling the lender's processor, and I'm calling everyone at least once a week to make sure that there's nothing going on in the transaction that could cause a delay. And the moment I find out about something, I'm addressing it on the front end instead of on the back end. And before I pick a close date, I call the lender and I have a conversation with them. What do you look at? How far, you've got the pre-qualification letter. How much time do you need to close this person? And they're going to tell me. And then I'm going to then talk with the client about what I learned from the lender. And I'm going to pick a close date that the lender actually got to commit to versus me picking a lender and surprising them with what the date I picked for the lender. And now I've got to committed the lender into a date that maybe they look at this and say, do you realize there's 2 holidays in here and my underwriting team is closed and I've got like 9 business days to close this loan, although there's 24 days here, there's only 9 business days. And so I always like to loop in the lender and have them help pick the date so that I can make go to my personal guarantee. But what I'm getting at here are excuses are a disease. If something happens in the transaction, you don't throw people under the bus. You are the orchestra. If your orchestra is out of tune, it's the conductor's fault. It's not the horns, it's not the flutes. It is the conductor's job is to make sure that everyone is present in the moment and all working together as a team, and you're the leader. And you don't get to throw people under the bus because you are the leader. So be calling, and if someone is causing you grief in a transaction, get with your manager because maybe we need to loop in somebody else on that person's team to help because they're going to cause something like a delay. And the last thing that I want to see in a transaction is a delay. When people are shopping, the leads that are coming in, these clients in our world, the people who have registered, really there are 2 reasons they're buying. We talked about this a little bit on Monday, but they are purchasing for pain and pleasure. Don't make the assumption up front. When we find out their why, it's going to help you a lot with how we should be speaking with them. If they've recently had a death in the family, or a spouse, or they are selling because it's pain, then how we show up matters, because we need to be able to mirror their energy. Now, obviously, we need to be the support and the strength for them, because if we are, oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you, and they're selling because they're getting a divorce or whatever, likely it's, I'm going to be here through the entire thing. I've got your back. We're going to close this chapter and we're going to open a new one. Whatever it is, but giving them hope and being there and letting them know that you're the one that's going to be holding their hand through this and they're not alone. And on the flip side of it, buying their first home, getting married, needing more bedrooms because their family has grown. Are you excited? I'm excited for you. And helping understand your client and where they are is going to dictate kind of how you are going to behave in the transaction with them. Because they need to know that you have their back, and we need to have the right energy because they need to know that an agent has the empathy to help them. Getting hired is partly a close. So, setting an appointment and then getting the representation agreement. Sometimes there is the assumptive close, and you just have them sign it, and there is no conversations. Someone comes to you and says, I'm just really concerned about hiring a real estate agent. I've had 3 in the past, and they were just horrible. Oh my gosh, really? Would you share with me what happened? And then they share with you what happened. Oh my gosh, that would not happen with me. I am a professional. My commitment is to get you to the closing table on time and trouble free, and to outpace you in the transaction, and to ensure that you and I are in constant communication through the entire thing, and that I am keeping every party in the transaction up to date all the way through it, every step of the way, and looking out for your best interest all the way through it, because I've got your back. And that's how I built a business, is having my clients back. They need some assurances that your ability, commitment, and ethics is going to rise to their expectations. And my expectations is that I want to impress my client. Every single time I walk away from a client, I want to exceed their expectations. I want to wow them. And so there is a little bit of a people pleaser in me when it comes to my business and my clients. I want them to walk away from the experience they have with me and said, I've never had an experience like that. That blew me away. I didn't know that real estate agents could do all of that. And so I'm always looking for ways to exceed their expectations. Your close is getting over their objection, knowing that the objection is probably not a rejection, it's a fear, and getting them through that fear. But there is a mistake that I see in closing that agents make, and that they've already overcome the client's objection, and the client is ready to hire you, but they continue to sell, and then they sell themselves out of a job. Or they get the representation agreement, and after that, they continue selling. I don't know if you've ever had that happen where, someone was trying to sell you something, and then you're like, fine, and they keep selling, and you're like, just stop it already. I hired you, and they just keep going, and then you're starting thinking, what do I don't know? Why are they trying so hard? This doesn't make sense. And so don't let yourself unhire yourself. Get the representation agreement signed. Once you're hired, then begin providing real estate services. Let's get the homes, let's get you with the lender, let's get a profile in the MLS, let's figure out what homes we're going to go tour, and start the nuts and bolts of it. We have a sheet that I'm going to share with you. It is an Excel spreadsheet that's on a link that Kylie with Key Title is going to help you put together your business plan for the remainder of 2026. It's part of what's going to happen in your Mega Minis coming up. Your desired income goal that you wrote down on the other day, you need to put down on a goals worksheet. She's going to help you with this, but this is what one looks like: the desired annual income, how many sphere calls you're going to make, how many contacts you're going to make with leads, new and existing, how many postcards you're going to send out on a regular basis, farming a neighborhood and sending 8x8s, which is 8 postcards over the course of 8 weeks. and how many thank you cards that you're going to be sending out. You need to have a plan for this as part of your business because these things have a cost associated with them. And if you're not forecasting your costs, then you're not going to prepare for the costs, and you need to budget some of your budget for the cost of doing these things. Now, thank you cards are cheap, but we're going to get into reverse engineering your income goal with the actual tasks so you know how many phone calls you actually need to make. Because if you need to make $1 million, you're making 5 calls a day, that's not going to work. Karen, I saw your hand up.
I'm moving to an area since last year, October. I haven't done any farming as yet. Is the postcard better than the door hangers?
Well, I think that a door hanger is good after you have done an 8x8 campaign. I think that it's better for them to see, especially if, you do a transaction in a neighborhood and you close that transaction. You've already knocked on the neighbor's door. You send out a just sold card to the entire neighborhood. You use the just sold card to create an 8x8 campaign. You do the 8x8 campaign, and then you door knock. I think that that's the very best way to farm. I teach a farming class, and I teach the farming class in a way that I believe is the only real way to farm a neighborhood. And it is find a neighborhood you want to buy a house in, buy a home in that neighborhood, love that neighborhood, get on the HOA board. If there isn't an HOA board, create a volunteer, something, neighborhood watch or something, and then put that neighborhood together with a newsletter and now start providing them information and have neighborhood events going on and do exactly what Kimdale and what Mary Beth Ray and what Isolet Daily has done in their business. And each one of them are in the top 5 in the entire company in terms of production. It's very difficult to truly farm a neighborhood that you don't live in. It's not impossible, but it's certainly a lot easier to do. So we'll talk more about that, but uh, just trying to go and get a transaction, door knocking and door knockers work. But what were you doing in the neighborhood to begin with? Was it an open house?
I haven't done anything yet. I moved in the area
Yeah,
last
yeah,
year, October. I just have not done anything, and I was planning on doing the door hanger.
yeah. I think any kind of marketing is good, but I think having a business plan for it is better and stepping back and figuring out what your budget is, and then putting a budget together because this isn't about one hit. This is going to be about hitting them multiple times. Remember the 8x8 campaign? The guy went, knocked on everyone's door and said, "Who's the best agent in the neighborhood?" And there was no clear winner. They did an 8x8 campaign, came back, knocked on the door, and they said, "Oh, it's this agent." They even remembered their name, and the agent was a fake agent, and they did the whole thing as a test, and everyone was saying, "Well, this is the most successful agent." So it's not, and what his mic drop moment was sometimes it's not about being the best agent, it's about being the best known. And part of being about the best known is you have to connect with them 3 to 5 times before they're going to remember you. And so you can start with a door hanger, but I like to start with the 8x8. And then after that, then find yourself in the door hangers. And the door hangers is be an actual door knock. And if they don't answer, then leave the door hanger. But that's a good question. So we have to plan. We have to have a plan for our business, a plan for success. Those plans have to have a daily goal. It has to have a weekly goal, and it has to have buttoned down into specific tasks. Show up to the morning huddle. Get out, make your calls, whether it's your sphere calls or your grabber calls, or you're gonna do a mix of both. But make the sphere calls. Call those people you already know. And also call the new and existing leads that are in the grabber. Follow up with everyone on a regular basis and turn the action plans on so the system's reminding you to do it. Check your emails and respond to them. Check your text messages and respond to them as quick as possible. Send personalized thank you cards to everyone who you interact with. It is a very professional and in my in my brain, it's a dying art that people really appreciate. Attend your property tours, get out there and know the market well and become known in your market and go and preview new listings that come up in your farm and look and see what other agents are doing for staging. And so as you're building your weekly, monthly, and daily tasks, this is what you start putting together with you already know what you're going to do tomorrow. But most agents start their day and they have no idea what they're doing that day. Not really. They may think I'm going to take a class or, I'm going to show up here or there, but they don't have anything on their calendar that is helping lead them through so that they're controlling their day. Their day is being controlled based on a phone call that came in or an email or something that they saw. Or, God forbid, someone cold called them about some lead system that they're going to sell and they knee jerked, pulled out their credit card, and now they're just going down this rabbit hole having no idea what that investment's going to look like. I have a way of handling people who call me asking me for my credit card. We've got a lead system and it's going to be the best thing that you've ever seen. Great. I make my purchasing decisions in January. Put me down for January, call me next January when I'm making my purchase decisions and we can discuss it then. And if their systems are as good as they say it is, they will have the systems and processes to be able to track that and call me in January. So for those people who actually do, that tells me a lot about their company. A whole lot. And so don't knee jerk and just pull out your credit card and buy leads. That's one of the biggest mistakes I see agents making. So part of your homework assignment is going to be looking at these daily, weekly, and annual tasks that we've put together here for you. Um, Annual tasks, we have our gala at the beginning of the year. We have multiple different client appreciation events that we host here that you can plug into, and they're huge. And we're starting to create them in other metros as well. But just think about this for a moment. You can invite all of your clients to a pre-made client appreciation party, which is our car show, our trunk or treat. We have our agent leadership council that puts on the whole thing. And we actually even create the invitations for you branded with your information and we put it in your custom folder. All you have to do is email it out. All you have to do is text it out. All you have to do is share it on your social media feeds. And most of the time, it's part of our content calendar. So if you've gone platinum with us, meaning that you've shared your socials with us and turned that feature on, it's going to, at no cost, take your content calendar and auto post it to your socials on a regular basis and do that for you. So it's just automatically posting. And so now you're automatically inviting people, and all you gotta do is show up to the event, and people come and have fun. And we've got a bounce house and music and a DJ and food and the whole bit, so that you don't have to put any thought into this. Because I know the importance of client appreciation parties. If any of you are in coaching, your coach is going to tell you that you need 2 client appreciation events. I know as an agent that that's complicated to pull off. It's expensive. You have to, what are you going to do? Rent out a movie theater for a matinee? Are you going to take everyone? I mean, what are you going to do? Take them all to laser tag? And how much are you going to spend? We've created 2 here that you can plug into so that you never have to worry about it. All you do is invite people and show up. And what a great thing that is. And only about 10% of our agents are actually leveraging that. But the ones who are getting a lot of value out of it. And guess who? Isolette, Kim Dale, Mary Beth Ray, Christina Roberto, all of our top producers are plugged into it and they're reaping the benefits from it. So your business can't be an afterthought. We can't think about today what we're going to be doing tomorrow. We need to have a plan and be operating from a plan. So business planning is critical. And we have a lot of business planning built into this company where all you do is show up. And we have dedicated an entire week 3 Thursday Mega Mini on business planning, where Key Title is going to walk you through and fill out the spreadsheet. And so I'm going to leave all of that for them. So we're going to kind of turn the gears here. When we come back from our lunch, we are going to be watching several videos. In fact, we have about 7 videos in a row that we're going to watch from Vanessa Van Edwards about how you approach your phone calls, what words are really impactful, watching your hands, your facial expressions, is really going to change how you approach your phone calls, because there's little things that a salesperson can do that can help make their calls not only more impactful, but more professional and make you sound more professional on the phone. And that kind of sales training is hard to find out there in the real world. So we've put that here into Mega for you as agents. One homework assignment that we're giving you out of this Mega, and some of you have already done it and gotten points for it, is purchasing on a mirror from Amazon. There's a slide with a QR code that will give you a good clip-on mirror for a laptop or for a PC. The reason we ask you to buy a mirror for your computer is so that you can see your smile before you make a phone call, because actually they can hear your smile. And we're going to listen to one of the videos, and the video has 5 different hellos. And they took those hellos and they ranked them based on success. And they ranked them, I like this person a little, I like this person a lot, I don't like this person. And they had people rate the hellos. And they also had a power hello, like a CEO kind of hello, like a hello. And in each case, the happy hello won by a landslide, and the power hello people didn't like at all. And so how you prepare yourself for the call, and what your mindset is when you're making the calls, people can only hear you. So that one dimension, they are already judging you based on the tone of your voice, and your tone of voice is going to come from your mindset. So starting with the morning huddle, and then coming out of the morning huddle with yoga, and then the morning huddle, making your bed, looking up at your goal board every single day and seeing your why for real estate, putting on your headset, looking at your rear view mirror on your computer and seeing your smile and smiling, and then pushing the call button to make your first call will ensure that your calls are that much better. And so, for those of you who are making your phone calls, this will help you greatly. All right, it's 12:01. We're going to come back in an hour for lunch. I will see you at 1 p.m. and we're going to jump right in to seeing these videos. I'll see you all back in an hour.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Yeah, where we need ya. Yeah, where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We have 4 hours together for the rest of this day, and we're going to need every single minute of it. We're going to be jumping into videos. We're going to be watching quite a few of them. For those of you who have your videos off, please turn them back on. We're going to be jumping into multiple breakout sessions. In fact, after each one of these videos, you're going to jump directly into a breakout session where you're going to be in groups of about 5 people. You're going to need to select a captain, and then bring back the best things that you've heard from your entire group. So captains, you're going to need to either type or pull out a pen and take some notes of some really good things that you think that we should share with the group. So what we're doing is putting you in small groups, getting the best of your comments about how this is relatable to your business, and how you're going to implement this in your business, and then bring that back so that we can all benefit from your thoughts and ideas, and your frame of mind from hearing some of this. So this is the top 3 presentation mistakes from Science of People. Again, this is the organization that Vanessa Van Edwards owns and operates and runs. We're going to get to know her a little bit here as we go through some of these videos. So let's start with the first one.
Here are 3 of the biggest mistakes I see when people present their ideas. This could be on stage or in a meeting. First is you throw away your first line. So many people get on stage or get in front of the room or hop on video and they apologize. They say, "Oh, so sorry, I'm so nervous." Or they point out their own lack of confidence. "Oh, I'm not a very good stage speaker." Don't do this. You're actually priming the audience to be more anxious and lack confidence themselves. Make the first line you say powerful. Your big idea, your introduction, don't throw it away with something technical. Is this mic working? Or can you hear me? No, make it powerful. 2, you are making too much eye contact with your slides. So if you have slides behind you or slides below on your computer, the biggest mistake I see presenters make is they talk to their slides or they talk to their slides. The audience wants to make eye contact with you. Use your slides as an anchor. You can gesture to them or glance down at them, but make sure you are making over 60% of eye contact with your audience. And if your slides are behind you, try as hard as you can to glance quick and then keep talking. 3rd, you are using the question inflection. The question inflection is when you go up at the end of your sentence, like you're asking a question instead of saying a statement. The 3rd biggest mistake I see presenters make is they ask their name or their opening line. So they say, good morning, my name is Vanessa, and I'm here to talk about body language. Ooh, using an accidental question inflection immediately cues listeners that you are not feeling confident in what you say. Say your name, state your big idea, don't ask it. I have an entire course on how to have powerful presentations on video, on stage, in person. Anytime you're sharing your idea with more than one person, you're presenting. So in my course, I have my favorite opening lines, my favorite closing lines, my favorite presentation frameworks, how to have stage presence, how to have video presence, how to speak with more articulation, and so many more tips on how to sound more competent and likable when you're sharing your ideas. I would love for you to check it out. I'm so proud of this course. I hope that you'll love it.
Okay. So we're going right into our groups. I want to make sure that we have about 5 in each group. All right, so that's going to be 6 groups. You are going to get put in there for 8 minutes. I want you to be thinking about this in terms of your unique value proposition that you're going to do in front of the group, about talking about your business to other people, and about your buyer counseling sessions, about your listing appointments, and about how you speak to someone in an open house. Because you are standing in front of people, talking with them in all of these different situations. Some of them have slides, buyer counseling session. Some of them have documents, listing appointment, buyer rep appointment. And some of them you're just standing up, which could be your UVP or your open house, or at some event somewhere like a chamber meeting somewhere else where you are explaining what it is that you do for a living and why people hire you and get people excited about your business. So this is relatable to all of those things. So make sure that when you are talking about it, you are not just thinking about this in terms of one thing. You've got your invitations open. I'll see you back in 8 minutes. Okay, I'm hoping that you are starting to develop deeper relationships with your fellow Omega 18 classmates. You're getting to know each other more. We're going to be mixing you up into different groups each time, so you're going to get to know each other a little bit more and more. There are 50 mega participation points on the line for this exercise, but this isn't really about the points. None of this is about the points. It's about building the best practice that we can. So let's jump into group number 6 first. And how did this video make you more aware of how you approach your first conversation you have with a client if you're standing in front of people? Let's go. Caroline, Sherry, Danielle, Jeanette, Veronica, who is the captain at a group 6?
I am. So we had a really, really wonderful conversation just about making sure that we take in some of the lessons that we learned from the videos that we watched yesterday. And just kind of how in this video they talked about like not apologizing for the information that you know, not apologizing for having a license, not apologizing for being able to do the things for a client that they can't do for themselves. Sherry spoke about speaking with confidence and making sure that like your first statement is your power statement. Image is first impression. That impression speaks to like thought and intellect. And so just try to come out the gate with like the very first impression. Oh, I forgot the other girl's name. She had blonde hair. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Me, Caroline, you're good.
Caroline. Okay. Caroline, one thing that she said that I found to be helpful was that when you're on a call, the receiver can't see you. So and your job is to tell them what you can do for them to inform them. And so just be confident in that. And Jeanette said that reroute your mindset. Never, she talked about not showing up late so that you never have to start with, I'm sorry. Again, kind of going back to that, I'm sorry. And then Daniela tied it back to Kobe, where, just realizing that it is about them and what you can do for them and being confident in yourselves and your abilities.
Ooh, that's powerful. All right, there's a lot of good stuff here. Thank you, Group 6. All right, Group 5, Jennifer, Kelly, Swetha, and Tara. What did you guys talk about?
So we didn't get to talk too much. One of the gentlemen's speaker with microphone wasn't working, so we didn't get any feedback with him. And then Tara, I think, is at work, and Swetha is new to the industry, so she was listening in. Tara did point out some really good points. She mentions that she's picked up a lot of her clients from open houses and just coming with confidence, asking a lot of questions. I've been there before doing the new construction open houses and just really trying to ask a lot of questions and making that connection, relating with them, and then definitely first impressions and image.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, Group 5. Group 4, what did your group come up with? Renee, Mary, Juan, and Mohammed.
Hey, Realty Texas. Our group talked about obviously the three mistakes that we do. Talking about throwing away the first line, starting with that oh, I'm so anxious, things like that. I said we have to come in with that confidence, that high vibrations, you know what I mean? Because people are going to be drawn towards that immediately, you know what I mean? And Renee pointed out you have the first 8 seconds to get hired. And we also brought up the buyer-tenant rep agreement. We want to be articulate and have good presence. When we're bringing up this rep, we want to have a good opening line, closing line, and like I said, bringing in that confidence and things like that. And Renee also brought up number 2, too much eye contact with the slides and everything like that. She's like, it's okay to look back at your notes, you know what I mean? But 60% of the time you want to be talking with the client, and I brought up the fact that a lot of things we do nowadays is reading text messages and AI, you know what I'm saying? People want to be feeling connected, you know what I mean? Like they have someone there, you know what I mean? There to take care of them, have their back, things like that. But yeah, that was pretty much all. Thank you.
Excellent job, Juan. You did a great job for your group. Group 3, Amrit, Anna, Cheryl, Joe, Raul, and Sharon Barton. Who's my captain in Group 3?
I was Anna. So we also talked about confidence. I think our group mainly was relating to the first 2 points of the video. And we had a mix of both newer agents and more seasoned agents. And we all agreed that you're never going to know everything, no matter how long you're in this business. And we talked about really relying on the team here at Realty Texas and knowing that even if you don't have the answer, someone will. So bringing that confidence in with to every conversation with you. And Amrit said something interesting, I thought too. He was talking about his experience with Toastmasters and just saying that when you go to speak to a room, whether you're speaking to one person or a whole group of people, they're looking to you. They expect you to be the expert. So project that confidence and know that they're coming into the conversation already thinking that you know what you're talking about. So have that confidence because you do. And if you don't know an answer, you have someone that you can go to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good job, Anna. All right, thank you. Group 2, Birdie, Tessa, Deja, Karen, Kimberly, and Renee Alvarado.
Yeah, so I was the group speaker for our group, and mainly the key takeaways that we found was for the first sentence, don't say, hey, or can you hear me? And how we related to that to the business was like on phone calls or the grabber. If it's breaking up a little bit at the beginning and you say, can you hear me? It just takes away from the original goal. And it takes away from your script and those kinds of things. So you just need to set that precedence of confidence as soon as you get on those phone calls and just when you're presenting and those kinds of things. And then the eye contact was use, instead of like how we did it was with the rep agreement. Instead of looking at the rep agreement and pointing to it and hoping your client is looking at it, look at the rep agreement, point it out, and then look at your client to explain it. Don't anchor your eyes to that paper or that presentation. Make sure that they are seeing it and they're reading it with you, but make sure that you are looking away from it and talking and explaining it to them, not to the paper. And then we also said like practice makes progress. So knowing the contract, confidence is key. And then also just own it. Like you know this business, they're coming to you to learn this and to get help. So you know it. So just be confident in it.
Very well done, Bertie. Your group did a phenomenal job. Way to anchor this in things that are your day-to-day tasks, like the grabber and the rep agreement and all of that. That's exactly what I was looking for, is how can this make you better in your day-to-day? So thank you for that. Group 1, Brittany, Hershita, Hussein, Jennifer, Lior, and Selva.
The group captain for our group. Our key takeaways were to make eye contact and have at least like 60% eye contact. And also to have a good stage presence and body language. Jennifer said to don't throw away the first comment and like to think about what you can say to grab their attention. And to not lose your audience. Sorry, don't lose your audience and stay confident. I'm sorry if you guys can hear my kids in the background. And then Selva also said to have confidence and competency and maybe to like plan out a script. And yeah, those were our key takeaways.
Okay, good. All right, so thank you for all of your time and energy together working on this. I am going to put together a poll. I don't know if I launched it or not. Launch. Okay. So you can vote for yourself, but I really want you to vote for the team that you felt like they were the one that not only understood what they were to do with this, but who gave you the best ideas. And you're going to quickly find out that you guys are the one who are awarding the points, not me and not Lisa. So if you could finish that, we have 37 of you, and 13 of you have voted, 15. So we need to get at least 30. So vote, vote, vote. Birdie?
Sorry, I was just making sure. Did we start from group 6? Did we
Yep.
go? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. We started with 6 and worked our way to 1. 25 of you have voted, 26, 28. Once we get to about 30, then I'm going to cut it off, which is where we are now. Share results. So Lisa. Oops. Okay, there you go. Group 2, 38%. Group 2 is, I'm going to take a screenshot and put it in Teams so that you have the list.
I did it already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to jump in the next video. The next video is another one of Vanessa's video. This one is all about, I want you to be thinking in terms of your phone calls. They're one-dimensional. They can only hear your voice. They can't see you. So they can only sense you, and they can only sense you from the sound of your voice and the tone of your voice and the speed of your voice and all of that. And psychologically, we can hear a lot in someone's voice. And so what is it that you want to get conveyed to the client, or what are you conveying and don't even know about, which again is a good reason to go back to listen to your calls.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Have you ever thought about your vocal first impression? How you sound when you first say hello? In this video, I'm going to change the way you say hello forever. I spend a lot of time on the phone. I always wish I could sound more powerful, increase my vocal presence, make my phone calls more impactful. In our human behavior research lab, The Science of People, we did a fascinating experiment on vocal power. In this video, I have some incredible tips for you on how you can benefit from every single phone conversation. Number 1, you have a vocal first impression. When most of us think about having an important phone interview or virtual meeting, we usually prepare for our answers and think about great things to talk about. But this fact blew my mind. People judge how trustworthy you are within half a second. Research shows that your hello might matter more than prepared clever anecdotes or great answers. Your vocal first impression happens the moment you answer the phone and say, hello, or this is Vanessa, or one time I called a big VIP and he answered, speak. Yikes. Here's the problem. We are usually most nervous in the first few seconds, so our hello comes out breathy, high-pitched, or nervous sounding. Number 2, people can hear your mood. I wanted to run an experiment to test the power of our hellos. In the first part of our experiment, we had the same participants record 6 different versions of their typical hello. We wanted to see if the very same person sounded different. First, we had them record a normal hello. This was the control. So however they normally answered the phone, hello. Second, we had them think of something that made them happy, and then make a happiness microexpression and record their happy hello. Hello. Third, we had them think of something that made them sad, make a sadness microexpression and record their sad hello. Hello. Fourth, we had them think of something that made them angry, make an anger microexpression and record their angry hello. Hello. Fifth, we had them think of something that made them feel powerful and stand in a power pose, something really broad. Then we had them record hello. The last hello we had them do was a normal control hello again. What do you think happened? The results were clear. The very same person sounded incredibly different in each version of their recording. Let's see if you can hear the differences. I will play you 2 recordings from the experiment. Which one is the happy hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
What do you think?
B.
B.
B. It's neither.
B.
So interesting that we can hear their emotion from the other side of the phone, and more than half of you caught up on it immediately.
Which do you think sounded happier? If you guessed B, you would be right. Let's play again. Which of these 2 hellos is the angry hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
Which one sounded more irritable to you?
B.
A.
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 Go with
B.
your gut. If you picked B, you would be right again. You can clearly hear the differences between these two recordings. Our mood and our body language really does change the sound of our voice. And this is important because it means people can hear your mood. Number 3, how to sound more confident. The next part of our experiment is where things got even more interesting. We took the recordings and asked readers like you to rate them on likability. We had each participant play a clip and then choose from 3 answers. After listening to a clip, we asked each person to choose, I like this person a lot, I like this person a little, or I do not like this person. Can you guess which hello was rated as most likable?
What do you think?
The happy one.
Happy.
Happy.
The first one,
Was
yeah.
it A,
B.
happy hello, B, sad hello, C, angry hello, D, power posing hello, or E, the normal hellos? There was a clear winner for likability. If you answered A, the happy hello, you would be right. It was by far the most likable. We were actually surprised by this. We guessed the power posing hello would do best. Boy, were we wrong. Even the participants' normal hellos did better than the power posing hellos. Happiness came in first. Anger rated the absolute worst. This means if you're having a bad day, just got a bad email while waiting on hold, or are rushing around in traffic while making calls, this irritability can translate into your voice and make you extremely unlikable. Number 4, my favorite voice exercise. If you want to sound like a leader, you have to speak with your maximum resonance point. This is where your voice is most relaxed and portrays confidence. Be sure to watch our video on finding your maximum resonance point next. This is my favorite vocal exercise. Number 5, find something to smile about. I have a few final tips for you. When speaking on the phone, always find something to smile about. Genuine happiness is better than a fake smile any day. Don't check email right before getting on a call or while waiting on hold. You're bound to see something you don't like. This risks a possible anger expression. Pull up the person's LinkedIn profile picture while you speak to them. Sometimes we have trouble connecting over the phone. If you simulate the feelings of being in person, you're more likely to smile more and use hand gestures. This warms up your voice. Never, ever answer the phone in a bad mood. Remember, your vocal power is incredibly important. Before you answer your next phone call, smile broad, take a deep breath, and give someone a nice hello.
All right, so there was a lot to unpack there because she gave us 5 tips. 2 and 3 was super important, and 5 was really good advice. And so I hope some of you took notes on some of the things that she said because as she got deeper into the video, some of the initial ones that she spoke about could have gotten lost in all of this. But this is really important advice. If I could help you be more likable in a phone call, if we could help ensure that when you're on the phone with people, that they're not going to click the button that says, I like them a little or I don't like them at all. If I could help you overcome that one thing, that's a really big deal. And there's a lot going on. Maybe we don't even realize it. So I want you to think back in the Kobe video when he said that when I am in my cage, leave me alone. Because guess what? He prepared himself for that cage. His waking up, looking at the 5 things we're grateful for, did our yoga, made our bed, and then got into the zone, got into our chair, put our headset on, strapped in, looked up at our goal board and said, this is why I'm doing all of this. Looked at the rearview mirror, smiled, took a deep breath, thought of something positive, and pushed the call button and stay in that zone all the way through your calls because that, whether you're calling your family, your friends, whoever it is, every time you reset and make a call, that's going to help you exponentially have a better call. All right, I'm putting you back in your group breakout sessions, except I'm hitting the recreate button. So you are going to now have 5 groups. They're going to be a little bit larger than they were before. And I'll see you back in 8 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had some really good dialogue. This is an important day that we're having because we're putting some thought into things that maybe you never really put any thought into. How you approach your calls and how you can prepare yourself for your calls. Let's start with group 1. Anna, Brittany, Jennifer, Karen, Raul, Renee, Pretty, and Tara Walker. Who is our captain out of group 1?
That would be me.
Okay, Karen, thank you.
Okay, one of the biggest takeaway, and everybody agreed with it, is the uh is smiling to a customer when you're on the phone. Um, when you're saying hello to a customer on the phone, even though the customer cannot see you, that you can hear the warmth and the enthusiasm and the friendliness in your voice. Rahul also stated that the video was very impactful because he made 10 calls yesterday, and even though the customer already had someone on he already got a lease. He leased his property already. He said he will recommend his friend to him because he enjoys speaking to him on the phone, and that is very good because he had probably heard the smile in his voice and see that he's still excited to help him even though he already got assistance. That's basically it.
Thank you, Karen. I really like that. And ask yourself, the last time I was on a phone call and I was talking with a customer for the first time, what was on your mind at that moment? What were you thinking about? Probably the last thing was about your tone of voice. You're probably listening to their question, trying to figure out what to say, and having zero attention on breathy, how fast you talk, what all of it. And you go back and listen to it later, and you're like, oh wow, okay, I wasn't even present with what was going on with me. I was so in my head trying to figure out what I was going to say that 0% of my energy was focused on what I was getting across through the tone and my voice and my speed and all of that. So this should impact you forever. And the next time you're on the phone, you're going to be at least spending some energy making sure that you are as likable as possible on the phone. Group 2, Birdie, Carolina. I don't know why I keep saying that. Caroline, Birdie, India, Kimberly, Renee, and Selva. Who is our group captain out of group 2?
It's Miss Carolina. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, but my group was amazing. We had some really great points, so I'll try to go fast. But um, Renee had some great points about, like the Kobe video. Once you're in your cage, don't distract yourself. Don't, put things in your brain that will reflect negatively in your voice, like looking at emails, things like that. Just stay in your zone and have confidence and you got this. And Birdie had a really great point saying, influence from yourself, but she was saying how you want to try and make their day better. Do what you can to try and make them end the phone call feeling like, wow, my day is a little bit better now. Get to know them, have small talk, stay energized and have a good conversation. And being yourself will make you feel more relaxed than you trying to have this kind of imposter syndrome almost. And then India had a really, really great point. She said her and her friend were talking yesterday that your heart is like a magnet. So your heart and the iron in your heart and all those things, like it's infectious. And so the energy you put out is what you're going to receive. And, you know, stay positive and happy and, you know, you're a brand, so show up as your brand and make people want to be included in your brand and want a part of that. Be selfless, and people will gravitate towards that confidence, joy, and happiness. And then Silva said, again, falling back to the just be yourself, be friendly, have a reset. Maybe someone's gonna answer the phone and gripe at you or be negative, and you can't let that affect you. So just reset, breathe, be yourself, don't let it affect you. And even when people on the other side on ours is friendly, get used to it, stay true to yourself. It's not about you. And then I fell back on some of the ISA stuff, like always smile when you're talking to someone. If you're smiling behind the phone, you're more likely to inflect that tone. And mirroring people, mirroring positively when you're talking to people, and match their energy. They'll feel more likely to be connected to you as a trusted friend when you're not robotic corporate kind of talk. So yeah, those were just some of our great points. We had a great conversation in our group. So
Amazing. Good job. Thoroughly impressed. Group 3, Mohammed, Cheryl, Dulce, Hershita, Kelly, Mary, Veronica. Who is my captain out of Group 3?
I am.
Hello, Cheryl.
And we had a wonderful conversation. I'm not going to mention individual names because we really talked about these points as we went through. So it was a really fun conversation. So being grateful and thank you definitely puts a smile on your face. So it's a really great idea to think through those things before you start the conversation. One person said, don't look at your emails or your bank account while you're doing phone calls, because that might not go off well. Sitting upright or standing upright is, standing tall, filling your space is really important. Buyers can be nervous, or the people that you're talking to can be nervous. So it's really important that you get into the right mindset and project that confidence across to them. No one wants to be with someone or work with someone who's miserable. So, show them joy. They'll want to work with you. So we have to become masters of our emotions, really, and happiness is contagious. One of the things that I would certainly do, I've got a 2-year-old granddaughter, and I think if I put my photo up on the computer, I will definitely, she makes my heart very happy. Thank you.
We're going to be doing goal boards, and you definitely want to put your granddaughter in the goals that you have for her in her life on your goal board, because that's amazing. Good job. Thank you, Cheryl.
Jack, there was one more point that I didn't give you. Money. One of the girls said, the reason why we're here is to make money. And so thinking about that should make you happy.
It should.
Yeah.
So amazing. Good job, Group 3. Group 4, we have Sherry Autry, Danielle, Deja, Joe, Leor, and Sharon Barton. Who is my captain at a Group 4?
We had some very good conversation to begin with. We started out with Sherry and Danielle agreeing with multitasking is not being invested. Danielle said to focus. Focus is how we should approach our conversation. Staying present. Sherry stands up to make sure she stays present. Brings happiness and helps you to have energy. Deja brought up the visualization to put yourself in the right mind frame before you make those calls. Be personable. And Leor was talking about time blocking. Joe agreed with that. We agreed to be personable. Joe had some advice from his previous job as a bill collector, which helped us to look at it in a different way. We all agreed at the very end that we are happy to make money, and that should put a smile on our face.
Okay, thank you, Group 4. Group 5, Amrit, Tessa, Hussein, Jeanette, Jennifer, Juan, Suitha. Who's the captain out of Group 5?
Me, Sweta.
Hello,
So,
Sweta.
hi. So we had very good conversation with our group, and we all agree that vocal impression, which is happy hello, welcoming hello, or if the voice is not impressive and they might have the second thoughts, so we must always present our voice happy. And Tessa mentioned she usually stand up when she's talking on phone, and Hussein also mentioned like voice is very important, so make a good impression. And Amrit said like smile has to be authentic and it should not be fake, and it will help if we have a mirror and we can see ourselves and talk. It will be helpful. And Janet and Jennifer mentioned like keep nice memories of your family or vacation, whatever. So it makes you happy so that your voice reflects happy. So those are the nice conversations we had.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate all of your time and energy and thoughts, all of you. I have just created another poll. We did not have 6 groups. We had 5, so ignore the one on the bottom and pick the group that you feel like really stood out. And hopefully no one picks group 6. All right, we have 20 people voted. Let's keep it going. Let's get at least 30, 27, 28, 29. All right. We have 31, so I'm going to end it there. Good job, everyone. So group 3. Lisa Ormsby, are you here? You are here. You're shaking your head. We've got it. All right. Awesome. Okay. Let's listen to a little bit more of what Vanessa Van Edwards has to say. This next one is I want you to be thinking in terms of your unique value proposition, because this is all about you standing in front of the group. Now, when we're standing in front of the group now, we have to be more conscious than just our voice, right? Because we're standing there in 3D. They can see our facial expressions. They can see our hands. You can see our body. And so it's important then that we're paying attention to the whole thing, our whole presentation. The very best way to do this first is whatever your UVP is, go home, stand up on a chair, stand up on something higher, and recite it about 100 times until you have it memorized. And then you can start delivering it with emotion, not just words. And you have it so internalized that you have it memorized. Then do it in front of the mirror and watch yourself. Then record yourself and play back the video. If you want to do a really, really good job with your UVP, you will follow those instructions to the T. Now, I'm going to do something a little different. I am actually going to turn off our share here.
Hi, welcome to the Science of People. I'm Vanessa Van Edwards, and today we're talking about elevator pitches. So I love helping people with their elevator pitch. And the reason is because it is the most important part of a first impression. You need to know exactly what to say and how to say it when someone asks you, so what do you do? Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch. And I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect.
Okay, so we're going to do this a little differently. I want you to hear his elevator pitch. I want you to hear it. So pretend like he's on the phone, right? Because this is like you on the phone. So we're going to hear it first. Then we're going to play it over again, and I'm going to share my screen so then you can see it in 3D. So we're going to do both. Is everybody ready? All right, here we go.
John, thank you so much for submitting. Let's watch his pitch, and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Hi, my name is John 4, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay, John. So, what do you get from him just from what you've heard? The one dimension, just the sound.
He sounds fake.
Ooh, he sounds fake.
Yeah, he
Okay.
sounds like a robot.
Okay.
He sounds very rehearsed.
Okay.
Sounds like he doesn't believe in what he's saying to me.
Okay.
He was clear,
He was articulate.
talking slowly.
Yeah, I think he knew what he was talking about.
He was articulate for sure.
He had the tone inflection, like up and down.
Yeah, and he did have that. He had some power in his voice, and I think it's an interesting story, right? So he's got some inflection going on. It's got some ups and downs. It's not monotone, and
It's not
I mean,
engaging.
let's give the guy a break for a moment, though. He's a website analyst, right? So we're not expecting a lot from a website analyst, right? Because we're expecting them to be more, blue and engineer minded. But how do you want to sound in your unique value proposition? Because he had the right words, he had the right order, he had the right content. It all made sense. And actually, it was a really good value proposition that he probably spent a whole lot of time on. But delivery matters more than the content sometimes. Lior, Birdie, did you guys have follow-ups? Because you had your hands up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he also doesn't really leave a whole lot of room for him to one, breathe and those kind of things, but also like if he was talking to somebody over the phone, he doesn't leave any room for feedback at all, because sometimes people engage in the conversation like, "Oh yeah, sure," like they'll say that in between his speech and he didn't really leave room for any of that.
Yeah, and I think that neither are any of you when you get up in front of the class and do your value proposition. It's probably going to be rehearsed. It's probably going to be more about, you and using your business. No different than if you're standing in front of Toastmasters and you're going to deliver a speech about why they should hire you, or if you're at like a chamber meeting and you go to the breakfast and it's your spotlight day and they're going to do a spotlight on you and you're going to just standing in front of a group of people. Hey guys, Jack Stapleton here with Realty Texas. I've been in business for 21 years, and do your value proposition speech and what it is that you bring to the table. And if you were to record your value proposition right now, what do you think the rest of the class would think of yours right now? Because it's really easy for us to objectify John, isn't it? We can really pick John apart. We really can, easily, right? So I want to make sure that you're not John on the day that you get in front of the class and do your value proposition. And and of course, let's just remember that he's reaching out to her saying, "Hey, I need you to help me with my presentation," because he is acutely aware that there's some issues going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Vanessa Van Edwards and sent him a video of himself doing it in the first place. All right, so now we are going to share our screen back and we're going to watch it. And it's a little different watching it than hearing it.
Hi, welcome to the Science of People. I'm Vanessa Van Edwards, and today we're talking about elevator pitches. So I love helping people with their elevator pitch. And the reason is because it is the most important part of a first impression. You need to know exactly what to say and how to say it when someone asks you, "So, what do you do?" Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch. And I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect. So John, thank you so much for submitting. Let's watch his pitch and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Hi, my name is John 4 and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay, John.
All right, so Jeanette.
There was so much going on in the background that I could not hear what he was saying.
Okay. Yeah, there's that. Caroline?
For me, I was just gonna say, I feel like there is kind of an obvious difference, or I guess an appropriate difference when you're writing something down in a paragraph, say, maybe writing an email, etc., and then talking and presenting things. And I feel like it sounded like he was completely reading off of a script opposed to like kind of loosening up and feeling a little bit more comfortable, adding some of his personality into it. It sounds like what he said could have been written into an email opposed to an in-person kind of conversation, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah, and I can tell you that more than 50% of mega students get up in front of the class and they do a video and they're reading it. And we can see their eyes moving. We can see the reflection of the screen on their glasses. We know they're reading. Everyone knows they're reading, and it's the exact same thing. And for those, they shouldn't have done a video in the first place because they missed the entire point of the entire purpose of doing it in the first place. And so, anyway, um, I just want this to be a learning lesson. We can use John as the case study of someone who spent a lot of time thinking about what to say, but then did not spend any time about the delivery and how this message was going to be delivered. Because your ability to get hired is going to have a lot more to do with the delivery of your message than the words that you chose. So being yourself, being natural, but also thinking about the tone of your voice and having positivity and gratefulness and thankfulness and happiness as part of your mindset when you are talking about yourself and your business. And people are often uncomfortable talking about themselves and their business in front of other people, especially when it's something like this, which they've probably never been asked before and it's the first time they're doing it. So, you've got anxiety, stress, fear, all of those things going on, and you're standing in front of people and you're trying to remember what you're going to say. I can tell you that 99% of John's problem is John is in his head. He's trying to remember what he's going to say, and he has completely lost sight of everything that's going on from his toes all the way up to his head. There is not a single hand movement, there's not a single body movement. He is frozen still. And that's because 100% of his energy right now is focused up here. But when we are in front of people, whether you're on a stage delivering a speech, which I've done 1,000 times, or if you are in front of a group of people and you're delivering a speech, you've got to be the whole package. And that only happens usually with you having awareness of it. All right, let's hear what her advice was to John and what she thought of John's presentation.
Here is what I love, what you did so well and you can never lose. And everyone who's watching, if you can incorporate these things into your elevator pitch, it will make you even more impactful. So here's what you did that I thought was fabulous. First, your enunciation is great. I can very clearly understand you. You also have a very good pacing. Your cadence is very understandable. And the reason why that's important is because you've heard your elevator pitch 1,000 times. You've said it, you've heard it, you probably wrote it. But other people, they're processing it for the first time. So one of the classic elevator pitch mistakes I see is that people quickly go through what they do because they think it's boring. Everyone, they already know it. They've already heard it. But they need more time to process, more than the average conversation, especially when they're learning something that's a little bit different. When you're talking about a website or website analysis, it's super important that you go as slow as you did. Now, you don't want to go too slow, so your cadence was perfect. Don't lose that. The The second thing that I loved is that you have a very open torso. So first of all, thank you for giving me a full body video. You know, I love to read body language. So you had a really open torso. You didn't cross your hands over your chest. You didn't try to cross your legs. You didn't try to hide behind an object or a cup or a phone. So keeping that open torso as much as possible and keeping it aimed towards the person you're speaking with is hugely impactful. Now, I talk about on my website all the time how important it is to show that you're engaged. Even when you're talking, you can do this by having an open torso and aiming it towards the other person. Okay, so now on to a couple of things that I think you can improve. And these are things that are just going to up your impact level. People are going to remember you more. They're going to understand and remember what you do more quickly, and hopefully they'll be begging for your business card. The first thing that I want you to work on is a hugely common problem for people doing elevator pitches, and it is lack of movement. So as you can see, I'm playing your video in the background on silent. And if you watch it, you'll see there's very little head, arm, and torso movement. And this is a very easy mistake to make. And the reason is because when you're thinking about a pitch that you've memorized, you're focused entirely on the words you're saying. So your body sort of freeze frames while you try to recall those words. Okay, so here's my first challenge to you. I want you to start incorporating more movement into your pitch. So the way that you do this is you memorize your pitch like it is on the tip of your tongue. You can just instantly recall it. And the reason for that is because if you're not focused on remembering the words, it's much easier to have more fluidity in your body.
What advice did she just give you all?
Memorize
your script.
Memorize your script like it's on the end of your tongue so you don't have to remember what you're going to say because you already know it. Exactly right. Good job.
So once you've memorized it down pat, I want you to practice loosening up those shoulders a little bit, bringing up your hands, and we're going to talk about that in challenge number 2, and having a little bit more head movement. So for example, let's say that I'm talking to you like this. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I do scienceofpeople.org. I love what I do. I teach body language and lie detection. Now, I have no movement in my torso at all. Look at the difference between when I say this time with a little bit of head movement. And what you want to do is you can do a slight head tilt, which shows engagement, and you can also nod very slightly along with your most important points. So here's how it looks a little bit differently. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I work at the scienceofpeople.org. I teach body language and human lie detection. So as you can see, just those slight up and down movements and the head tilt, that's going to add a lot of fluidity, a lot more natural expression to your body and to your pitch so that people can feel like they're connecting with you on a deeper level. Okay, my challenge number 2, the second thing that I'm hoping you're going to work on, is adding in nonverbal explanations to your elevator pitch. So a lot of people, they just focus on the verbal content of their pitch to explain what they do. But you can actually use your hands to demo or explain concepts. So I want you to think of at least 2 different ways that you can use your hands in your pitch. So an example could be, I analyze websites, right? So that's like the whole thing. This is a nonverbal concept of the whole thing, which shows that you're kind of all-inclusive. So that could be a way that you could add in hand movement into the way that you do your pitch. You can also bring a big concept into something small. So if you say, I make really complicated technology problems easy for my clients, that's the way that you can do it. So I want you to think of 2 different ways you can use your hands to demo. That's going to do 2 things. First, it's going to help the other person visually understand what you do. And second, it's going to add more movement, right? When you have your hands moving, your torso moves, it adds a little bit more freedom of expression, and again, makes you more connected and more engaged. Okay, the third thing that I want you to do is actually about your verbal content. So I thought it was very clear. I really understand what you did. But I think that you're missing one thing, and it's the power of a story. So research has shown that our brain loves stories. When we hear a story, we light up, we remember them, we all of a sudden feel like what you do is personal to us. So what I want you to do at the very end, when you talk about how you work with clients, think of a very quick example. So you can say something like, for example, one of my recent clients, she had a cake decorating business, and I did everything on her website for her. Now, I'm just making that up, but it can be that short. Examples, when people hear example or story, they instantly tie it to them. So that's what I want you to try to do, because that will help pull them in so that they can say, oh, well, I have a website. I should tell you about it. because that's what you're trying to get them to do. The ultimate goal of an elevator pitch is to see how can you help them, and therefore they want to hire you. Okay, John, I hope that was really helpful for you. And for our readers, I hope it was helpful for you to watch what John could do to improve his elevator pitch so you can use the same to improve yours.
Okay, I'm going to put you in groups. We're going to click the reshuffle again so you have a different group. Remember, don't be the same group captain again. And again, another 50 points or on the line here. But I really want you to spend this time to talk as a group about what you're going to do to prepare for your value proposition. Now, yes, you're preparing it for the UVP final project for Mega, but that's not really why we're doing this, is it? We're doing this so that you're prepared out in the real world. When someone asks you what is it that you do, that you don't miss a beat and that you know exactly what to say because you have spent an entire month thinking about this so that you never get it wrong again. Or at least you don't bomb it and on the way home thinking all the things that you wish you had said. Because if there's one thing that you should be passionate about is talking with people about what you do for a living and getting them excited about using you as their real estate agent. And if you're shy or embarrassed or don't know what to say, that's not going to lend well to you getting hired. And I want to make sure that you are hireable. And that means that you need to deliver with excitement the good news about you being a real estate agent and why they should hire you. So let's talk about that for the next 8 minutes. All right, group one, who is the captain?
Me.
Jennifer, okay.
No, me.
Oh, okay. Renee Pretty.
Hi. Very active group, super active. I'm actually still taking notes because we all had so much to say that time flew by. But one thing that was noted is that you do need to have movement. Don't be rigid as a board. Have movement. Use your body to emphasize the points that you want to stand up in a conversation versus having no expression to yourself. You memorize, memorize, memorize everything that you want to present. Don't sound like you're reading off a piece of paper. Don't dart your eyes like you're reading off a piece of paper. Juan noted that the speaker, John, he had very good cadence, but he needed more tone to his voice. You sell yourself in every transaction. You're not selling the house, you're selling yourself. When you come off knowledgeable and confident, you come off present well to the client versus the house, which is going to sell itself. If it's the house they want, that house sold itself. You didn't have to do it for that house. We're in the business of relationships. We're not in the business of peddling houses. We're in the business of building relationships. And one thing that Dulcie said is that she goes into it with the mindset of, I'm your Kobe, you're my Shaq, and we're a team.
The dream team.
So you underpromise and overdeliver in any transaction. You want to underpromise, you want to overdeliver.
Yes.
And you don't give up. Don't hear the word no and give up. You keep working on ways to either get to yes or get to a compromise. But you always give it your all. You always give 110% in every transaction that you have while you're building those relationships. And we're all still learning. That's why we're here. So we can all become better versions of ourselves.
1,000,000%. Very well spoken. Very good job, Renee Pretty. Group two, who's the captain?
Who was in group two? It might be me, but
Anna, Carolyn, Hussein, Jeanette, Jennifer,
Yes,
Viewer, and Terrell.
that's me. I remembered I'm the captain, but forgot the number. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. All right. So for us, the open torso, to make sure that it's directed at the person that you're speaking to and to loosen your shoulders, was very big. Most of us hadn't really heard that before. especially when you're like in person listing appointment as well. But to that end, when you are on the phone, a lot of us were mentioning that, or Anna mentioned that we stand up and we walk around. So then that helps you with your voice. You sound more like what you do in person, and not sound so robotic. Body language during the presentation is very important. We want to make sure that we naturally speak with our hands, and we want to make sure that we incorporate that when we're doing our presentation. Even on the phone too, right? You can do that to ensure that it sounds more natural, because you are memorizing, which helps you to start to loosen up because you're not in your own head, but you want to incorporate that body language to make it more comfortable receiving the information that we're giving. That was seen. And one of the bigger points too that somebody else mentioned was when standing in front of the person that you're speaking to, or when you're giving your presentation, you want to make sure that you utilize a story so that they can see your value, so that they can visualize the value, and you can demonstrate that value. And it actually makes you stand out and makes you a little more memorable, because most agents have a similar value proposition, but most don't incorporate that story to demonstrate it. And I thought that that was very helpful. And then lastly, we need to remember that most people that are looking for apartments or homes, their next home, they are stressing out, and we want to make sure that we add empathy and encouragement, not just focus on, hey, this is our job. But when we have that right body language and we're mentioning and we're giving our presentations, et cetera, we can make sure we can convey that with the proper body language.
You know, I'm gonna add something to something that you said, and I'm gonna tweak it just a little bit, if I have your permission. I'm gonna say that we don't all have similar value propositions. I'm gonna say that we all have similar brokerage services that we provide, but we all have our own unique value proposition. And our goal is to find our own, because if our value is what our service is, then it all sounds the same. My value is putting up a flyer box, taking photos of the home. That's not the value. The value is something else. So I want to make sure we get the value right. You did an excellent job representing your group. Thank you very much. Group 3. Who is my captain? Cheryl.
Oh, sorry.
Who's I am? Renee?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Group 3. So we all came together and individually gave like little tips and stuff. And the first tip was to personally record yourself and see, like, get up on stage how you want to present, get dressed, do everything you want to do like you are performing, and then go back and look on the video and see, kind of go and critique yourself, like, oh, I would have should have done better. That would kind of help you actually when you actually go up and present. You could be number one. And then and opening up, another one said, like, open up yourself, open up your shoulders, open up your body, because you don't want to talk at them, you want to talk to them. And kind of like tell a little, like a short little fun story about yourself too, to kind of help like break the ice and stuff. And then be yourself, be authentic, and be true to who you are. And that also comes out as your own personality. And it shows more in the conversation and your presentation that you're showing. And then, and if you're very nervous or if you're feeling down, and prepare yourself, go out for a walk before you get dressed and stuff. And then get extra dressed, put on the extra perfume, put on the extra lipstick, and, get dressed above and beyond. And then your presentation will come out 10 times better.
I don't think that works for me, but I can try it.
You could put on extra cologne.
Okay, good job. All right, I like it. Group 4.
Hi, Jack. I'm the captain.
Hey, I'm right. All right, good job.
So the UVP, first question it begs to ask is, are you going to hire your own self? Is what you're speaking, what you're telling your client, do you believe it yourself? Is your body language on point? Do you have the correct amount of eye contact?
Okay.
Are you believable to you? Is it well rehearsed? Have you said it 1,000 times? And is it your authentic, true story that you really, really can portray and tell to the other person? Are you standing in an adversarial position, telling this person, oh, hire me because I'm salesy, or this is my real self, and when I'm on your side, you have one of the best advocates in this industry that's going to lead you through this transaction and beyond far better than anybody else? Is your personality built into this? Is your experience speaking to this? And that is how you get hired on your UVP. Practice it, believe it, and deliver it. This is my group.
Okay, excellent job. All right, group 5.
I think that's us, Jack.
It is you. Yep.
Perfect. So group 5, we spent a lot of time talking about the importance from the video of the movement. So Birdie talked a lot about how movement equals confidence, not just hand movement, but eye contact and eye movement, being sure that you're present yourself and not coming off robotic. Jay went into detail talking about how it's important whenever you visually see the person, especially when we are doing our UVP in person, when in-person meeting with our clients, to treat as such and not come off as robotic. So he really appreciated how you had us listen to the video first. And then when we seen like, oh my gosh, this is not an automated voice recording or AI, like this is a real person, but it didn't feel like a real person, even seeing the person. So giving it that real person aspect. And then Harshita talked about memorizing, and then of course saying things with your heart. Once you do have your UVP memorized, start speaking from the heart, and it'll show to your clients as well. Mohammed went into detail about speaking clearly and slow, and then speaking from personal experience to build a connection at the beginning. And then Sherry talked about making it a bullet pointed. What are your key assets? Of course, some people, you can word vomit on them and they might be like, this is too much information for me. So how can you bring it to bullet pointed assets and then use voice inflection and speak clearly? And then Selva talked about body language, listening, and speaking with confidence. And overall, we all agree that care and confidence are key, and that if your mission truly matters to you, that it'll show, and that we are all in a position to solve our clients' problems. So we want to lead with that when we talk about our UVPs.
Beautiful. I have extremely high expectations for all of you now. No stress, no pressure. All right, so the poll is open. 50 breakout points is on the line for each of you in your groups based on the leader you chose, which all did an excellent job. We have 25 voted, 26 voted. We need a few more votes, 28, 30. All right, there we go. Good. All right, so group 4, Emirates group. Lisa, give me a thumbs up. Okay, good. All right, I owe you a break. It's 2:33. Let's come back at 2:45, and we're going to round out the day. This is going to be the last break of the day, and we're going to take it all the way to 5 o'clock.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. There is a video here called Build Trust with Your Hands. I'm going to leave this to homework for you to watch after Mega. This is a longer video. This one is 18 minutes long. This is part of her London TED Talk. It was a pretty cool TED Talk that she did. Actually, one of my favorite TED Talks, actually. So I hope that you get a lot of value out of it when you've watched it. If you wouldn't mind going into Teams and let everyone know what your biggest takeaway was, how you would relate this to your business, and how it's impacted you on how maybe you're going to modify your practices in your business based on the information that you've learned, and add the points for watching this video in the Teams. Okay, we are going to watch this. This is one of her very first videos that she ever did. This was a news segment that she did. And there's 3 things that she talks about in here. One of them is spontaneous trait transference and the halo effect. Those two words are test questions, so be on the lookout for the definitions of these because one of them relates very closely to our code of ethics, gush, don't gossip, which is one of the paragraphs that you're going to learn, one of the paragraph summary titles that you're going to learn about our NAR code of ethics. And so that would be gush, don't gossip, which is the halo effect. So again, spontaneous trait transference and the halo effect. Be on the lookout for both of those in this video.
We welcome back the author of Human Lie Detection, the Body Language 101, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think that intro was one of the most charismatic I've ever given.
Definitely. Definitely.
What we're trying to say here is there are some people who just seem to have that thing. When they're in a room or they're talking or they're amongst people, they have something. What is that?
So that question always fascinated me. So we run a human behavior research lab, and I was like, I want to study this. What makes people so memorable? So we actually found patterns between people who are really memorable and have that quality that's you instantly want to know them, and people who are more forgettable. So
I tend to think I've met a lot of different business people, and you meet the heads of companies, and they all seem to have most of them seem to have that same it factor that big celebrities have. There's a star quality to people.
Absolutely.
It draws people to them.
Definitely, and that is learnable. That's what I'm hoping we can talk about today.
Really?
That you can learn it, absolutely. You can increase it. So the first thing is there's a myth I want to bust, and it's that we think that charismatic people are perfect. They're more attractive, they're smarter, they're better than. That is absolutely not the case. And so the first habit that charismatic people do is they embrace their imperfections. So this was done with a study by psychologist Richard.
Okay, what did she just say charismatic people do?
Embrace their imperfections.
How many of you are trying to scrub out any imperfection that you possibly can? Raise your hand. So you are trying to scrub out all of the uniqueness that makes you you and interesting and trying to make yourself as plastic as possible. Do you realize that that's what's going on when you do that? How many of you have created a social, a TikTok reel or an Instagram video or a YouTube short, and you record the same one 10 times because somewhere in there you made a mistake? You destroyed the video that would have made people smile and like you more and replaced it with one where they'll never remember you. What do you think about that?
I think that's good. Good to know.
How many of you like or have ever liked or admired a perfect person? Or do you secretly hate them? I know the truth. I already know the answer to that. That was rhetorical in nature. So she's going to talk about, well, there is no such thing. I agree with that. But people can pretend to be perfect. And while they're pretending, they're not being interesting or memorable or any of this. So she's going to share a story right now about a blender in a mall, and I want you to listen to this because this is going to help you with your videos forever, because when you stumble over your words or you make a mistake, the last thing you want to do is replace it. And guess where social media is headed right now? Unedited content. If you are taking unedited content and putting it on YouTube and TikTok, the algorithms are liking it better, and those are the ones that are going viral. The unedited, real, fly-on-the-wall videos where you can really see the human behind the whole thing. And so stop trying to edit out your imperfections. Just keep going with it. Now, let me just take you back a few years. Now, I know this is going to be a comment that probably predates some of you completely, but how many of you remember, oh, I don't know, a answering machine? When they first came out, the very first 5 seconds was, I hate these things. That was the first, every time I got a voice, I'd click play. I hate these things. I hate these things. And like the first 5 people, right? And then they started with the pound button and record. And then people started recording it over and over and over again until they got it right. How many of you do that now? You don't delete it, you just keep going. If you mess up your words, you just keep going. You need to do that same thing. We've gotten used to recording our voice. It's not something that it has to be perfect like it used to be. So the world does not want the perfect video. So this is going to be an interesting one for you guys to take to your breakout sessions because I'm very curious to see what you're going to bring back to me.
Weissman, and he wanted to see, could vulnerability really make you more likable? So he had two actresses sell a blender in a mall. One actress had the perfect pitch. The other actress had the same pitch, but she spilled the smoothie from the blender all over the table. So the question is, who sold more blenders? Surprisingly, it was actress number 2, the one who spilled the smoothie.
Funny!
And not only that, but everyone in the audience rated her as more likable.
Because we can relate to her, because we're imperfect and okay.
Exactly. So when you're out, I don't want you to worry about being...
How many of you would have cleaned it up and refilmed your video? Now we know not to do that.
Smarter or better than. What I want you to do is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling nervous, that actually bonds you to people. You can use those and rated her as more likable.
Because we can relate to her, because we're imperfect and okay.
Exactly. So when you're out, I don't want you to worry about being smarter or better than. What I want you to do is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling nervous, that actually bonds you to people. You can use those imperfections to connect with people.
I would imagine there's a balance to that, though. If you're constantly self-deprecating and you're constantly pointing out your own failings, after a while, you're just annoying.
Yes, and that brings me perfectly, exactly, and that brings me perfectly to point number 2, which is don't be a conversational narcissist. Because annoying people...
I hate those kind of people. Oh my God, I just don't like them. I don't like them at all. I think they kill the me factor.
No, they kill it. So what we found is that charismatic people have this skill. They have a mentality shift. When they go into interactions with people, all they focus on is how can they ask the most interesting questions, which is very different. They don't think about what they're going to say or how they're going to talk about themselves. They figure out, how can I get this person to tell me their story? So I challenge you, next time you go to a big event or a party, think about how can you get the person you're speaking with to tell you their story? What questions can you ask that are just going to pry out their most interesting aspects of themselves?
Well, it's not going to be, what do you do?
Right. It's not going to be what you do. It's going to be, what are your personal passion projects?
Right.
It's going to be, what was the most exciting thing that happened to you today?
Here's what somebody asked once in a group I was in. Who's the most interesting person you ever met?
Oh,
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's actually what we did in our study is we asked people, who is the most charismatic person you know? And then we started to look for patterns in those charismatic people. So I love that. And you can even say, I watched this awesome segment on AM Northwest on charismatic people. Who do you know who's charismatic? What do you think makes someone charismatic? So once you start asking these questions, it's very important, this is habit number 3, is to gush, don't gossip. So the old saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should be listening.
Listening more, right.
Yeah, listening more than we're speaking. And what's important about this is something called the spontaneous trait transference. Forgive me for this scientific term. What this is they found that when you speak ill of someone, people cannot help but associate those negative traits to you as well as the person you're talking about. We cannot help it. So for example, if I were to say, ugh, she's so mean, I don't like her, she's awful. Mean and awful actually stick to me just as much as her.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true? Is that true even if the people who are listening don't know the other person?
Even then.
Even if they know or don't know.
No
it doesn't
or
matter.
don't know. If you mention those adjectives, people just cannot help but associate that to you. So what you're better off doing is find genuine ways to gush about people. And it has to be genuine. So I did this just the other night. My friend Carrie came up. I was talking to a group of people. I said, oh, this is my friend Carrie. She's a fierce, feisty female entrepreneur. Everything she does is pretty awesome. Because I genuinely love Carrie, so I was able to introduce her. So when someone comes into a group and you're introducing someone, take that opportunity to genuinely gush about them. That's a great way to share.
You know, my uncle is like that, and he's fairly charismatic, but he always sees the positive in some people, and it's amazing. And it's never negative first. It's always something nice,
and that translates onto him. It's like a halo effect.
Yeah, interesting.
So I had to have 2 last body language tips. Okay. You know I love talking about body language. So the first one is showing your hands. Our hands are our trust indicators. Women are often taught to put their hands underneath the table in their
Right.
lap. That's polite. Actually, you're much better off keeping them above the table, because studies show that when someone can see your hands, they rate you as more trustworthy, which is exactly what charismatic people do.
And use your hands when you're talking?
Use your hands when you're talking. No jazz hands.
Okay.
Right? No jazz
No,
hands.
but-
Keeping them visible. Don't tuck them into your purse. Don't put them behind your back when you're talking. As much as possible, just keeping them
Crossing
visible.
your arms,
no.
no.
Not allowed.
So keep
Not
them
allowed.
out. Keep them
Keep them
even,
out
even
and
if they're
visible.
just together.
And what about looking into someone's eyes?
That's my last tip, and that's the most important. Eye contact is great. That's half the story. I want you to try deep gazing. That's noticing someone's eye color, and the reason for that is because they've found that when you do that, it releases.
This doesn't get creepy.
It's a little bit creepy, but just briefly, Dave.
Okay,
Briefly.
okay.
Remember, no extremes.
Got it. All
Yeah,
right.
just a little bit of deep gazing, and that builds that connection.
Keep eye contact. That's important.
Eye contact, and don't overhead gaze to see who's better to talk to.
Yeah, well, that's a hard habit to break. All right, very good. Human Lie Detection Body Language 101 is the book, and thank you so much. Always fun.
Vanessa, great to see you again.
All right, so one of the things that she says later in one of her series is when you're looking someone in the eye, down, count to 3, and before you look away. Just a moment like that is very important. Okay, I'm going to put you directly into groups. Remember those words: halo effect and gush, don't gossip, and spontaneous trait transference. These are, I want you to bring these back to me in how you can change your practices or do things a little bit different with these things in mind, because these are some of the best advice you will ever get in real estate or in life, actually. Okay, recreating again. So now you have a whole new set of classmates. I'm going to put you in there for 8 minutes, and I will see you right back.
Not enough time.
Okay, I am willing to give you 5 more minutes if half of you raise your hand that says you need 5 more minutes. If less than half of you raise your hand, then you won't get 5 more minutes. Who needs more time? Okay, so not seeing half of you raise your hand. Group 1, let's start with you. What conversations did you have in your groups? Anna, Brittany, Cheryl, Dulce, Inja, Joe, who is our Leo, or who is our captain?
It was me, Jack. It's Dulce.
Yeah.
So our takeaways of this is gossiping does reflect on a person. Imperfections are relatable, right? Nobody's perfect. Social media, we need to do it more, even if we're scared, even if we're like, oh, this was not good. Post it, do it, don't give up on it. Doing videos is challenging, right? It's not easy for anybody, young, or seasoned agents. It's not easy for anybody. Even if you disagree with other people, it's fine. And don't be a robot. Don't edit so much, just post them. And I was telling my group that, I'm really into social media, and I'm editing a video right now, and I can spend 3 hours editing a video, and it gets 1,000 views, and I get like down, and I'm like, why did it get 1,000 views? And then the ones that I don't edit, that I don't put much attention to, get 30K views. And so sometimes it kind of reflects on me that I'm like, all right, you know what? Even if it's not perfect, put it out there, because content is content, right? And even if people gossip, even if people say, oh, that was a really bad video, who cares, right? I at least posted it, and I'm getting exposure out there.
Excellent. Thank you, Dulce. Thank you, Group 1. Excellent job. Did you have any additional things that you talked about, Group 2?
Oh, sorry. I think we're Group 2.
Mr. Nolan, you are in fact Group 2. Yes.
Okay. So, I think the spontaneous trait transference resonated with all of us and kind of was part of a lot of the discussion. I really like, Sherry said it just like hit her between the eyes when she heard that she phrased it as that it stays with me. And Harshita kind of elaborated as well, saying it's important to be natural. And she like especially like the don't hide and edit. Um, and also to be good and kind with people. Um, and Veronica said that she kind of feels like if somebody bad is going to badmouth someone else, what are they going to say about you? It kind of leaves that sort of feeling. And Sharon also said it kind of tags them as with negativity. I kind of made the relationship because I realized not long ago that whenever, say, like somebody really hates a band, um, anytime a song of that band's comes on, I think of them. And I imagine that would drive them crazy that like, oh, I have a friend who hates Tom Petty. And anytime I hear a Tom Petty song, I'm like, oh, Chris wouldn't want to hear this. And I just think it's funny. I think it's a good way to kind of keep that in mind. Jennifer liked the being sure to embrace your imperfections. We had a lot of talk about that, about, the when you're doing videos, don't over edit them. Um, and Hussein really found it interesting that like showing your hands, it shows like signs of trust.
Okay. I like it. Very relatable. Thank you, Group 2. Thank you, Jay. Group 3, Caroline, Tessa, Deja, Jennifer, Juan, Renee Alvarado. Who is our captain?
It happened to be me again because we had a rare occurrence where all of us had already been captains today. So
Fair enough.
Yeah, we're going again. But our group had a really good flow conversation. We all kind of agreed and we all kind of related on the things we were talking about. I know for me personally that they kind of related to I have the problem with trying to be a perfectionist and trying to present myself as the perfect take, the perfect photos, the perfect things, and I even know that about myself as well. And I do notice that, 9 times out of 10, even in just influencers today, all the comment sections are, we like you because you're so real. We like you because you mess up. We like you because we can relate. And then the people who are, like you said, I guess more perfectly presented and, like, yeah, they kind of don't get as much attention or as as a personable bond with their audience. And so even me like trying to be that way, me looking at people like that, I wouldn't relate to them. So I don't know why I try to do it all the time, but like, it was a real eye opener. This topic was very, it hit home for me because I'm like, yeah, like you need to stop, like kind of let go of the stress. Comparison is a thief of joy is another thing we talked about. And like, be yourself, be authentic, and that's what people want to see. And Deja actually had a really cool story I wanted to share. She had got hired in a public speaking job and she was nervous she wasn't going to get it at first because some of her older bosses were saying, okay, like, you need to be more polished, more professional, more this. And then she ended up being top top of the line at her job, like top producer or whatever. Just and she didn't do any of that. She was herself. She made mistakes. She, had a connection with these kids and all that kind of stuff. And so she ended up succeeding and then some by being herself and being authentic when what she was suggested was to be that kind of robotic perfection. And I was saying, I think even older generations still want to try and be very polished and professional and all this kind of stuff, but the newer generations have found value in the, rawness and, connection with the authenticity in people. And so we all just kind of like took with us that we need to, embrace ourselves. Don't worry about being perfect. Most of the time you're gonna do way better when you are yourself. Keep that individuality. And I was saying how even on some phone calls sometimes I'll like call and sometimes mess up and say like, "Oh, how can I help you today?" when I'm calling them and I'm like, "Oh, wait, no, like sorry, whatever." And we'll end up having a really fun banter conversation after that, and I connect more with the people that I felt more myself in the phone call with than, you know, people that you're trying to be very professional with. So we all just kind of related to that and had a really good conversation, falling back to just not being so hard on ourselves to be perfect. So
Yeah, that's exhausting, isn't it?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good conversation that you guys had in your groups, and I'm glad that you guys are seeing this and relating to it because I know that this is going to be impactful for your everyday life. The content that you're trying to put out, how you speak with people, everything. This really is gonna change a lot, and I'm excited to see you lighten up a little with yourselves and give yourself a pass and just be a little bit more you and stop trying to be the perfect idea of what you have for yourself because that's not why people like you or love you. Group 4, Birdie, Mohammed, Danielle, Karen, Raul, Renee Pretty, and Swetha. Who's the captain out of Group 4?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the captain. My name is Raul, and our group, number 15 of the Code of Ethics is gush, don't gossip. So we should already be practicing that. We really talked about as a group that you should embrace your imperfections and make sure you're not a conversational narcissistic.
Raul, did you freeze? Okay, well, while Raul is trying to work on his connection, we're going to move forward with Group 5, and then we're going to get back to Raul again. Group 5, Amrit, Jeanette, Kimberly, Mary, Selva, and Selva. Who is our captain in Group 5?
It's frozen.
So I was the group captain. My name is Mary, and we had some very great conversations. And we went back to looking at the spontaneous trait transference, where we are delivering who we are as a realtor. We have to sell ourselves, so we have to gush and not gossip. And some of our conversations had to do with, like Amrit mentioned, that he with being with previous realties, he's not going to speak badly about other realtors because it's all about keeping the relationships. And also, we need to find something positive to say in every conversations to form those bonds and make those connections using our body language and using our hands as well. So, Tara spoke of being big on videos because that's where we can really showcase, who we are using our body language, our cadence, our delivery, and also open houses, which invites, many people to come in. We're like on a job interview, which everything that we do, what our services that we offer, we can showcase that by having people come into us and just really being positive and not being negative in our conversations.
What do you think about that, Mary? What do you think about that?
I think that's amazing advice. I think that I need to practice those words too. And it was very informative.
Okay, thank you. Group 5, actually, Mary, I think you might have been Group 5. You were Group 5. All right, so let's go back to Group 4. Raul, welcome back. Looks like you might be frozen again, or you're just being really, really still. Is he on Wi-Fi?
Okay.
Here, try this. Come here.
He's going to get on with Hussein.
I see that. Well, thank you, Hussein, for allowing him to use your amazing internet connection. Well, hello, Raul. All right, so let's keep it going because we heard some really good stuff and then you froze.
Yes, so we want to embrace our imperfections. Technology, I'm embracing it. We want to, so we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We want to make sure that our mouth isn't overpowering our ears and we're actively listening. So that way we can personalize and be very relatable with the client. So that way we're building that relationship. They're not just a number to us. They're going to be in our lives forever. Hopefully they're going to give us business forever. And we would like to end it with Muhammad had 3 points. He said, be kind, be a role model, and be a voice for good. And I like that. And I would like to say, go group 4.
All right. Good job, Raul. And, thank you for reminding the world and us and our group that we are a role model and we need to be a role model and remember who we're a role model to and remember who are our role models. That helps us with accountability in life because all of that actually does mean something pretty significant. All right, I'm going to push this new poll out. Remember, you only have 5 groups this time around, so please don't vote for group 6. And Lisa is keenly paying attention because she is our point taker. So she needs to know who is getting these extra points. Now, Lisa, do you want them to go? Well, it's probably better just to do it this way. Because they're supposed to be putting their points in teams. So I don't know if it's easier for them, but then it's going to be hard for you to know with, all these groups and points.
For these, I'll just record them, but I keep track of them. So if anybody questions me later, it printed out and I can show them.
Okay, cool. All right. So we have 31 and 33. We have a clear winner. It looks like you get what you ask for in life, which is go group 4. And Raul asked for it and got it. So good
You
to
guys
go.
got it.
Hey.
All right. So group 4.
So if anybody questions me later.
And we have a hot mic. Who is it?
Sorry, I'm trying to close it. My laptop's freezing.
Oh, no problem. There you go. All right. So good. How many of you have heard of Tom Ferry? I'm sure many of you have. We're gonna move the needle a little bit away from kind of ourselves and more about the message, objection handling, getting some social out. Although we have an entire day on social media marketing, because although your money is going to come from the people that you already know and the conversations that you have on the phone, when you do social media marketing, it's not that you're not going to get leads from it because you will. We just need to know how to respond to them. So we're learning how to respond to those leads. Here are the top 5 recommendations that Tom Ferry has regarding video marketing for real estate agents.
So our all-around winners are doing 3 things exceptionally well that we strongly recommend you take action on. Number 1 is that they've optimized and they're utilizing their YouTube channel. We know that YouTube is the 2nd most visited website on the web, and as video content has continued to dominate on social media, its watch times have risen by 60%. Despite all the success, even some of our best ranked influencers weren't using YouTube to its fullest potential. So when using YouTube, be sure to always write search optimized titles. Title your videos with common language that someone planning to buy a home in your neighborhood would ask the internet. You also want to optimize your channel and update it continuously. This will help you rank on Google and create a steady flow of traffic to your channel. The second major point.
We're just going to pause at the first one and just throw a little couple anecdotes here. YouTube is a must for a real estate agent who wants to get their content out there in the world. I use YouTube on a daily basis. YouTube is the #1 platform, gets the most views. We're going to see a bunch of more videos on YouTube. I know that we have a tendency to focus on the big 3, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, leaving the shorts for YouTube completely off the table, and that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake. People go to YouTube for both long form content, but also shorter content as well because they have the reels. I'm going to tell you that people turn to YouTube for information about learning something, a how-to video. If they want to know something like what is an option period, they are much more willing to go to YouTube and watch a video than an Instagram reel. Because they're going to have, just based on YouTube and the platform alone, they have more confidence in the information being shared from YouTube as a source. If you want to, know how to change your car radio or figure out how to change your fuel filter, people go to YouTube. They go to YouTube for information when they need something. They go to Instagram for entertainment. They go to TikTok, entertainment as well. And the same thing with Facebook, just to keep in touch with their friends, because people do have a tendency to keep up with each other more on Facebook than anything else. If the way you use YouTube is short informationals about something, you're giving back some information about something. Day in the life of a realtor is great on TikTok, and even probably better, or it's good on Instagram, even better on TikTok. But sharing little informationals on YouTube is a way that you can push them into your organization better than anything else.
To create interesting thumbnails. During our judging process, we looked at thousands of social pages and vlogs. And the first thing that really stood out for us when we looked at their pages was their thumbnail imagery. Was it on brand? Was it eye-catching? Having an exciting social media channel or blog or vlog with beautiful imagery will absolutely help people want to click on that play button. The Creator Academy reports that 90% of the best performing videos on YouTube have custom thumbnails. So when creating thumbnail images, make sure to include the video stars smiling or looking as animated and as excited as possible. Moreover, the best thumbnail practices involve including fun text in the image, but no more than 20%. The text, of course, should be large with highlighted or magnified areas so they really stand out. The text should not mirror the title exactly, but should still be relevant to the keyword. And the last one, number 3, is create a recurring series. Just like everything else you do in your business, consistency is the key. Almost all of our top social winners created their own recurring series to help promote their business. We saw shows where agents interviewed local active members of their community weekly. They gave out weekly fun activity recommendations on a regular basis. They provided weekly education content on the home buying or home selling process, and even tried all their local restaurants in their town for their fans to see. These shows are an exciting break from the reality, and when done consistently, they allow you to build a following and continue to generate new clients.
Okay. All right. So Tina and Jesus are continually trying to help all of you with your social media. I hope that you recognize that. I hope you see it. They're going out to the apartment complexes with my entire management team, trying to help you do reels and content and get content out there. We're doing multiple new builder communities a month where we're all going as a group, and I'm sending them along with you to make sure that you guys are there, present, interesting, and figure out a theme, and all you got to do is show up. So for those of you who are not attending our apartment locator on sites at the apartment buildings and our new builder community walks, we're doing 4 of them a month. And so that is a lot of opportunity for you to get out, learn a new community, create some good content, and share some interesting content about new communities that your following, that your subscribers would probably enjoy. So just show up, and we have a team of people there behind you. Now, when it comes to thumbnails, I know that a lot of you are still, using Canva or using Canva with AI. I can tell you that ChatGPT out the gate initially was not the greatest when it came to graphics. In fact, it was using Dolly before. Dolly was a huge fail, And over the last about 6 months, we've seen a complete transformation on ChatGPT and its ability to create flyers, imagery, thumbnails. Just as I was sitting here listening to the Tom Ferry video, I just typed in a few words and asked it to create a thumbnail for YouTube for what's an option period. 5 words, click the button, boom, next thing you know, you've got a great thumbnail for YouTube. And all I said what is what is an option period by Jack Stapleton, create a YouTube cover thumbnail. And I put our logo in there so that it follows through with our logo and our branding. And as simple as that. So the larger the prompt, the more specific it's going to be. You add your headshot, that'll be in there, and it makes it all about you. But this is not about having to spend hours and hours creating content anymore. It's record the whole thing. It's less about editing. It's more about authentic content, and the thumbnails come along for the ride in seconds using ChatGPT. So we're going to have a separate little mega mini about using ChatGPT and AI. Lisa doesn't know about that yet, but she just heard about it. But that's to come. It's going to be the about 30 minutes of the second to last mega mini, or the third Tuesday mega mini. And we have someone coming in to help with that, which I'm kind of excited. So I was only able to get that put together yesterday. So in any event, I want you guys to be not forgetting about YouTube when you're getting your content out there. All right, I saw a couple of hands up. Who had a question regarding that? Dulce, was it you? Was it anyone? No? Okay. All right. Who are the best objection handlers on planet Earth? Who are they?
Kids.
Parents.
Children.
Yeah. Do you remember back when you were that good objection handler? Think about something you really wanted as a kid and you were bent on, and nothing was going to get you off of it until you got it. What did you reach for? What language? We cried, we screamed, we yelled, we said why not, how come, because why, and we really just kind of rotated each one of those until someone gave us an answer that made sense to us because we wanted this thing. Someone was in our way of getting that done, and it made no sense to us, right? Inherent in you is the very best objection handler of all time. But when you were being this expert objection handler, how did our parents take that? What was some of their responses?
They took it as a confrontation.
They said, "'Cause I said so."
Ooh, okay. Well, I heard that one a few times since I was a kid. Uh-huh. Okay, what else did they say along those lines?
No.
Not now.
Ask your dad.
Okay. Ask your dad. No, because I said so.
Quit asking.
Quit asking. If you ask me that one more time.
Yes.
Okay.
I was
And then
relentless.
And then there were and then the threats started coming, right? The threats of violence started hitting our way, depicting how old we are, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah, if you don't stop crying, I'll give you something to cry about.
Okay, there was that one. I had that one thrown at me. I guess when you're born before 1980, the threats of violence was normal. After it, probably less. But hey, depicting on
Yep.
the age, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Threatened all the way through the 90s. So, the parents started in 1978 and continued on.
Yeah. So we literally had the objection handler in us beat out of us to the point where now when we hear an objection, we have a PTSD response to it. Of course we did, because the natural objection handler within us was killed. And now we have to go back to it and give birth to it again and find that little objection handler in front of us. And for a lot of us, here is that little inner kid.
Dad, can I have some ice cream?
No, buddy, it's almost time for bed.
Don't let this happen to you. I'm gonna teach you how to get what you want from your parents. Let's do that again. Dad, I really missed you today. Can we share a bowl of ice cream and talk about our day?
Sure, buddy.
Yes! You gotta figure out what's important to your parents. For Dad, it's quality time. And for Mom, it's something else. Mom, can I play my video game?
Honey, you already played your video game today.
Let's do that again. Mama, can I do that for you so you can take a nap? That is so sweet of you. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. I love you. And when I'm done, I'll quietly play my video game. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it's gonna work for you. You gotta figure it out yourself. Got it? Got it. Go get him. Hey, Dad, will you play with fire?
What?
Beginners.
In us somewhere is that right, that frustration in that moment when someone told us no, they got in the way of what it is that we were looking for, and then we had to find our way through it. When someone brings us no, it's not always a rejection. Sometimes it's just fear and an objection. So we need to figure out how can we plot a course around this and understand why they have said what they've said. If someone gives you an objection, what is the very first step for us to be able to understand what steps to take next? What do you think?
Repeat their objection to them.
Acknowledge it first.
Trying to understand why they have an objection.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what order the three of those happened, but that's exactly right. Those three things exactly. So the three of you came together and nailed it. We need to know why, we need to acknowledge it, and we need to repeat it back. Now, I don't necessarily think it matters in what order that you do any of that, but those are the three things. But the most important thing is to acknowledge it. We're not going to tell you that you're wrong. We're not going to say, oh, no, you're wrong, because that's not going to get you anywhere. That's just going to create an adversarial situation. But we do need to come back with something to get them to tell us why they have come to this conclusion. And sometimes when you ask these questions, the reason that they have underneath all of this, you're like, oh, really? That's your why? I had no idea it was that simple. And then you can help them get through it. 99% of it, it's something that they're not even holding on to. And your thought of why they said no was completely different. You were really thinking the worst, and it wasn't even nearly that bad. So what are some questions that you can ask them when you call them back? Hi, I'm just going to pick on one of you. Jay, I'm going to pick on you. I'm going to say that I'm calling you because you registered on our Facebook. And ring, ring. Hello, is this Jay?
Yes, this is Jay.
Hi, Jay. My name is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Looks like you registered on one of our Facebook ads regarding a property at 123 Main Street, and I was calling to see if you'd like to see that property.
Sure, I'd like to see it.
Okay. Say no.
Oh, sorry. No.
Got it. Was there, have you already seen the property?
No, I just realized that I'm not ready yet, and I really would hate to waste your time.
Got it. Well, you know what? I really appreciate that. But I'm always grateful and thankful to be able to assist people when they're interested in seeing a property, just to take a look at it. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't like it, but if you're interested in seeing it, I would be more than happy to show it to you if that's something you're still interested in.
Well, maybe if I have the time.
Okay. What's your schedule look like tomorrow?
Tomorrow I have something going on, but the next day I don't.
Okay, so that would be Thursday. I've got my entire morning free. What time works for you?
How about 11?
Okay, great. So I'm going to call the listing agent, let him know that we're going to be seeing the property about 11 o'clock on Thursday. I'll follow up with a text message with the address and the time, and I'm super excited to see you on Thursday. Just curious, Jay, are there any other properties that you wanted to see?
Well, that's really the only one that I saw in that area, but if there's something else around there, I wouldn't mind.
Awesome. Is your email address j-nolan@realtytexas.com?
It is.
Okay. So I'm seeing that this one is under 300. It's a single story in Star Ranch. Are you looking for something single story in Star Ranch, 3, 4 bedroom, something like that?
Yep,
Okay.
exactly.
Excellent. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a search for you and I'm going to email it to you, and it'll be a list of all of those properties that match that. And then you'll be able to go through and mark them favorite, possibility, and reject. The ones that you mark favorite, I will compile those and we can put them in a driving order and I can show them to you.
Okay.
So the ones you want to see, just mark them off and we'll show them.
Okay.
Okay, well, good. It was really great to meet you, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you on Thursday at 11.
Cool. Thanks.
So, all right, just a very easy phone call. But he said no to me, and I wanted to know, why doesn't he want to see the property? Has he already seen it? I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna stop there. We're just gonna keep asking questions. And it doesn't have to be super confrontational. But we do want to ask why. If someone says, are you still in the market to buy a home? No. Got it. And then ask them a question that they could come back and say no. Oh, have you already bought a home? Because what we're trying to get them is to start telling us. But if I say, why not? They may not share the same information. But if I ask them a question, oh, did you already buy a home? No, but, and then they're usually going to tell me, now they're telling me why they're not on the market. No, it's just the rates have changed a little bit and I'm a little bit afraid about that. Got it. So the reason you're not buying now is because the rates. Yes. Understood. Now I know how to approach this conversation because they've just exposed to me their objection, and now I can start working with them on that. So that's one. We'll table that. The no might be something else. Well, we were thinking about moving, but we just realized that we don't want to pull our kid out of school. Got it. What school are they going to now? And then just try to figure out what's going on. Some things are unmovable. Some things are, this is just they've decided no, and that's okay. And we're on it for a long haul. And so before we, it's a no. By the way, do you know anybody else that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Because we remember we're going to get referrals from them. But on top of the whole thing, do you mind if I call you in just about a week to 10 days just to check in to see how things are going? Now I'm going to call them in 10 days because it's very, very possible that over the 10 days, they're going to have a change of heart and they're going to go right back into wanting to buy again because most of our leads, again, early in the process, they're going to change their mind 3 or 4 times. But once you get new house fever and they start the process, oftentimes, even if they're all of the bad ideas and they've come across, they still want to do it. So objection handling is not about telling them they're wrong. It's about telling them they're right and letting them know that we've heard them. We understand what their objection is, acknowledging it, and then ask them a clarifying question about the objection. And then keep them talking about it until that you can get to the root of what the objection is. And then you can start, breaking that down. That's actually interesting that you mentioned that because I have a couple of clients right now that also had that exact same objection. They were in the market, they were looking at buying a home, and the interest rates have changed. And at first, they didn't want to buy. But I shared with them a little bit of information, and they saw it differently after I shared that information with them. Would you mind if I share that information with you? And then they say, oh, okay. Now they've given me permission to start talking with them about it. So there's just little techniques that you can use that is just having a friendly conversation. I know that I can help them if they will let me. I'm not trying to convince them to buy a house. They want to buy a house themselves. I'm not trying to argue with them or tell them they're wrong, but I know solely that them buying a house is a good idea. I know that that's going to be a good investment for them. I am 100% sold on it's never a bad time to buy. And so whatever's going on in the market, whatever craziness, whatever fear they have, in my mind, I'm thinking, how long do you want to be paying off this house? Because if you wait a year, that's 12 more payments later in your life that you're going to be paying. And the sooner you buy, the sooner you pay it off. The longer you wait, the more you're going to pay. If the interest rates are high right now and the rates go down, the prices are going to go up. So I'd rather buy it at a less amount, get the higher rate now, buy it at a less amount, and refinance it later. All the things, all of that, I'm sitting with a very good foundation that I know that I can help them if they just let me. And it all comes from being friendly, being open, and having dialogue with empathy. And that's something that each and every one of you are capable of doing. Our former selves are the most and the best excellent objection handlers because they're relentless. They become extremely effective problem solvers when you get in the way of something. Now, maybe the way they went about it is not how we're going to do it as adults because we've evolved, but it's the same principles is true. I'm going to continue scratching the surface until I dig into something where they give me permission to keep going. And usually depicting on how you frame the conversation and coming from a place of storytelling. I had a client that had a similar situation and they changed their mind, and this is the information I got them. Do you mind if I share that with you? People like stories, like Vanessa Van Edwards says, and it goes a long way for them liking me more because I've told them a story. My inflection is positive and um, reassuring, and they know that it's not going to hurt them to hear what I have to say, and they don't have to take my advice. So dig a little bit deeper, and when you hear an objection on the phone, don't get offended by it. Become curious about it. Really? Do you mind sharing with me a little bit more about that? Get more curious about the objection because it doesn't make any sense to a child why he can't have a cookie. I want to know all the information about the nose because it doesn't make sense. I want to know all the information about the nose about why you don't want to make a house because that doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to you? How are you at your objection handling? Do you usually give up too early? Or are you now going to be a little bit more curious, maybe a little bit more confident, and asking a little bit more, digging a little bit more? Because do you remember when I told you that out of 100 leads, you're going to have 4 opportunities? And that if you can have a 5th opportunity or a 6th opportunity, then with the same number of leads, you're getting a 5% or a 6% conversion rate, which is an extra 12 to 24 homes a year that you're going to sell. And that comes from doing what I'm talking about right this moment, is having these types of conversations with people on the phone so that you can dig just a little bit deeper and learn a little bit more. And if they're not ready right now, it's okay because we're going to call them in a week. And the chances are in a week, they're going to be more ready than they are right now. We're going to keep calling them because we're not going to let this go. We're going to be relentless about our follow up. Always respectful, but very, very curious. The secret sauce to objection handling is getting them to talk about it, address their concern, and then help them overcome it and show them why. In the long run, housing always goes up. And how far into retirement do they want to be paying this thing off? Because if they're going to be obtaining financing, the sooner they start paying for it, the sooner the thing gets paid off. And that alone helps people kind of turn the light on. Yeah, I'm just really, had I bought 5 years ago, that would have really helped me. And at what point are you going to pull the trigger? Hi, Cheryl.
Jack, I think if these calls are made with both joy and sincere compassion, that stuff comes out. When I called yesterday, I had 2 people tell me that they had just lost their jobs. And but they said I could call them in a month or 2. So
I am so sorry to hear that. Where did you work? How long did you work there? My gosh, you worked there for that long and you got laid off. So do you have some prospects? I'm very well connected. Would you like me to share with you some people who I know that are hiring? Exactly right. Help them understand, acknowledge it. If you have the ability to help them, and then let them know that you want to keep in contact with them over time. So you're exactly right. Empathy, people who have the green personality trait, which is the ability to sense emotion in others and and want to help them and want to make them feel secure and happy, that personality type, they go really well as teachers and as real estate agents. So empathy is huge. There is the concept of assumptive close in real estate. I use this during open houses a lot. And this is something that Lisa is well. So you know that we are working on a community-wide open house for you. It's 2 weekends in a row. Lisa's going to be talking more about that in your Mega Minis. You'll hear about it even more tomorrow. Where Lisa St. John and possibly Michelle LaFortune is going to be walking some of you newbies through open house, real live open house scripts, live at an open house. All of you are welcome to attend. Some of you who feel like you don't need that, you can go directly to an open house, but I recommend that you all come. If you remember this morning, Mary Beth Ray said that the script that I taught her, which is what I've been teaching in Mega for a long time now, changed her life, changed her approach to how she now engages people at an open house. Now, how many of you have ever tried running after a cat? Does that work? No. If you want a cat to come to you, is running after them the strategy? No. The strategy is something different. We are going to ignore that cat, and then it's going to come to us. Well, we're not going to exactly ignore people, but that's what she was kind of alluding to when she said, well, Jack told me just to, calm down a little bit and just give them space, and it works. Well, it does work. So I've been using this script for my open houses for the better part of 20 years. And it just follows a tempo like this. First, when they show up at the door, I want to acknowledge them because they deserve acknowledgement. I'm going to thank them for coming. I'm going to acknowledge them. I'm going to thank them for coming. And then I'm going to give them permission to look around. Every single time someone's coming, and if I can be having a conversation with you and we're deep in conversation and I can look over, hi guys, thanks for coming, take a look around and let me know if you have any questions, and I can continue my conversation with this person and keep that going. You can do that, and I do. Every person that comes in, hi guys, thanks for coming, take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. I've acknowledged them, I've thanked them for coming, and I've given them permission to come to the house because they are not there to see me. They are there to see the house. I am the host. I am not the subject of their coming. So they're going to go look at the house. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on them, especially if it's furnished, because I'm not going to just let them, be rummaging through the drawers and things like that. So I don't think that's going on. But I did give them permission to see the house. What I didn't do is walk up to them and ask them for a pint of their blood and their social security number. I did something just a little bit different. I gave them some space to come in and have that freedom. People really like that because when they come in, their shields are starting to come up. And like, okay, am I going to get attacked by this agent? And like, no, they were friendly. Oh, I like this person is what they're thinking now. They like you more. So now I'm kind of keeping an eye on them, and then they find themselves kind of looking around, and then they come back to the kitchen where I'm usually baking cookies because I'm making the house warm and live, giving it life. Cooking and baking cookies with the owner's permission brings life to the kitchen, the most important room of the house. And the house smells like cookies, and we're going to talk more about that later. And I look them dead in the eyes and I say, well, what do you think? What do you think? Open-ended question. They start talking a little bit. Got it. Got it. And if it's, I didn't like this and I didn't like this and I did like this, so what are you looking for? And then they fill in the blank. Got it. And how'd you find the house? Got it. Is a 1-story or 2-story important to you? No? So maybe the conversation was, well, it's 3 stories. We were really hoping for a 4-story. We don't like stairs, so we're glad it's a single story. And we want to be close to Dell. I've just learned a lot of information. In fact, I've almost learned all the information that I need to put a client gateway in the MLS because I'm always trying to figure out I need to know number of stories, a max price, a location, a number of bedrooms, and the number of stories. And if I can get all of that, I have enough information to put a basic gateway together that's going to send them relevant listings. And if they don't tell me one of those 5 things, I'm going to ask. But as you know, what do you think? What are you looking for? They told me 3 out of the 5, so then I just blatantly ask the other 2 and they tell me anyway, because they usually will. And I'm going to rattle that off. So you don't want the stairs, you like the single story, and you like the price range that we're in right now, but you really need that 4th bedroom and you need to be close to your husband's work because he works at Dell. And by saying those 3 things and reiterating those things, you've proved that you've listened to the client. And if you ask and you just pause after each one and they shake their head or they nod, by the time they've said yes the 5th time, psychologically, they feel connected to you. And in the world of sales, if you can get your customer to say yes 5 times in a row, psychologically, they've hired you and they don't even understand that they've done that yet, but they have. And doing that at the open house is incredibly powerful. And I taught this to Maribeth Ray. We teach you how to get people to show up and then how to have the right conversation. And it's going to transform how you do open houses forever. And anyway, conversations you have in the grocery store or anywhere else that comes up, you have that exact same conversation. You just listen to what they're saying, but you're listening like it's a martial art because you're checking off boxes because you need to know 5 pieces of information to get them in the client gateway, and you're trying to figure those out. And now the person's like, wow, I told the last agent like this and they couldn't remember a single one of them. And you're not even trying and you're remembering it. And so it really sets you apart as a professional. And if you're dressed the part, you've acknowledged them, you've given them permission to walk around, you ask them their very favorite question, which is what everyone's favorite question is what do you think? That seems to be people's favorite question. And the whole thing is just making them like you a little bit more, and then you listen and give all that back to you. By the time they're done, they will be impressed with you. And of course, that's the goal, right? You want them to be impressed with you. That means scripts are important because everything that I just told you about the scripts that I have in an open house was a script and it was well thought out, not from the point they show up at the door, but before that. Not from the point they saw your first sign, even before that. Not from when they saw the sign on Zillow before that. From the sign, not before when they saw the photos, even before that, right? The open house party that you're planning goes from the very beginning, and you start that story at the table with your seller on your listing appointment, sharing them the story of what our coming soon campaign is and what we're going to do for them, which also has transformed Maribeth's listing business. Now, not to say that she wasn't a very successful agent coming into Realty Texas, because she was. But all of these tools helped her double her production. And what an amazing thing that is. And all of our top producers who have been in the business, when they dial in and learn the scripts, it helps them. And a script is a way for you to feel organized, to sound professional, and have a standard way for you to approach every single situation that you find yourself in. And they're necessary. They're not an evil like some people think. Because sometimes when I teach Mega, there's about 30% of the people who, just because the word script was used, they're already turned off their ears like, I don't like scripts. And I've got to change minds about this. Now, here's a guy who's been in the business for almost as long as I have, if not more, and he has something to say about scripts.
For over 30 years, here's how I start every call.
Hello.
Hello, is this Linda?
Yes, this is Linda.
Hi, Linda. My name's Chris Heller. I'm a real estate agent calling you about your property that came off the market. I wanted to see when you were planning to interview agents for the job of selling it again.
He's been in the business for 30 years, and he uses that same script every single time he calls an expired. How many of you have scripts that you're using in your business? Not who are going to use scripts, but are going have script already. Okay. Now, how many of you are going to start using scripts in your business? Thank you. All right. So what do you think about that? Do you think that makes you a more powerful real estate agent to contend with if you are geared with the scripts of knowing what to say? Or do you think it makes you sound like a robot and makes you sound fake? Because it can if you're like John. Remember John? Elevator speech? So we have to believe in what we're saying, and our script has to be true. If our scripts are full of fake things that are not true and they're just designed for one purpose, which is to change people's minds, then you're not going to be authentic, you're not going to be real, and what you have is trash and throw it away. Because it has to address a real concern, and it has to be truthful. And if you put all of that together, then you're really helping people with your scripts and you're helping yourself as well. So you do need scripts. We also have to always compartmentalize and know the difference between prospecting and converting. Knowing your scripts, calling quickly, creating an RPR report for every client that loves a property, setting the appointment and going meeting with them, and meeting at the property and showing up and handing them the IABS. All of that is still prospecting. None of that is conversion. Getting the representation agreement signed is conversion. And that's when we start providing them some services. I'm going to give you 3 more little scripts. We're going to talk about a lot of scripts. But remember when we said that we're going to call them, do you remember how many times we call each lead, by the way?
9.
Yes. We have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them by the 6th call. So we call 7th, 8th, and 9th times. And so we have people, oh my God, why are you calling so much? What do you think a good objection handling for that is? Now, over the last 5 years, we haven't heard a lot of people say that because the messages that we're leaving them on the voicemail is very helpful. And we're going to talk about that message. It's just building on the last. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. We see that you registered for a property at 123 Main Street. Looks like you have some questions regarding that property. Looks like you're busy. No problem. I'm going to give you a call after my afternoon appointments around 4 o'clock. So I hope to talk to you then. 4 o'clock. Hey, John, Jack Stapleton. I called you this morning, said I'd call around 4 o'clock. This is that call. Looks like you're still busy. No problem. I'll give you a call in the morning. Hope you had a great day. Friendly, professional, and I just keeps doing that until they answer the call. And they're seeing the text show up as a text message because it's recording it and digitizing it into text, and they're seeing it and they're like, okay, he's being friendly and he's continuing to go. And at some point they're like, okay, we're going to talk to this person because they really want to talk to me. And yes, we do, right? So if someone calls back and say, why are you calling me so much? If I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to help you buy a house. You know, it sounds argumentative, but I want you guys to I don't want you to be taken by surprise by anything because that's the last thing that you want by someone who says something and you don't know how to handle it, which is why we have our weekly sales training. So that at some point, like some of our ISAs who have made over 50,000 calls, at some point, you're not going to be surprised by anything and you're prepared to handle anything. As a professional, we cannot wait to hear. That's how we find out that they bought a home with someone else. So when you are working a transaction, we are going to provide expert services and we're going to showcase our services in front of them, which is how you get referrals. So something Renee Pretty said that I liked is that we are going to provide them the very best services money can buy. That is something that we need to be proud of, but that we need to strive in every transaction to learn as much as we can about how we're going to do it better in the next transaction. We need to be calling the lenders, calling the title companies once a week, checking in with the client, and continually communicating and finding out issues ahead of time. Because our job, whether it's prospecting or converting or closing, is to be answering questions and getting as much information as we possibly can from everyone, putting those notes in our system so we never forget, and figuring out how to answer those questions expertly. And if we don't have the answer in that moment, it's okay. Let me check on a few things about this because I want to check with my team because I think some things have changed. And then I'll call you back in about 30 minutes, talk to the team, call them back and say, okay, yep, I was right. I just wanted to verify and let them know. And nowhere in there to say, I don't know, because that is not how you want to address your client. It's, I do know where to get this answer and I'm going to go get it and come back to you because that's all they care about at the end of the day. So when you're calling a lender, here's some questions that you can earmark. We're going to go over this later, but I want to touch on all of this twice. Has the appraisal been ordered? Do they have underwriting approval? Do they have a clear to close? Has a CD been ordered? Will the lender be at closing? And if you learn about a closing delay at the table, it's our fault. It's not the lender's fault. 3 leads a day and 6 leads a day is actually pretty easy, especially when you're calling your spheres. Remember, if you have 200 people in your database, those people are going to give you 200 leads a month. If you're calling a database of lead sources that's not part of your sphere, it's going to be 24 to 1. You're going to call 100, you're going to get 4. You increase your conversion rate by getting better at scripts, like some I've shared with you. You get to 5%, 6%. But the amount of money that you're going to make in the next 12 months is dictated by you. And maybe some of you wrote down that number on Monday, and now you're taking the pen and crossing it out and writing a new number because you're starting to realize that you can make as much as you want, and you're going to put a number that's a little bit bigger than that one. That's between you and the piece of paper and your family. But we also have an entire pond, which we call our lead pond, that has tens of thousands of leads in it that is open to the entire company to call from your cell phone and from your CXM. And of course, Gavin is here to help you with that. Now we're going to walk through organizing your business, organizing your day, and then we're going to walk through the pipeline. So we're going to be bouncing around in a couple of different topics. This particular, so we're kind of going to get into the territory of CRMs right now, and we're going to take this all the way to 5 o'clock this next hour. I told you at 3:30 that we're going to push all the way through, and we really are. Tom Ferry, about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, was at a conference, and he stood up in front of the entire world and he said, all the money is in systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. And looked at the room and said, no more memory. Look to your friend, no more memory. And what he's saying is, if you're operating your car, or if you're operating your business, by getting in your car and having conversations with people and writing down phone numbers on notes and pieces of paper and on your Taco Bell wrapper and on the back of a letter that you got out of the mailbox and left in your car. And the next thing you know, all over your car is your database spread all over them from phone conversations you've had. That is not how we can operate our real estate business. And so many people are not operating from a database. And tell me the truth. How many of you are actually operating your business from a database right now? I see 2 hands, 3 hands, 4 hands. Your database is your business. Actually, in 15, 20 years, whenever you decide to retire from this business, the asset that you sell is your database. You get a buyer agent, they pay for your database, and then you continue up calling these people, and every time they buy, you get a referral fee for life. You have a sellable business, but you don't have one unless you have an EBR, an existing business relationship with these people. But more important than an EBR is that you have the database that is in a way that someone can take it and be calling people and having notes and understand what it is that they're taking over. And so a database is your business.
Lead generation is no longer the issue. Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources, there's one thing I know that you've got to do to add the million.
Regardless of the sources. Now, what he's saying by this It doesn't matter if it is a Google lead or a Facebook lead or a Realtor.com lead or a Zillow lead or a Google lead or what. It doesn't matter because is there a difference? Do we have certain classes of people going to Zillow and another class of people going to Realtor.com, or all of these human beings? These are all human beings we're talking about here. All buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants. We have proven by our own analytics that there is no difference in lead sources. They are all the same. Now, there is a difference in days to closing because sometimes we're getting them earlier in the process versus not. But when he just throws out there, regardless of the sources, you might not have caught into that because that is a very important thing that he said because it is so true, regardless of the sources. And he also teaches that you can make $1 million a year in real
Lead
estate.
generation is no longer the issue. Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources, there's one thing I know that you've got to do to add the million. So I want you to write this down. You ready? In your notes. This is going to be a long one. Get ready to write. All the money is in tech-enabled, scheduled, relentless, systematic follow-up. All the money is in tech-enabled. Tech-enabled. Turn to your buddy and say, no more memory.
This also is going to be a homework assignment for you to watch this entire 30-minute video, and you only got 46 seconds of it. There is so much truth in this video. If not just to listen, just to verify and to solidify the truth in real estate. All of the money is a profound thing to say, but all of the money in real estate is based on follow-up. All of it, all of it. All of the money in real estate is based on follow-up. If you're a transactional model and you're just waiting for the low-hanging fruit, you're going to be the 86% of the real estate agents in the realtors rather, that are doing 4 transactions or less in a year. If you have a database and you're working your database and you're making your calls, you can be the 5% that's sharing in 95% of the business. 90% of agents don't stay in the business, which means only 10% are, which means that 90% of clients, their real estate agent is no longer in the business. That is a very profound statement. Nor do the agents keep in touch with anyone. And by 3 or 4 years later, because they buy and sell every 5 years, they're likely not to even remember that agent's name. Emmerich.
Jack, what is follow up to you? What is that from a top producing agent? What is follow up? What does that
Yeah.
look like?
So for me, we have action plans that we're going to actually give you our entire follow-up plan. So I love your questions. They're prophetic and they are about to come. A follow-up plan is all of the client touches that you're going to have for a year. It is going to be phone calls. It's going to be client appreciation parties. It's going to be house anniversary cards. It's going to be birthday cards. It's going to be holiday cards. It's going to be Thanksgiving or holiday pies that they either come to the office and pick up or we deliver to their house. Mary Beth has them come to her, which kind of works. I always thought I had to deliver it, so I did pop buys, but that's a whole different story. And so it's the client touches and it's follow up because your database, these people, I mean, just let me ask a random person a question, and I want any of you to answer it. Just how grateful would you be if someone gave you $15,000?
Extremely grateful.
Extremely grateful, yes.
Would you drive to their house and give them an apple pie, perhaps?
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's what client appreciation is all about. These people are giving you clients that you're selling $500,000 homes and you're making a $15,000 paycheck. They're literally giving you that. And they're not real estate agents, so you can't even give them a referral fee. So you just have to love on them with all the love and gracious and appreciation that you can possibly have. And we are going to call them and let them know how grateful and thankful we are for those referrals because we are. They just gave us $15,000 check, just in a little different way, right? Because they gave us the client that we got to help. And those people who you're thankful and grateful for doing it, then they want to do it more. And it's a Pavlov dog scenario. So according to Tom Ferry, all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. Every single person you know, whether they're a past client, whether they're a friend, a college buddy, I don't care who, they're all in your database. So part of your homework is going to be to go into your text messages and scroll up and down and find every single contact that's not yet saved. And put their first name, last name, try to figure out their email, and start putting your database together because database maintenance is huge. This is administrative tasks. So remember what I said. For every hour administrative tasks, you need 2 hours of prospecting. So if you dig into this and you spend 8 hours of this and just get, get stuck into this, you need to make sure that you pull yourself out of it and pick up the phone and call people and not stop making your calls. You have to have outbound calls for prospecting every day, but you also need time for administrative tasks. It's why you want an assistant, because that assistant is helping you for 20 bucks an hour. And if you're trying to make the millions, it's $520 an hour. So you're costing yourself a lot by doing it. But if you're in the position right now where it makes sense, then you just have to be smart about it. After hours, be working on your database, and during business hours, be contacting our pond, contacting the leads in the grabber, and contacting your friends and looking for referrals and providing services during the day. Because all of the money is having a database and contacting those people on a regular basis and asking them for referrals, because remember, we're not trying to get our database to transact. We're trying to get referrals from our database. Look at it first as a referral source, second as a transaction, because our whole database, they're all going to buy and sell once every 5 years. So there's a 20% chance that they're going to transact with you this year. But there's a 100% chance that over the course of this year, they know someone is looking to buy, sell, lease a home, and they will give you their contact information, and that will result into a closed transaction. But it's not going to happen unless you're calling them 3 times a year at least. Sharon.
Do you have a number of transactions that we should have going before we hire that assistant?
Once you have gotten 3 months of closing at least 2 transactions, you're at the point now where it starts making sense. At the point where you're at 4 million, somewhere between 4 million and 10 million, it's absolutely necessary. Once you kind of get to that 2 million point, you're trying to get to 4 million. And at the point you're at 4 million, that's when you should. Unfortunately, most agents don't, and they wait till they get to 8 and 10, and by the time they hire their assistant, they've done a lot of damage in that space. They've damaged their growth, they've damaged their business because they've tried to do it all themselves. So once you get to 2 million, that's the point in which you start taking your head up and saying, okay, maybe it's time now to go ahead, and while I'm at this place right now and I have a little extra time, I can get an assistant and train them. Because at the point you hire an assistant and you're already doing 10 million and you have 0 time in your day, you don't have time to train them or create SOPs. And so if you do it at the $2 million mark, then there's a little bit of space, because there's one thing that you never want to say to your assistant. Don't you remember? Everything has to be SOPs. Let's go back to our SOPs and review what our SOPs say. Because you want to have everything written down so that they can follow lists and checklists, which you want very much a blue personality going down, whether it's pre-marketing, whether it's on market, whether it's closing, whether it's follow-up, setting up an open house. You want checklists so that they follow the checklist, so you never have to go back. Well, I told you to do this, don't you remember? It can't be like that. They have to be working with SOPs. And this is something over the last year I've perfected within myself, coaching agents with these SOPs. And I've just done that with 2 agents, the most recently being Isolette, and helped her through hiring her assistant. And it worked out really, really well. So I'm excited to have more people coming to me with that problem, because that's my favorite one to help them with. If you want consistent results, we have to be consistent, which means right now, your most important thing that you can do for yourself is putting on your calendar every day to make those 20 phone calls that you're promising me that you're going to make. Now, Gavin and Kamei are listening to the calls. You need a coach. You should also be listening to the calls. And I asked Gavin to listen to some calls in the last sales meeting, and they didn't. So they're going to make sure that they do it in this coming week. And Lisa, if you can Teams Gavin and remind him for the third time, or Andrew, that I want you guys to hear what a good call sounds like from our ISA department and have some of the IS there talking about a good call that they had. I was on Facebook about 8 years ago and I saw a post, and it was from a guy who was working from home, and his name was TK Dixon. He has no idea that he's a mainstay in my mega slides because I don't even know who the person is. But I read a Facebook post and I pictured all of my agents all in once. And I think that maybe some of you might recognize yourself in this from working from home. So would someone volunteer to read this for the class? If you raise your hand, I'll call on you. Birdie, thank you.
I've got to be the most scatterbrained person in the world. Needed my phone charger, went to my room to get it, noticed clothes on the floor, halfway picked them up, then thought about an outfit I wanted to wear and picked one out. Then thought about a bracelet, couldn't find it, so I wandered around, finally found it in a drawer by the kitchen, saw dishes, so I started doing them, then decided I was going to throw the laundry in, so I went back to my room, got the laundry together, went back through the kitchen, and noticed another cup, put the laundry down, cleaned the cup, then heard an email come in, so I went back to my desk and started working. Had to make a couple calls and then realized I still needed an effing phone charger.
How many could kind of identify this big, huge circle this person just made in the house? All right. So if this is what's going on at home right now, which it likely is, then we need to have a plan. We need to plan our day, plan our week, plan our month, and plan our year and compartmentalize, because remember Kobe? Remember him being in the zone and then the cage? You need to be in the cage. The UPS man can be ringing the doorbell, the dog can be barking, and all kinds of things are going to go haywire. But we're going to stay in that zone and we're going to make our calls, because our income, the generational wealth that we're trying to build for the next generation of our families coming from these phone calls, this is it. This is where money comes from. This is the most important thing, and nothing is going to get in my way. And so this idea of the crazy scatterbrained, I'm not gonna even say scatterbrained, I'm just gonna say operating without a plan, needs to be checked, and you need to hold yourself accountable for this power hour and having a plan at home. We are helping people put a roof over their head, and that is a very, very admirable thing. No matter who they are, what price range they're in, whether it's a lease, whether it's a sale. I mean, I help people with leases all the time, and so does Lisa Ormsby. Lisa agents come to us all the time and say, "Oh, I don't do leases anymore. I don't have time for any of that." And it's like, you don't have time to help someone get a roof over their head? Because, I'm never going to be too busy to help someone. Now, at this point, I might refer them, but if I'm a full-time real estate agent, I'm going to help anyone with anything. I'm not going to create a price bar and say I'm not helping anyone in lower price bars because I'm too good for that. That's not it at all. Never confuse your value with what you sell. Your value is representation, negotiation, limiting risk, advising your clients to make good, sound choices. Don't commingle what you would value in a house and what you would want to buy with what your client is going to want to buy. Because there's been times when I've seen a home and I was like, good grief. And my client's like, oh my gosh, we love it. Because they're coming from a different perspective and a different background and a different set of finances. They're in a different place in their life right now than I am. So it's not about me. It's what do you think? And we know the market well enough to know what the neighborhood's going for. So if there are homes that are better than this one, we're going to, obviously suggest those. But if someone is in a $180,000 price range or a $95,000 price range, we're going to do our best to try to help them. Now, there are things that people might ask you to do that are risky choices, and I'm just going to throw those in right here. If you have someone that wants to do a lease back, buyer temporary residential lease or a seller lease back. If they are wanting to buy a home that's furnished or transferring personal property using an online lender, wanting to proceed in a transaction with no option period. They're wanting to proceed in a transaction with no inspection. If they want to proceed in a transaction with sight unseen, never seeing the property, or want to be unrepresented and you're the listing agent. In these types of situations, what should you do? I'm waiting for someone to get it right.
Advise against it.
Provide other options.
Talk
Get
to
it in
Michael.
writing.
Who said talk to Michael? Leor, he nails it. All right, Lisa, will you put a gift certificate for Leor? Yes, we're going to talk to Michael. And Michael is going to help walk us through it because sometimes we just need to check in with him so that we know exactly how to approach this. Because if the client wants to do it, we can't tell them no, but we have to advise them of the risks. And there are situations where we have to advise the other side, like a sight unseen offer. And so we have to be fair and honest to all parties. So if you find some of these situations happening in a transaction, I'm just going to always say, please get with your sales manager, your team lead. Leor.
Yeah, just a question regarding listing property that has a mobile home on it. Is that something we should avoid? I mean, I have 2 listing appointments coming up. They have acreage with a mobile home. I'm not sure I want to go do it. I don't know.
I've sold many, many of them, and I think they're awesome. The question is whether or not the mobile home has been certified by the appraisal district as real property and attached to the land. So there's questions to be asked. Michael Potter happens to be our resident expert at mobile home and land, and so if they have land and they own the land and the mobile home is not real property, then you can sell land all day long, and it looks like they're going to sell the mobile home. There are companies that buy mobile homes, and there are ways to sell mobile homes that you as an agent won't do because it's not going to fall under our real estate license. But if it is real property, I mean converted to real property, which is not expensive or difficult to do, there's a really good chance that it has already been added to as a fixture into real property. Then you sell it all together. I would not shy away from that at all. But if you've never done it before, you need a mentor, and Michael Potter would be your mentor for that transaction. I like the
Perfect.
question.
Thank you.
Yep. Jay.
I definitely can say I have a leaseback horror story, but it's just because I was working with buyers in 2020 when they were at a great disadvantage. But my question is, if this comes up, do we say I would advise against it, but let me talk to my manager first, or something along those lines? How do you suggest we respond?
It really depends on the situation. If a buyer is trying to move in early, then we're going to not want to have anything to do with that, because typically the reason buyers want to move in early is because they have some issue with qualification and it's been pushed back a few times. So if you have a buyer who's got issues with financing and they're not able to close because either the buyer has some financing things that they're trying to overcome with some conditions with the lender, or there's some issues with title on the home and they want to move in early, that is a recipe for disaster. If a seller wants to stay in a little bit longer after closing, then the question is, can we adjust the closing? What is their real need and what are they trying to accomplish by staying in after? What is the deposit that we're going to be asking for? And how are we going to fill out that seller leaseback? Because we want to make sure that the seller gets out when they promise they're going to get out. So the per diem should be a number that's scaring. And it also depends on what side of the transaction that you're on. So there's so many variables here. I want to make sure that Mr. Potter's eyes are on the leaseback form. He knows what side of the transaction that you're working and that the client is properly advised through it. So if you have any of these situations, we ask that you go to him so that you can pitch the whole thing to him and then get him with the client. So if the client's asking you for something like that, obviously you're not going to just materialize this out of nowhere. Say, so you're looking for a leaseback? Got it. All right, let me check on a few things and let me get back to you. And then just do that.
Yeah.
checking a few
And
things.
sorry, in my case, it came up because the party on the other side, who were the sellers, asked for an extra week, and yeah,
Mhm.
it was a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah, I can tell you that I have had to go to small claims court for my client twice in my career. Both times dragged me to Taylor, Texas, to the courthouse there, and both of them was because the buyer refused to give the seller back the deposit that was on the lease back. They just refused, and we had to sue. We're not an enforcement agency. We can't enforce these contracts. And so when you do a lease back and the buyer is holding on to a deposit because they are going to be the landlord and they're looked at as the landlord and there's a deposit being held, and then the seller moves out and wants their deposit back, there's no way to get it. And the form requires a deposit. You don't have an enforceable agreement without a deposit. And the question is how do you get that deposit back? And there's some confusion on whether or not the rent can be used as the deposit or not, and more importantly, what is going to be the holdover in the event that they don't move out when they were supposed to. And some agents like put $100 in there, and we always say perhaps the cost of a hotel should be more or staying in the house might should be more than the cost of a hotel, because if you know you're charging them $80 a day and the hotel is 110, they're not going to move out. They're going to stay there for an extra 5 days, and they're going to say, what are you going to do to me? I'm just staying in for 5 more days. And it messes up your client. So and then they write a $80 a day for 5 days, and they just hold over because holdover's on there. Like, I can just stay for 2 more days for $80 a day. No, we want holdover to be like $1,000 a day, something incredibly painful that they're like, no, I'm not staying for that. It changes their mindset and gets them out of the house. So how we craft these forms for success also very much matters. And remember, twice I've had to go to small claims court for my clients, and both of them had to do with leasebacks, refusing to give that deposit back. So I've got some horror stories too, and that's why these are on the list of we need to talk to a manager before we create this nightmare for ourselves. Okay. If I'm going to help you make the millions, I don't want to also land you in a situation where you go sideways with Uncle Sam, IRS. Please, this is a test question. I'm going to explain it as the test question as well through the video after class, but save 20% of everything you make and put away 18. That's 38% of each check. 20% in your savings account, that's just going to stay there forever and ever. But the 18% you need to put away as well, and then make your quarterly tax payments so you never get behind. I read a statistic from the National Association of Realtors Center for Financial Wellness for real estate agents that more than 50% of real estate agents owe the IRS back taxes. And it's because they jump into this business, they're not selling at the level that they need to sell, and so 100% of the income is directed to their immediate expenses, whether it's healthcare, paying their mortgage, paying their car payment, and they're not setting money aside. And then their tax bill becomes due and they simply don't have any in the bank. I want to make sure that never happens to you. So, again, another reason for you to be filling your pipelines and doing everything that you can to not get behind on your federal quarterly tax with quarterly payments. Birdie and then Amaret.
Hi, yeah, so I haven't I don't think I've been in the business long enough to run into the quarterly taxes yet. I don't know, like, where do I go for that? Like, how do I know when it's time for me to pay my quarterly taxes?
Well, so I'm not going to give you CPA advice, but I am going to give you advice for a CPA. You need to call a CPA and find one that's going to help you as a real estate agent and grow with you as your income grows and set you up for success. They need to be filing your taxes because every dollar that you make, you're going to now have to file taxes, and you need someone to assist you with that. So I recommend a financial planner and a good real estate and a good CPA. Remember, the three people that we all need is a good CPA, a good real estate attorney, and a good real estate agent. I want you to have a financial advisor and a CPA. So go on the lookout for one and ask them those questions.
Okay, thank you.
And the Center for Financial Wellness at NAR, they've got a really good set of best practices for real estate agents that give you some really, really good advice from CPAs. and national firms who work with real estate agents. They can give you some really good advice. So again, Center for Wellness, Financial Wellness of NAR. Amrit.
Jack, at what point do you even advise investing or reinvesting any of that 20% saved?
I would put that together for so depending on what you're asking me, that 20%, that's going to go away in your rainy day fund, and you can use that for all kinds of different things. A 20% down on a property is and a reinvestment, but you should have a couple of $100,000 in your savings because this is going to be, this is where you go and I'm going to give you the same advice that I just gave Birdie of a good financial planner who can say how much of this should you diversify, how much should be in liquid cash, how much should be in a CD, how much should be in a 401k plan, and figuring out all the things of how you're going to take and invest that money. Low cap, stock market, all the things. So that is a good question for a financial advisor. Don't let them touch your money. Don't give them access to your accounts. Just let them do advice and you do your own transfers. There is a couple of apps that I'm going to give you that I think is helpful that all real estate agents should be aware of. One of them is called Robinhood. I recommend you guys look into Robinhood. I think that is a really, really good site for a real estate agent. Okay, we are going to move past that conversation for a moment. Now we're going to talk about where the market is headed and where you are in a choice that you have. This is going to be an interesting conversation, and your take on it's going to be interesting. But is the middle class increasing or is it shrinking?
Shrinking.
Can we all agree that it's shrinking? In 1971, the middle class made up of 61% of Americans. By 2020, that number had decreased by 11%. In 1971, the poverty class made up 25% of Americans. In 2020, that number increased by 4%. In 1971, the wealthy class made up 14% of Americans. That number has increased. This means that the middle class is being shrunk. Poverty is getting bigger, the upper class is being bigger, and the middle class is being squeezed. So that means you have a choice of either one of two directions. If you are middle class today, you have a choice in the next 15 years. Over the next 15 years, it is estimated that the current 29% of people living in poverty will double to 60%, and the ultra rich will also double from 21 to 40%. That is the statistics. Show me your friends, I'll show you your future. Change is coming for the middle class wage earners. Two realities are on the horizon: living in poverty or extreme wealth. And it is a choice that you get to make right now, and how you build your business and who your clients are. And those long-term established relationships are really going to dictate your future. Both groups are going to double in size. One thing is absolutely certain: there will be a guaranteed transition for a lot of people from middle class to something, either poverty or the upper class. And it's going to be a choice on what they focus their attention on, and that choice that you have right now. And here's what it looks like in 1971. On the bottom, the middle class was bigger, and it's getting condensed. The number of people are growing, and the middle income is shrinking. The top 1% overtook the middle class in collective wealth in 2020. The beginning of COVID, everything completely changed, and it's just compounding. The upper 1% controls almost 13% of real estate wealth in 2023, up from 8.1% in the start of 1999, according to Fed data. The average home price has more than tripled in that span. So this is what it looks like. Wealth and the top 1% wealth. The 1% of U.S. earners now have more wealth than the entire middle class. The 1% has more wealth than the entire middle class. knowing the middle class is shrinking and that the only remaining options for you, if you're in this class right now, is poverty or ultra rich, which option do you choose?
Ultra rich.
Ultra rich.
Yeah. It is incredibly important to understand that this is a choice. And you need to change your mindset right now, today. Because if you are just kind of floating around winging it, this is the time right now to secure your future, where you have this kind of opportunity that's in front of you right now. And the ultra rich are going to be buying and selling more homes, and your friends, they're also going to be finding their way here. And it is, once you become the 5% that's sharing in the 95%, that's going to be the relationship that you have with those people forever. And they're going to be looking to you as their real estate agent. And go find as many of them as you can. One of the greatest things I like about social media is staying in front of everyone, but maybe you go around to the different business owners in the small mom and pops in town and try to follow them. And if it's a bakery that has donuts, you showcase them at your open house, that you're showcasing a local shop's pastries, that instead of going to HEB and buying them, you go there. And showcase local coffee shops and go to local coffee shops and do little buyer orientations and get to know the owners. And you're a small business owner as a real estate agent. Although you don't own a company, you are a real estate agent with an independent contractor agreement. And so for all intents and purposes, you're a small business. And small businesses need to stick together and support each other. And so there are a lot of small businesses in all of your communities, and reaching out to them and getting to know them and helping them with their business, following them, sharing their reels and tweets is a really big deal. And by the way, it will help you share audiences. Okay. You're going to get out today about 20 minutes early. This is not something that is an extra 20 minutes. Because what do you think I'm going to ask you to do for the next 20 minutes?
Prospect.
Make our calls.
Make your calls. That's right. And I am hoping, wishing, and praying that all of you convert someone, because between 4 and 5 is some of the best times to call. So let's try to get 20 calls in before the end of the day. Remember, you do have some homework. You have an exam that you have to take. And I'll be sending an after class email with the links to the 2 videos that I asked you to watch. And you have the vocal first impression. This is one of the emails. The elevator speech, which is the one that you watched with John. And then positively positive. This is one video that you have here. The Tom Ferry video that I asked you to watch is right here. The Vanessa Van Edwards TED Talk that was 18 minutes is right here. And 5 science-based hacks to likability. You already watched this one. And the rest of these are ones that you have already watched. So some of these we watched in class together, but these are all of the videos. So scan these if you already watched it. It's good. But I will let you know in the after class roll-up exactly what it is that I need you to do. And this is going to be your homework. We have Easter eggs. So you have 50 extra credit points if you do this slide, which is fill in the blank and post this into Teams so that Lisa can see it, and then give yourself credit for it. But it's going to require you to watch the video in order to get to these words. All right, so that's all of the homework, your exam, a couple of videos, and use the rest of the time that you have right now to make calls. So we are officially end of class. Lisa, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes. So speaking of the open house shadowing, I need to know who is going to want to shadow And then I also will need to know who's available to do open houses if you have not already signed up. Very important because one of the shadows is in Hutto. It's with Elisa St. John, and then Kim Dale has multiple homes that need to be held open later. But those are for the agents that have already shadowed. So I need to know who's shadowed.
So for the next 20 minutes, focus on those phone calls and make those phone calls, and let's see who can make the most phone calls. And I want to see a buyer rep agreement or an appointment set from this. Let's go. Let's go, Realty Texas. Let's go, Mega. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jack.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Jack.
Jack.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, Sweetha.
Hey, hi, Jack. Just now, Lisa mentioned that open house shadowing, right? Am I eligible for that? Like, can I do that? I'm new to real estate.
Yes, so we have two of our agents this weekend that's going to be helping you all with hosting an open house. So it's going to be live. You just show up and they walk you through it. Lisa's going to talk more about that tomorrow at the Mega Mini.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And one more question. So I haven't checked any of the scripts. So do you want me also to grab and call the call?
I want you to call 10 people that you know and let them know that you're a real estate agent and get them excited about you being a real estate agent and let them know that if they know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that you would be grateful and thankful for their business. Let them know that you're open to referrals. That could be a family member, it could be a friend, it could be a friend of your kids, or whatever going on. But that's the idea here is start introducing everyone that you know to you being a real estate agent, and that if they know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, it would mean a lot to you if they would let you know who they are and connect you with those people so we can start building your referral-based business today.
Okay, sure. And I mean, my question is whether I should grab it from the grabber or just my contacts.
Probably
would be
better for you to start with your contacts because I always think doing those calls first until you've called everybody that you simply know and then move over to the grabber is my recommendation.
So, do I get any scripts before I call and talk? Like, where can I check the scripts?
So when you're calling your own spheres, you're just going to check in with them and you're just going to wing it. Hi, Terry. How are you? This is Sweetha. Did you know that I got my real estate license? I am so excited to share that news with you. Yes, I'm a real estate agent. This is how I put food on the table from my family, and I'm just calling everyone that I know and letting them know that I'm in real estate. And if they know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, that your referral would mean the world to me because that's what's going to keep me in business. And I'm really excited to be a real estate agent. I'm really excited to be able to help people with buying and selling homes. But the more people that you can expose me to that I can help would mean the world to me. And just be authentic, be you, ask for the business because if you really want the business, you got to ask for it and it will become easier and easier. But then also ask them, how are they? How's the family? How's the house? What's going on with them? And what can you do to help them?
Sure. Thank you, Jack.
Yep. You're welcome.
Can I ask you a question? It's probably gonna sound stupid, but I don't really understand what a thumbnail is. Like, I saw what you did with your Jack Stapleton, and like I really love your picture, but I need to know how to make those kind of things.
Yeah, a thumbnail is just when you upload a video, the video is randomly going to pick one frame through that entire video to be the public display. So then you can take the video and you can upload the frame that you want it to display. So when you go to YouTube and you upload a video, there underneath on the YouTube page, it will say upload thumbnail. And you just click the upload thumbnail, pick a file, and then that will be the display that people see before they push play on your video.
Yeah, because I really like how you did that, because I really believe that educating people is more important than trying to sell to them. And so I've kind of just been all over the page trying to figure out what works, and I think that that works the best from what I've seen.
Providing people with information is a very valuable resource. It really is.
Yeah, I started doing it and I was getting good feedback, but then I took a right, and so I got back in my lane, and so was trying to pull up my YouTube today because I started getting views, and then just it's because I'm just being honest. It was kind of like what you said earlier because I was comparing myself to other people, and they had all those thumbnails and all that, and I'm like, well, I don't have that, and so my videos probably look stupid, and no one's gonna watch them, and so that's kind of why I quit doing them. Or no, I did, but at least I realized it.
Alrighty.
I caught myself.
Well, good to see you, Tara. Hope things are going well.
They are. All right,
Okay.
thanks.
Bye.